YouTube, and I believe that we are now live on YouTube as well. So hello YouTube friends, how is everyone? Good to see you. Hope you're all super well. The most important thing I have to do today, or tonight I should say, is something that we actually did already because it kind of happened on last night's stream, but a massive happy birthday to Buzz, our very good friend. I think I saw something saying Buzz may not be around for the early part of the stream, but it is very important that we wish Buzz happy birthday. So happy birthday, Buzz. And if you're not listening yet, then happy birthday when you are listening. And where are you? Awesome. Okay, so I think we're just about ready to get going. Sean won't be joining us today, but we will survive without him. It will be hard, but we will manage. So we're going to get our first guest in just a moment. Just a couple of little housekeeping-y things. So if you're watching on YouTube and you would like to get involved, YouTube doesn't have a way to just click a button like they do on TikTok, but there is a link for you to join. I've put it in the chat. It's also a clickable link in the description of the show. And if you're listening on or watching on TikTok, you know what to do. If you want to come and talk to me, just hit the request button to come up and you'll join the queue, and I'll be really happy to talk to you. So we've got two guests in already coming to talk about whether atheism cannot be wrong. And the final thing to just check with you before we do that is, as you know, we have a system here where we rate the conversations in real time as we go. So the link for that is going into both chats too. If you fancy being involved in that, I would love it. It's just a way of us all feeding back on how the conversation's going and what we think about it. So you know how to do it. You just move the ball around on the screen to reflect the quality of the argument and the good faith of the caller. And I would love to know what you think. So with that all said, we are going to get in Scott Pilgrim fan, who was the first in the queue, and we are bringing them in right now. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks. I'm just getting your name up on the screen so we can all see it. Scott Pilgrim fan. There we are. Excellent stuff. Welcome in. Thank you for being our first guest. Hang on, it's not working. Okay. There we go. Fan. Right. So yeah, my claim is that atheism can't be wrong. What do you think about that?
I think that then it would obviously beg specific questions about reality that we would have to see if we agree on.
Sure. No, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. So allow me, if you will, to give you a bit more detail about what I mean by this. The main thing I mean is that it can't be morally wrong. That's the main thing I mean. There's a little brother claim, which is that it actually can't be sort of factually wrong either, because atheism at its core isn't making any claims about reality at all. It's just saying, I'm not convinced by something I've been told. That's all it's saying. Like, so my position as an atheist is there might be a God, there might not be a God. I have absolutely no idea, but I've not been persuaded by any of the arguments I've heard. So at the moment, because I'm not persuaded of it, I can't believe it. And so I'm in a state of non-belief about it. But that doesn't mean I'm making any claims at all. And that's why I say it can't be wrong, like factually. And also, more importantly, it can't be wrong morally. So that's to kind of clarify my position.
Well, okay, so there's, so as a bit of question to, so I would say that in order to arrive at any, actually, let me ask you your personal perspective on this before I continue.
Sure. Yeah,
so what necessarily would be quote unquote enough for you to accept the idea? Would you rely on empirics for this?
Do you know, I'm actually not sure, and I don't think it's necessary to even spell it out, because all I can tell you is some evidence would be sufficient to convince me. It might be a really good argument outside of empiricism. It might be if someone sat down and gave me, a syllogistic argument, a deductive argument that I hadn't considered before. I thought, you know what? The more I think about this, the more I realize the premises must appear to be true, and the argument is valid in structure, which would mean the conclusion follows necessarily from the premises, and that would say, okay, I'm now convinced. I'm now convinced that a God probably does exist. that would be the kind of thing that might persuade me. Or it might be a personal experience, such as the kind that we're told many people have had. Or it might be some other kind of evidence. I actually don't know. All I know is that so far, I haven't been persuaded by anything. I've been looking for years and years and years. Many, 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 like an embarrassing number. And when I say looking, I don't mean like I'm searching, because I'm not a searcher. But I've been looking into this, and I've been interested in human belief more broadly and religious belief more specifically. And there isn't an apologetic argument I haven't heard, and there isn't a piece of evidence presented that I've not considered. And so far, I just remain unconvinced, and that's why I say it can't be wrong. It could be that that I'm incorrect. That that my lack of belief is making me miss out on something, but I'm not actually making a claim, so it can't be right or wrong. It's just that I haven't been persuaded of something yet.
Well, you can't really say that you're not making a claim if the posit is it cannot be wrong. That's literally a negative claim.
No, I'm saying I'm making a claim about I'm making a claim about the status of my atheism, but I'm not. But my atheism itself is not making a claim. I'm not making any. I'm not even declaring any believed facts about reality. I'm just saying that I have a lack of belief about something. So it's a little bit like a little bit like. Let me just give you one more quick clarifier. Like it's a little bit like I say, I have no reason to think you had pancakes for breakfast this morning, right? So I don't believe that you had pancakes for breakfast this morning. That doesn't mean I'm not making.
I would say that's a false equivocation.
But I'm not making. No, it's directly analogous. So I'm not making any claims about whether you did have pancakes for this morning. I'm saying I have no reason to think you did. So until I'm given a reason, it might be that you tell me I had pancakes this morning. At which point, okay, well, I figure you seem like a nice enough guy. You're not likely to lie about that. And at that point, I'd probably be convinced that you did. But right now, my status with regard to a God is I don't see any reason to believe in one. And so I remain unconvinced.
Okay, yeah. So from my perspective, that kind of position doesn't really make sense to hold, because when you say you don't have a reason to believe, right? I would actually argue that it's the opposite. I think that even obviously, as we know, to make assertions that we believe that can be true, they're reliant on assumptions, like philosophical assumptions, even on the basis of what people do. Like if somebody told me this person, like if somebody just randomly asked me, do you believe that this person acted angrily yesterday? Right. On the basis of obviously, the probability and the type of thing that is tied to our nature, I do have reason to believe that this could have been the case. But in a separate regard, in the specifics to that specific individual, obviously in that specific parameter, I might not be strongly influenced because of because of lack of empirics. Like I didn't see them do that, right? That would just be the difference between different types of evidence. So that's why I ask. That's why I asked earlier, what do you truly gravitate towards when it comes to belief in terms of evidence? Because that's obviously going to dictate what you choose to, believe. And so when we talk about things like, the existence of anything, we could just take even a basic level of like just thoughts, right? You can believe, because I'm pretty sure most people believe that they have thoughts and they have inner monologue, right? But if I were to tell you to think of a word right now and you thought of it, and I asked you to demonstrate to the chat like that you thought of that word, like prove to us that you thought of it, you wouldn't be able to do it, right?
Of course.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that we don't have reason to believe that you have thoughts. Sure, because you can't demonstrate it.
But you have some evidence that I have thoughts, because you can't prove it, but you have some evidence for it, which is you can infer the existence of other minds. And there are sort of conversation pathways that will allow you to do that. For example, the fact that you can learn things you didn't know from other minds is a demonstration that they are probably not just a figment of your own mind. And they might be. It's possible. You could remain open to that. There's no proof against hard solipsism, which is the position you're outlining there. But you still have evidence for it. But we don't have any evidence for a God, or at least I don't. It might be that you think you do, but I don't find any of the arguments for any gods compelling and convincing, and therefore I remain in a position of disbelief, of open-minded disbelief. Like I'm completely open, and here's where it gets a little bit sticky. Is obviously, if there is a God, and God is as powerful and clever as everyone says, then he would know exactly why I have the specific belief or lack of belief that I have. He would absolutely understand that it's honest. He would absolutely understand that it just comes from a place of having examined the evidence and not finding it convincing. And he must be okay with that, because if he wanted to give me more evidence, he could. He could appear to me right now. He could come and visit me in my dreams in a way that made me convinced, or he could demonstrate in some other way, that he was there. The fact that he hasn't done that must mean either that he doesn't want to do it, or that he's incapable of doing it, or that he's not there. Those are the only options. And so at the moment, I'm open to that being any one of those things being a possibility. Maybe he's trying to let me know, he's just not very good at it. Or maybe he just doesn't want me to know, in which case, okay, well, he's getting his wish. Or maybe he's just not there.
Okay. So one, I would say that's why I asked earlier about the specifics of what we accept as evidence, because in the examples that you gave, they're all empirical. All of the examples you gave are empirical. And I would say that if we just accept things, that's why I said it would open questions to how we accept facts about reality. Because if it is the case that you can agree, like even absent of God, that there are, we agree on general facts about reality, then you would also have to agree that these things require philosophical assumptions to even posit the assertion, right? That's why it's a difference between you making a claim about meta logic and formal logic, right? Because meta logic would be something that's not circular, because it's, obviously it's going to have to be recursive because it's reliant on the thing itself in order to make the assertion. So when you say things like, even on a basic level, like tomorrow the sun will rise, right? Yeah. Even if it's happened many times in the past, right? We still rely on the assumption that it will happen again. Like, and that's just on basically like almost anything that we do. So
it's inductive.
Yeah. So I would say evidence specifically, right? And I'm not really, in my personal position, I don't justify any belief in God through any monotheistic belief at all, any of any kind. I justify it with philosophical theism. I think that there are things that obviously comport with reality that to me seems to be satisfying evidence, right? I'm not going to say obviously it's objective evidence. I'm just going to say it's satisfying evidence in terms of what makes sense to me.
I grant that. I grant that. I mean, the chances are whatever philosophical arguments you present will be ones I've heard before. And it might be the case that you find those arguments persuasive and I find them not persuasive. But it would still be the case that it can't be wrong. I can't be wrong about that. I mean, it could be the case that I'm exercising faulty epistemology and not correctly following an argument and making an error. It's possible that I am incorrect in misunderstanding an argument, but that misunderstanding of an argument isn't equivalent to my lack of a belief. My lack of a belief is just not being convinced of something. And if you don't mind, can we just shift to the moral side for a minute? Because I think that's for me where the kind of real value lies. Because this prompt makes it sound as if I'm saying I am definitely right that there's no God, and so it's a little bit clickbaity, and that's fine because look, there's an attention economy. We're trying to get people to come and engage, but I'm not just doing clickbait here. I actually thought about this. So the main thing I'm really saying here, the main thing I'm really expressing, is that it can't be morally wrong to not be convinced of something, and that's where, in my view, Christianity and Islam fall down, because both of those faith traditions criminalize non-belief. They make you eligible for terrible punishments as a consequence of not being persuaded by things, and that's, I think, really, really problematic morally. And so really the main point in all the work I do, I don't know if you've come across my stuff before, but the main point in everything I do really is I advocate for non-belief not being a moral issue at all. If you don't believe, you don't believe. If you've not been convinced, you've not been convinced. It can't be criminal. What do you think about that?
I don't. Maybe we've endured different experiences in terms of like religious people and how religious people express and the things that are said within the content of that. But in my experience, it's been the case that these things are distinguished. Be not necessarily believing. It doesn't necessarily criminalize you for the specifics of like, oh, this person doesn't believe in their mind, right? Doubt isn't something that's condemned. It's actually something that's mildly invited in a way. It's like when someone has doubt, it's a chance for obviously them to be invited and a path to be given to them. So doubt itself is not necessarily the condemning factor. The condemning factor would clearly be you not representing what it means to follow that specific path, right? It's not the doubt really. And I
But
would also say that morality itself, I think that a lot, I've heard this argument a lot, like, the whole thing with morality about, the wrongness, the wrong makers and all, et cetera, right? And I think that I myself agree that there's just some things that are illustrated that I just can't find myself to agree with. But the question about that is, the true question is could it really be the case that because we find this wrong and things we can't agree with, that it questions the status of God's trueness, or is it a difference in how we express our interests? Is it merely just me applying a specific interest that favors me, that makes me believe that that it ought be the case that if these wrongs could occur, that God couldn't?
are you a Christian?
I'm a philosophical theist, and I am like a Christian kind of,
Okay.
but I'm critical thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No, I appreciate that you are. I can hear that you've thought about this stuff a lot, and good for you for doing that. So Christianity does actually criminalize non-belief, because all the stuff that you have to do to avail yourself of the celestial pardon that God gives to all sinners. Everyone is born in a sinful nature because the world is fallen, and everyone is deserving of eternal punishment. But you've got a free get out of jail card as long as you just accept that Jesus died for your sins. He took the price of your sins on himself, and isn't that lovely that he did that? And all you need to do in order to not get set on fire at the end of your life is accept that he did that. And that's wonderful, isn't it? But the problem is you can't do that if you don't believe it's true. You can't accept anything. You can't have a relationship with him. You can't follow his ways. You can't be in a sort of devotional orientation towards this guy without first thinking that he exists, or at a minimum believing that he exists, that he probably exists. And if you don't do that, and if you can't do that, if you're someone like me who is physically unable to believe that because I'm not persuaded of it, then you don't get access to all of that good green room stuff that comes with having a relationship, and all the privileges of not being set on fire by God that everyone will get to enjoy as a result of their relationship with Jesus are foreclosed for me because I'm not persuaded by a word of it. And so it is actually true that not belief does actually get, not believing does get punished. And it says so literally in the Bible in various places, in Mark 16:16, in John 3:18, in Revelation 21:8. It's pretty explicit. If you don't believe, you're condemned.
Yeah, I would agree, but I think, like I said earlier, I think the text is, the way that I see that it's inferred, it's specifically talking about not believing in correlation to how you walk the path. Like a person, there's been like, you can be accepted as a person who's a Christian, even if you have doubt, but you still have the will to want to walk the path and want to be open to it. Like if you do that, you can still obviously be accepted.
But what does walking the path mean if you don't believe a word of it and you think it's all mumbo jumbo nonsense, which I do? I think it's preposterous rubbish. So how can I walk the path? I mean, I can live an ethical life, right? I can orient myself towards compassion and helping others, and acts of kindness and acts of service, and I do that. But it also says you're saved through faith, not by works, and it's you have to have it right up here and in here, right? And I don't, because I don't think there's any such thing as sin. I don't think that there's any requirement for salvation. I think that's a story that's been told to people to sell them the idea that they're sick and only we have the cure, and here's the cure, and the cure is you have to devote yourselves to this rather strange system of blood sacrifice magic. And so because I don't find any of it remotely convincing, what would it mean for me to walk the path? How can I walk the path if I think it's all basically?
Well, those would be two different things. There's a difference between a general rejection or an incongruence with a belief rather than a doubt. A doubt could simply just be, I'm not really sure. It doesn't really seem this. Like saying that it like I'm not this is rubbish. This is like, nah, this is when you say this to me, it sounds like hoopla. Like this is not convincing. This is not, that's straight rejection.
Yeah,
Like there's a difference between that and doubt. Doubt can obviously exist without a direct rejection. So if you're talking about like, if you're referring to like that type of thinking, then yeah, I would say yeah. Then yeah, you would be correct. But in terms of
right.
doubt, no.
Yeah. So So in terms of this, with regard to any generic God, then I don't make an explicit rejection because I have no idea. With regards to the theological claims of this particular religion, they're bollocks. I absolutely reject that. They don't hold together. They're nonsense, and that's just how it looks to me. So we get back to the same point, which is that according to this theology, I deserve to be punished for not finding this stuff convincing, and that's morally ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I can completely understand the position, but however, I think every standard that we kind of uphold to is reflective of that. Even the way we operate with any type of societal structures, parental advisory, anything of this kind is completely reflective of it. If with power, power invites these type of behaviors. With power, obviously comes boundary, rules, obedience. Those things all just naturally follow. Our government, the way we teach our children, what happens if they don't listen or reject, even if we're not like abusive to them, like the disciplinary aspect, like everything follows that type of ideology. So I'm not really sure why in only the case towards God it's rejected when pretty much everything we do follows that same.
Because all of those things that you're talking about can be explained without any reference to any religion or any gods. We have reasons for needing to cooperate in societies. We have reasons for wanting to guide our children. We have reasons for wanting to constrain the behavior of others for the protection of the greater good. These are all to be found elsewhere in the animal kingdom. Chimps and apes and other animals do this stuff too. We do it in a slightly more sophisticated way. But the instinct to cooperate and work well together wasn't invented by religion. Religion don't have a monopoly on cooperation and altruism and kindness and working it out together and surviving together. These things were happening for hundreds of thousands of years before religion came along and claimed to have all the answers. So I do not grant you that we owe this, that we're somehow standing on the shoulders of religion when we make rules or when we teach our kids how to be. That's absolutely preposterous.
Well, no. I'm not asserting that I'm not even justifying the state of religion. I'm not saying that I'm not justifying its trueness by any means. What I'm saying is when you hold a position towards something and your reasoning is predicated on something specific like that, it kind of, to me, doesn't make sense to assert this when the things that we do are reflective of that exact thing. Like there isn't an actual way for us to operate. Well, I'm not gonna say it's not a way. The ways that we have acted, they're all reflective of that exact behavior, like literally, like to the T. So it's like, how do we expect? Like, let's just put this into perspective. How do we, if even we act this way, and we're not omniscient, omnipresent beings? How would we even come to the conclusion or even consider the idea that if, quote unquote, if there was an omniscient, omnipresent being, that they wouldn't have the means to act that way as well? Like, why would that equal a non-just, like, that their state of being now comes into question, their nature's into question when we're doing the exact same that we're quite like, we're doing the same thing.
I want to make sure that I understand you, because I don't want to straw man your position. So allow me to repeat back what I think you just said and correct me if I've got it wrong. Okay. Are you saying why would we doubt the existence of some kind of organizing being given that we behave in that way ourselves? Is that what you're saying, or am I misunderstanding you?
No, I'm saying why would we use reasoning such as the one you gave to justify or to lean towards an idea that an existing omnipresent being couldn't be there when to me, it seems like that justification doesn't really follow when everything that how we operate in nature, even animals, follow this same type of pattern. So to me, I'm not really saying it justifies the case for an existence more. I'm morally saying that it doesn't seem to be good reasoning to use it as a reason to say that it's not the case.
Okay, well, maybe that's a sensible point to draw a line in the conversation, because it feels like we've come right back to where we were at the beginning, which is that with respect to a general God, I'm not making the claim that it's not the case. I'm open to it. I just have no evidence for it. I'm making the claim that the specific God of Christianity and the theology around that is not true, because we can quite obviously see that it's mythology. But in terms of a general theistic God, I remain open-minded. Skeptical, but open-minded. So thank you very much for coming in and being the first guest. I really appreciate your good faith engagement. Okay,
nice talking to you.
All the best. Keep well. Thanks. All right, there we go. That's how we have civilized conversations. We did have someone else in the TikTok queue, Major 7, who has just dropped out, not there anymore. So we will head over to the other queue, the YouTube queue, and we will hopefully get in Brenda Debates again, who we have spoken to before. Brenda, are you there? Possibly not. Might need to give a little shove to the audio setup there. It was often the way. Let's try that. Give me a second. 1 second. Let's get that on there and that on there. Brenda, are you there? Brenda Debates.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Let me just get your name up on the thing. We have spoken before.
We have.
Brenda Debates.
I wanted to re-engage on that issue because I felt that I wasn't able to be heard.
Okay, well, oops, I've spelled your name wrong. Forgive me. Let me correct that. Brenda Debates. We spoke on the 7th of July last time. There we go. Right, well, welcome in. Hopefully you will feel that you are able to be heard today, or tonight. So what's your position with respect to?
I object to the prompt.
Right.
I object to the prompt.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Is atheism a proposition?
No.
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 No. Says who?
Well, you asked me and I'm talking, so it would obviously be me, wouldn't it? It says me. So a proposition is a statement that has truth value. Atheism is not a statement that has a truth value. It's the condition of not being persuaded that a particular claim is true. It's not a proposition.
Right. So then it follows that atheism cannot be true.
Correct. It cannot be true.
Right.
That is also true. Atheism cannot be true or false.
Right.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're just not saying anything interesting. You're just reporting the state, your psychological state, and your state is you're unconvinced that theism is true. Somebody else could easily say that
they have a different view.
Somebody else could say that theism is itself also a psychological state,
and they would be correct. I would heartily agree with them, and I would congratulate them for understanding the issue with a bit more clarity than most people we speak to.
And they could say that theism cannot be wrong.
And I would heartily agree with them.
I cannot be wrong. If I'm hungry, right, that's not a truth value. I'm either hungry or I'm not.
Now he gets it. Well done. That's exactly it. So I'm trying to have conversations that encourage a slightly more sophisticated way of understanding these things. Now, what can be wrong or right are the specific claims that people may make. So if somebody makes a claim, there is a God, then that claim could be right or wrong. And if somebody makes the claim, there is no God, then that claim could be right or wrong. Of course, that is it. But the reason why I run this prompt is that there's actually a second meaning, which is actually much more interesting, which is the moral meaning of wrong, which is, can it be wrong morally to be an atheist? Can it be wrong to not have a belief in a God?
Well, I don't think it can be wrong to to positively assert that God doesn't exist, even even in a world where God does exist.
Yeah.
I don't see any moral problem with saying that God does not exist.
Sounds like you
I
and
don't
I
see how it would be.
are in hearty agreement then.
Well, the disagreement is I think it's a trivial question. It's not interesting, and it's misleading to both theists and atheists to make this
When
to
you
put this out there. It
right,
misleads them into
okay,
thinking that atheism is just a psychological state. It's not.
and yet it
It
is.
is. It is.
And yet it is.
No, well, not
So
in philosophy. It's not.
let's have a look at whether your claim that it's irrelevant or trivial stands up. Right? Do you know what the statistics are on religious trauma in the US?
Religious what?
Trauma.
Trauma.
Yeah. Do you know? Have you heard the
No, I
phrase
don't.
religious trauma? Is this something you've heard of before?
No, it actually I've not heard of that.
Okay,
before.
that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So religious trauma is a type of mental injury, a kind of emotional injury inflicted as a result of prolonged exposure to damaging religious ideas, like ideas around shame and unworthiness and fear of hell, and all the sort of the package of kind of traumatizing religious ideas that many people are exposed to. And research done by Sherm and published in a reasonably in a very highly respected journal of sociology suggested that something like around 30% of people in the United States will at some point in their life experience PTSD-like religious trauma symptoms, and these come from the package of beliefs that normally go along with certain religions: fear of hell, feelings of not being good enough, feelings of shame, feelings of unworthiness, feelings of not being a good enough human being because they're told human beings are sinners, and all of this sort of silly nonsense. And at the heart of all of it is this notion that not believing is wrong, that not believing various theological claims is a falling away from what's good. It's a moral dereliction. It's a failure, a moral failure. And so the reason why I push back hard on your claim that this is trivial is that it's actually really important to be able to find effective ways of messaging to people to say your lack of belief isn't wrong. It can't be wrong because your lack of belief is involuntary. If you are not persuaded by the claims of this religion or any religion, then belief is actually impossible, and therefore it's morally wrong to condemn you for it.
It's possible to. I think it's possible. It's certainly possible to have the positive belief that the proposition G, God exists, is it fails to meet its truth value. It fails or propositions either succeed or fail, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
The proposition that God exists could easily fail. And it seems to me that there's plenty of secular trauma out there also.
Well, that may be the case, but you can't fight every fire in the world. This is my particular lane. My interest is in belief, and my interest is in the morality of religious belief, and systems that criminalize non-belief. That's my if you like, area of speciality. I've written a book on it. It's the thing that I organize my life around promoting. So I would gently push back. In fact, I would strongly push back on your claim that this is a trivial thing to say. I think it's really important. And I hear all the time from people who tell me that this type of messaging helps them to not feel bad and not feel shameful and not feel unworthy and not feel deserving of punishment. Would you agree with me that that's a worthwhile end to pursue?
I think that yes, that is all correct. That people should not be ashamed of their beliefs. That people can have whatever beliefs that they have, and that they should, at least in principle, be able to defend their beliefs, at least to some extent. We can't defend all of our beliefs. There's probably beliefs that I have that I cannot defend, beliefs that you have that you just accept as brute facts or just without evidence. I think people have beliefs without evidence a lot more than they like to think they do.
I think you're probably right.
It's not a reflection of a lack of moral character.
I completely agree.
This or that religion.
Well, I want to congratulate you. It sounds like yeah, it sounds like you're largely in agreement with everything I'm saying. So I appreciate that.
I still am uncomfortable with the prompt because I still feel that it misleads people. However, I see your point. I see
I
your
appreciate
point.
that. Yeah, I
And I
appreciate
don't
that.
have much more to say on that, right?
Great. Well, I hope you feel better heard this time than last time, and I appreciate the
Yeah.
engagement.
Are you aware that I am, in fact, actually an atheist?
I'm not aware of it at all. No,
Right.
and in a way, it's outside of the scope.
I
But
wasn't
yeah,
able to get that across last time,
sure.
and the objection is it feels to me like a a a, a separation from what I consider the proper philosophical context. It's perfectly possible to say that theists have failed to meet their burden to show that theism, the
Yeah.
proposition God exists, is
Yeah.
true, and that's
Yeah.
a success failure metric.
Yeah,
And that
we quite
often
often run that actual topic here on the debate. We will quite often say that.
Okay.
A couple of nights ago, I said something like, sometimes I run your God is imaginary, or prove your God exists, or stuff like that. And then that's exactly the conversation we have along those lines. And I will use exactly the same terminology that you just did.
Okay.
That theists have failed to justify their claims and to meet the burden of evidence implied by them. I completely agree with you.
Well, I'm going to. I don't see any reason to hold you up any longer.
Appreciate
and
it.
I appreciate the talk, and I appreciate the chance to resolve any disagreements that we had.
Always good to do that.
Okay.
Thanks, Brenda. All the best. Bye-bye. All right, we will move on and get to Rach, looks like, on TikTok, coming in right now. And then we're going to check in on the bingo, because we got 12 calls on the bingo. Oh, my. Goodness me. Hi, Rach. How are you?
Hi, John. How you doing?
I am good. What have you got to say?
So why are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist because there is no evidence for any gods, and therefore the lack of evidence leaves me unconvinced. I have no choice. I never chose to be an atheist, and in fact, no one ever did. There is not a person alive who has ever been a person alive who chose to be an atheist or who chose to be a theist. It's literally not possible to make that choice. So I'm an atheist because of the lack of evidence.
Yeah, well, I'm totally 100% with you on that.
Okay,
100%.
well then I appreciate your call in, but it is a debate stream, hence opposition only, written in clearly above me. So I appreciate your calling in. Should have called in last night when we had the After Hours show, which is the call in and have a chat and tell me how much you agree with me show. That was last night, but you're 24 hours late, Rach. So call us back another time on a Friday when we're running the After Hours show.
But lovely talking to you. And you. Yeah. All right. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was fairly straightforward. Okay, we're going to have a look at the bingo, and we've got a couple of super chats in which we will read, and then we'll get some guests in. I see we have Grez, the dent head, in the queue, but Grez, it's a debate night, my friend, and you and I are in agreement about this stuff. So last night would have been the night for you to call in, but tonight isn't the one. Okay, let's have a look at 12 calls on the bingo and see what is going on with this. 12 in one conversation. Let's see, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a couple. So PVG called "You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist" with Scott Pilgrim fan. Fair enough. PVG is always on the case, and then PVG said "You need faith." That came up too, and the Queen Beach called "Read it in context." I'm not sure if we actually got a read it in context then, because I don't think we were really talking about any specific scriptures. But maybe it was when I was talking about. Maybe it was maybe that was his appeal when I started talking about the verses in the Bible that talk about non-belief condemning you. I'm going to allow that just because. Why not? Somebody told me that the England are 2 goals up against France. That's quite good. And the Queen Beach said, called personal incredulity. I didn't hear an argument there from personal incredulity, so we'll save that for now, because there's going to be one of those later for sure. I'm pretty confident that there will. And Queen Beach called "Everyone Knows God Exists." I can't remember if he really said that. I'm not sure if he did. Maybe we won't allow that one. PBG called free will. We'll allow that. There was an allusion towards it, certainly. And Queen Beach, no morality without God. There was definitely a hint of that going on. PBG said, without God, life is meaningless. Again, he sort of intimated towards it. I'm not quite sure he quite got there. But we'll allow it anyway. Why not? And Queen Beach said, crying about the meta with Brenda. Yeah, there was a bit, even though it was relating to a previous call, not this one. And PBG said the same thing, but was just pipped at the post. And Queen Beach said, Philbro babble. I don't think there was Philbro babble. You'll recognise a Philbro babble when you hear it. It's hard to miss. And PBG said, I used to be an atheist. Brenda Debate said that they still are an atheist. So we will move on from that. So that's the state of the bingo. And let's have a look what's going on in the world of Super Chats. This came in from Gordon Loves Science, our dear friend. Gordon, we love you. This was actually at the end of last night's stream, and I think I might have ended the stream just before reading it. But fortunately now my Super Chat aggregator allows me to keep them between streams so as not to miss them. So this was at the end of last night's stream. It came in at 4 a.m., 4:03 a.m. in my time. And Gordon said, John, I think the Unconvinced After Hours stream is great. My favourite of all your streams. I wish it was on every Friday night, and because I no longer follow my previous religion, I am free on Friday evenings. Maybe I did read that, because I remember speaking about this last night and saying I'd love to do it every week. It's just really, really physically tiring to do an all-nighter on Thursday and then do another, basically ended up being pretty much an all-nighter on Friday and then another one on Saturday. So I kind of pace myself by doing that one every other week. But it was really popular. A lot of people called in last night. At one point, there was like 15 people in the call queue or something last night. Smaller numbers in the audience, quite a lot less than the debate streams, but really, really great engagement. I absolutely loved it. And I understand what you mean, Gordon. It was such a lovely vibe, wasn't it? We were all just hanging out and talking and chatting and asking questions and considering stuff. And it is, our space is never better than when we're doing that. So I totally understand what you mean. Maybe I'll figure out a way to make it a weekly thing. And Shadowslay, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the chat yesterday. Was a great use of my free will. You used your free will really well to join for that, and it was good fun. It really was lovely. And also from Shadowslay, nice prompt. Are you saying you are not wrong about your lack of belief? Yeah, I'm saying it can't be wrong. A lack of belief can't be right or wrong. It's just not believing something. It could be that in the act of not believing something, you're missing out on some information, but you're not making a claim. And you have to be making a claim for it to be right or wrong. And then there's the whole moral side of it. So I'm sure we'll get into it many more times tonight. And actually, Mark C says, it's great to hear you discuss religious trauma tonight. I suffered quite severely for 8 years after deconverting. I'd love to share my story one day in the hope that it could help others. Well, I'd love you to share your story, Mark. So maybe give us a call on one of the after hours shows. And I am going to be collecting people to interview for my next book, which is about leaving faith and about deconstructing and deconverting and stuff. So you might want to share your story there. So yeah, keep in touch. Watch out for the next after hours show. I can't tell you exactly when it's going to be because I'm leaving the country for a couple of weeks on Tuesday. And then the whole schedule, if you're that way inclined, is going to be a little bit up in the air. But yeah, keep an eye out and definitely give us a call on one of the after hour shows, and we'd love to hear your story as well. So thank you for that. Okay, well, the call queues are currently empty. So if you would like to get in on the conversation, this is the moment. Let's just get rid of that last name there because we've got Rach on there. That's silly. Yeah, this is the moment to call in. If you're listening on TikTok, like God's Demon, who are about to get in, then just hit request. And if you are on YouTube, then just follow the clickable link in the description of the show, and we'll get you in. So we're going to just bring in God's Demon right now. God's Demon, good name. Hey, God's Demon, how are you?
What's good, brother?
Good.
I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent. Welcome in. So my claim, as you can see, is atheism can't be wrong. How would you respond to that?
Well, I don't know if you're only taking oppositions, but I am a fellow atheist. I just wanted to hear, your standpoint on it, maybe. I know it might take a while for you to like explain. Maybe you don't want to, but yeah.
So it is. We tend to sort of guard the the keep it on a debate stream thing pretty well, because otherwise it's unfair to the people who've been turned away. But I will just tell you exactly right now that my take on this is atheism can't be wrong because it's not making a positive claim. So a statement has to be making a claim about reality in order to be capable of being wrong. And just saying I'm not convinced about something, it can't be right or wrong. It's just a position. Now, somebody could say, well, if you're not convinced a God exists, you're missing out on some important information about the world. And that may well be true. It is completely possible that there may be a God, and my lack of conviction that a God exists could reflect some sort of missing out on important information on my part. But until I say there is no God, or I believe there is no God, at that point I could be wrong. But atheism in its purest form is literally just not being convinced that a God exists, and that can't be wrong or right. It's just a position of belief. There we are, and he's dropped down. But yeah, I appreciate that, allowing me to clarify that. So we are now going to head over and get in Mr. Biscuit. That's a great name. And we will make sure that the audio is all doing what it's supposed to do. And we will bring in Mr. Biscuit. Hey, how are you?
How you been?
Very, very good indeed. How are you?
I'm doing great. So
Good.
you're saying that, here, hold this. Sorry, helping my daughter out.
Sure.
You're saying that atheism cannot be false. Atheism, in my estimation, is an affirmation of a universal negative. Do you disagree?
Yeah. And I didn't say it can't be false. I said it can't be wrong. And the wording is quite important here. So I'm not making an affirmation of a universal negative. I'm just saying somebody told me a story. I'm not convinced it's true. That's it. For me, that's what atheism in its sort of minimum form means. You can go further, and you can start making affirmations of universal negatives, but that would be starting to add on the optional extras that aren't entailed by just the word itself. At its core, atheism is just not being a theist, right? You either are a theist or you're not one, and I'm not a theist. That's it.
Here's the reason that I would agree more with Dr. Graham Oppy when he said that atheism is saying a bit more than that. Atheism is theism, so it has to negate theism on both the qualitative and the quantitative side. And so that's really like theism is the affirmation of a particular positive, and so the universal and the negative is the antithesis of both the qualitative and the quantitative.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, if we're talking about that form of logic there. So the atheist is saying something not just about their psychological state, they're saying something about the world, right? So
Sure.
Otherwise, the theist and the atheist have nothing to talk about.
Sure, I understand what you're saying.
Sorry,
but
my daughter's out there playing right now.
No, that's okay. That's okay. It's a pretty bad signal, unfortunately. But let's try and persist. So I understand what you're saying. Even if we were to extend it beyond just a statement about one's belief, and we were to kind of broaden the scope a little bit, are you familiar with the distinction between like weak atheism and strong atheism?
Yeah, weak atheism is all that's left anymore. Strong atheists had an argument in favor of atheists, but that I think was very difficult to maintain. And so the remaining atheists that are really doing work today are content really to just.
I don't really think it's about that. I don't think it's about that. It's really actually much more fundamental than this, right? If you have a belief, then and I don't share your belief. That's a completely different position from me actively rejecting your belief. So if I mean, I can even show you. I don't know if you'll be able to see this on the. Oh, go
ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to show you something on the screen, but I'm not sure if you're able to see it. Here we go. So I've got some a way of denoting this symbolically on the screen. So if P is the proposition that God exists, then BP means that you have a belief in P, and negative BP means you don't have a belief in P. And then the third position is B negative P, which is a belief in the negation of P. That is a completely different position to negative BP. And so it's actually a much more nuanced position to say, you have a belief, I just don't share it. I'm not affirming the negation. And that's
right.
That's the difference between those two positions. Do you see that?
Yeah. The issue is that theists are not arguing against the psychological state of the atheist. They actually affirm it. So if an atheist says, I don't believe in God, the theist is just going to say, I agree, you don't believe in God.
That's
and
fine.
If a theist says, I believe in, if a theist says, I believe in God, the atheist is going
I
to
understand.
say, I agree,
I've already granted. I've already granted
it,
that we can broaden the scope beyond someone's psychological position. But I still want you to. I still want you to understand the difference in the position between I don't believe in a God and I believe there are no gods.
Well, I mean, both of those, like in categorical logic, you don't have to say the word I believe. It's already assumed that you believe it because you said it, right? So you can just say there are no gods, and people aren't going to say, oh, you have some proof. It's what you're saying about the world, and you can either defend it
but then we do come back to belief, right? Because atheism is really just a position about what you don't believe. Some people would say it's even silly to have a word for it. I remember Sam Harris arguing for that many years ago. I happen not to agree with him about this. I think it's useful to have a signifier for this, but we don't have a special word for people who don't believe in astrology. We don't have a special word for people who don't believe in fairies. They just are not convinced of that claim. And so, to me, it's completely reasonable to say...
What's strange is that you take atheism from saying something about the universe to saying something about yourself, right? So atheism isn't about yourself. It's about the way the universe works.
It's about what you think. It's about what you think about the universe and what you don't think about the universe. So it's a response to hang on. It's a response to somebody else making a claim. So if you tell me that you have a magic dragon and I say I'm not convinced you do, then I'm saying I don't have a belief that you do. I'm not saying I do have a belief that you don't. It's still about reality. It's just a slightly more nuanced way of communicating our feelings about it.
I guess what I meant is, like, imagine a world where I said, I believe before every statement. Like, so the preface to every statement doesn't have to be I believe, because we take for granted that someone believes what they're saying, unless we have a predisposition to the contrary or evidence of the contrary. That's H.P. Grice's cooperative principle. So if we're abiding by the rules of the cooperative principle, we just assume you believe it because you said it.
Sure.
But you're saying that, atheism, instead of being, and I think this might go down to the crux of the difference between weak atheism and strong atheism. The atheism used to say, I'm declaring something about the world, right? I'm saying that the world and the universe do not include gods, right? But now you're saying that instead of saying that, we're just adding I believe to that in order to kind of...
I'm saying somebody said a thing, I don't find it convincing. That's what I'm saying. Somebody said a thing.
Don't find it convincing.
Somebody said a thing, I'm not persuaded of it. And then we can get into why. And I would say, well, because it's not met its burden of proof, that there's a certain degree of evidence that would be required to warrant belief in this thing. And it has not so far been presented. We get into the discussion about why I remain unconvinced. But I don't have to be making a positive claim about reality in order to have a valid position here, do I?
That's fair. No, what you're saying is completely fair. I've had a conversation with Graham Oppie. That's not a flex. I'm going to post it on my channel. But I agree with him that a lot of atheists who say that, they're trying to avoid having the burden of proof for making a statement about the universe. Like, you want to say, I don't believe there is a God, as opposed to saying there isn't a God, because when you say there isn't a God, someone can say, what makes you feel that way? And so with the way that you're doing it, it's like you can just kind of sit, comfortably in the armchair and dismiss, a slew of arguments, the majority of which you might have some cursory understanding of.
Wait. Hang on. Slow down. So I don't do this. I don't do this to strategically avoid a burden of proof. I do it because it's legitimately the position I hold. So if we're going to say for any deity, I would say I'm open-minded, but the time to believe something is when there's evidence, and I haven't had any, so I have no choice. I am compelled to not be convinced of this because of the lack of convincing evidence for me. If we're going to talk about hang on. If we're going to talk about specific gods, then I will go further. And if we're going to talk about, say, the God of Christianity, I will say, I believe that God doesn't exist. I believe these stories are false. And I'll take a slightly stronger position. But in terms of, that's not what atheism is. Atheism is just a position of not being a theist. And it is a perfect dichotomy. It's completely exhaustive and complete set of a subset of all human beings is that people are either theists, believing that a God or gods exist, or they're not. And I fall into the latter group.
What I'm saying, so there's a possibility that Shaquille O'Neal is in my house right now because I'm in my backyard, right? I can't completely disprove without going into my house that Shaquille O'Neal isn't in there. But because of a lack of evidence, I don't have any evidence that Shaq is in there. I can tell you, hey, you know what? I don't believe that Shaq's not in my house. Just say locally, Shaq's not in my house. So until I have, and it's the same thing like with an apple. If I don't have evidence that an apple is on my desk, I'm not going to say I don't believe there's an apple on my desk. I'm going to say there's not an apple on my desk, and everyone's going to understand that I believe it. So I think it's a strange move. I don't think that it's a completely irrational, completely illogical move, but I think it's a strange move. If you don't have any evidence of God, just say there isn't a God.
But the thing is, that's not my position. Surely you would prefer me to be honest. And so my position is I have no idea whether there's a God or not. I have no idea. There may be one, there may not be one. I don't know.
If you have no idea, if you have no idea, I think that would be a state of withholding called agnosticism. If you really have no idea either way.
Obviously, agnosticism has been used to denote that historically. But nowadays, you will know that it's more used to describe whether you're making a claim to knowledge about something or belief. And it's a way of distinguishing, because you can be an agnostic theist, you could be an agnostic theist, or you could be a Gnostic theist, or you could be a Gnostic atheist, or an agnostic atheist. It's about what you're claiming to know.
There is a difference. There is a difference between strong and weak agnosticism as well, because the strong agnostic would say there is no way of knowing, period. And they would have arguments in favor of there being no way of knowing. And the contemporary agnostic is just in a state of withholding pending evidence, not necessarily saying that there is no evidence for such a
my position for what it's worth is that I have no idea whether there's a way of knowing or not. Certainly, I would say that if there is an all-powerful God who exists, you could infer that it would be quite strange if one of the limitations of that God's abilities was letting its creations know that he's there, right? So if a God exists, it seems likely to me that the argument there's no way of knowing is probably false, but I don't know that for sure.
That's fair. And I think that I am a strong theist talking to a weak agnostic, in my estimation. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say a weak agnostic. I would say a weak atheist with regard to any gods in principle, and a strong atheist with regard to certain gods. Like, I'm sure you and I would agree that the gods of the Greek pantheon, we could say fairly confidently that we think those gods don't exist. We would probably be in agreement about that. And I feel the same. I feel the same way about the Norse gods, and I feel the same way about the God of Abraham and Isaac. That God is a made-up story in mythology. But if we get to sort of general theism, I have no idea. It might exist. A God might exist. A God might not exist. I'm genuinely not taking a position either way because I don't know. I'm not saying I can't know. I'm saying I don't know. And so the only intellectually honest thing for me to do is report how I perceive this. And the way I perceive it is I'm open-minded, but the time to believe it is when I become convinced of it by evidence presented. And at that point, I'll have no choice but to be convinced by it. If I'm presented with evidence that convinces me, there won't be any choice, and I will be a theist.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. I hope that you and I can have a longer dialogue. I really appreciate having dialogues with people like you who listen and engage, and it gets my mind going. So I appreciate your channel.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for calling in. Keep well.
Absolutely. You have
Take
a good
it
one.
easy. And you. Bye-bye. Bye. All right, there we go. You can get a little bit into the weeds on these things sometimes, getting a bit technical about what we mean by words, but I think it's important to just be able to describe your position and not worry about the labels too much. That's my view on it. Okay, we're going to get Major 7 in next, and we'll bring them in right now and see what they're saying. They were in the queue earlier on, so hopefully we'll be able to pick up some conversation. Hey, Major 7, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Is this an allusion to the musical a musical term?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
It
and
is.
if you invert the chord, so you put the third in the bass and you add a ninth in, it's just delicious. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Atheism cannot. I was here earlier. I left. I had a
Yeah.
conversation in another live. I came back.
Well, welcome back.
You were talking to Scott Pilgrim last time I was on here, but
Yeah.
and I sounded like you were saying the wrong in your prompt. Maybe was more directed to like a moral wrong.
It deliberately has a double meaning, and I quite enjoy talking about both meanings. For me, the moral one is more important, but the other one is like a kind of side issue, which is I just think people generally don't understand what atheism means, and they generally think that it's the declaration that there is no God. And for many people that may be the case, but at its core that is not what atheism is. Atheism is just not being a theist, and everyone in the world is either a theist or they're not one. And if you're not a theist, then you're an atheist, and the bare minimum of what you need to qualify that is not being a theist. And that doesn't mean that you're declaring there are no gods. It just means you haven't been convinced that there are any. And that can't be wrong, because it's just, you're not making any claims about reality at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say I totally see where you're coming from. You know, like I actually, because I got some, Christian friends, and they'll like maybe turn down like a certain.
Are you still there? Because we've lost your sound.
Am I still here?
You're back now, but yeah, I don't know if it's a signal thing, but yeah, we got you back now. Try again. Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Is it? I could see the red bars near my name. Okay. All right. So, yeah, like I think there's true and good reasons people, hold various positions, including atheism, maybe Buddhism, Islam. It's like I think people, I find it kind of wrong to hide away in your own little thing that you have, maybe your religion or your worldview, etc., and just kind of put everyone else in this box of like they have no idea what in the world that they're talking about or thinking. They're completely, utterly lost. Yeah, I'm not in that type of a world.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you.
Well, if you're calling in to agree, then I will say thank you. Is there an element of what I'm saying that you don't agree with? Because it says above my head, debate stream, opposition only. So I'm inviting people to come in who have a different view to me, and we can litigate those differences.
So yeah, I would think atheism is not like the most, like the best belief or the best worldview, better yet to say.
It isn't a worldview at all. It's just not being persuaded of one particular claim. In the same way that some people think that homeopathy works, and some people don't believe that homeopathy works. They're not persuaded by the claims, and therefore they don't think that homeopathy works. We don't have a special word for people who aren't persuaded that homeopathy works. But it's not a worldview. It's just a position on one topic. That's what atheism is. It's a position on one topic. It isn't a worldview.
Is it a part of a worldview?
I mean, arguably, it could be a part of a worldview, but you'll find that in the set of people who are atheists, you'll find people across the political spectrum, you'll find people across the ideological spectrum, you'll find people who believe in souls, people who don't believe in souls, people who believe in ghosts and goblins and people who don't. You'll find people who are materialists and people who are not. You'll find people who are idealists and people who aren't. And it's a very, very broad category. It's literally just, it's like saying, is supporting a particular political idea a worldview? I mean, maybe that's closer to a worldview, I guess, but it's literally just a position on one question. Is it part of a worldview? Maybe, but it can be for some people. But at its heart, it's just hearing a claim, hearing something that someone said, and going, I don't find that convincing.
Sure. I guess I would just end by, or maybe not end, but I guess I would just say, like, I do think it can be like a wrong inference about the universe, reality, life, etc.
You think it could be making a wrong inference, did you say?
Yeah, I do think it can. If that comes against your prompt, then I think it has the potentiality of it's potentially wrong. Yeah.
I would grant, the most I would grant is that someone who's an atheist could be missing out on some important information. So that the lack of being, like, if I say right now I don't believe that it's raining outside my house. That doesn't mean that I think it's not raining. I don't know whether it's raining or not. So because I don't know, I don't think it's raining. Now, if it turned out that it was raining, then me saying I currently don't believe it's raining, I don't believe it's raining, and I don't believe it's not raining. I just don't know whether it's raining or not. I haven't looked outside the window and I don't know. I could be missing out on important information. If it turns out that it is raining, then I'm just lacking in that knowledge about the fact that it's raining. But I wouldn't be wrong, because I'm not saying I believe it's not raining. I'm just saying I don't know. And so because I don't know, I don't hold the belief it's raining. And so it's more like that. So if there is a God, let's say it turns out there is a God, well, that would just mean that there's some important fact about the universe that I haven't learnt yet.
Mm-hmm.
That would be it.
Right.
There's lots of facts about the universe that I haven't learnt yet. It would just be another one of those.
So you would distinguish it from the positive claim that there is no such thing as God.
Correct. And that would be like a subset. So there are some atheists who go one step further and they say there are no gods. The number of gods is 0. That's like atheism plus. That's strong atheism. It's a different thing. That's not necessarily the position I hold. I do hold it with respect to certain specific gods. I don't think Jesus exists. I don't think Thor or Zeus or the Hindu pantheon of gods exist. I feel fairly confident saying those things don't exist. They're made up stories, because we know that mythology does exist, and we know that lots of things are myths, and we know that all of these competing religious claims can't all be true because they contradict each other. So at least some of them are false. And if at least some of them are false, it seems completely feasible that all of them are false. And we have plenty of reasons to think they are. So with respect to those specific gods, I feel confident to say I believe those gods do not exist. Could be wrong, but I believe they don't exist. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Cool. All right. Well, maybe that's it. Are we there? I think maybe we've kind of got to a point. What do you think?
I mean, I'm here contemplating the implications of because I heard you talking before with the guest, a couple guests prior, but how Christianity is treats this mental belief as a moral decision.
Yeah.
I would probably disagree that that's the case with Christianity.
Really? Have you read the
Mhm.
Bible?
I have. Yep.
Have you read John 3:18?
Yeah.
What does John 3:18 say?
3:16, 3:17, 3:18 for
Yeah.
he. I think it's for he.
It's just after all the good stuff about how much God so loved the world. Hang on,
Mhm.
let me find the right one because I'm doing the wrong one right now. It is this one. It's here. This is what John 3:18 says. It says, "Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already, because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God." This is literally saying, if you don't believe this stuff, you're condemned. It's a crime. Condemned means you've done something wrong and you're going to be punished for not believing something, for not being convinced of something. And this theme comes up a few more times in the Bible, elsewhere in the New Testament, in the book of Mark, you get the same thing, and in Revelation as well, you get the same thing. So the Bible's pretty clear about this, and Jesus talks about it too elsewhere in the book of Matthew, sorting the parable of the weeds and saying, what's going to happen to people who are not faithful, and all the gnashing of teeth and wailing that's going to happen. Bible's pretty clear.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, but I think it still stands like what you said, like for people who, because I mean, if you take that verse, for instance, I think it was John the Baptist, or no, maybe it was Christ in John 3:18, right? It was Jesus.
He's talking to Nicodemus.
Yeah, and there was another similar verse, I think, when John the Baptist, maybe in Mark, where he says something similar.
Mark 16:16. He says something similar. He says, and he adds the requirement to be baptized as well.
Christ or John? Is it John the Baptist?
I think so, but it's in the book of Mark, and yeah, you have to believe and you have to be baptized, and you are condemned if you don't do both of those things.
So I think there is an element of reading it as it pertains to like the gospel story. So like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the life of Christ, right? The ministry of Christ in among the Jews. And like there's a part in somewhere in the Gospels where it says like, woe are you, and he's talking to the city that he had visited, and he said, woe to you, for if the signs and wonders which were done in you were done in, I think, Sodom and Gomorrah, or in Sodom, he says they would have repented long ago. And then he also speaks to Thomas at the end where he like allegedly rose from the dead, right?
But what's the point though? Without needing to get into a long Bible study, what's the point that these things establish?
So I mean, it might not be unreasonable to say that it's referring to those who were about to experience firsthand the ministry of the Son of God in the flesh, and to see it, like what you were saying before, you just simply aren't convinced, and there might be some element of life, some knowledge, some piece of information that you're lacking, and maybe there is, and maybe that element was bright and clear and made known to the people of that writing, the context, the verse you're pulling out. And so, like, to see the Son of God, Christ, in the flesh, right, and to deny him would be like a moral evil. That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, but then the book of Revelation continues the theme, doesn't it, and says that the apistos, which is the faithless, that would be me, are going to be grouped together with the liars and murderers and idolaters and all the worst of society and thrown in a burning lake. So at least I know what's in store for me later. And I think it's very hard to to read the Bible and not come away from the New Testament with the idea that if you don't believe the right things about Jesus and you're not in the right relationship with him, a relationship of being grateful and supplicant and accepting this great sacrifice that apparently was made, that none of us asked for, and that wasn't actually a sacrifice because he just had a bad weekend and then he was back at it again on Monday, that if you don't believe the right things about that you're going to have a problem, which is where the whole idea of salvation comes from. Salvation means you're going to be saved from something bad. And the something bad happens to you if you don't have the right relationship. And you can't have the right relationship if you don't believe. So however we might frame it, however we might squint and look at it differently, it's still the case that that's what the Bible says. And I just think that's really immoral. I think it's a horrible thing to tell people. I think it's a horrible thing to teach people. And that's why I push back against it. But I appreciate you coming in, Major 7. And I like your harmony. I like Major 7. Major 7's good. Happy kind of thing.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Keep well. Thanks. Take care. All right. We're going to move on and get Solomon in next. But we're just going to very quick check in on the bingo and a couple of messages. And then we'll get Solomon up. And we have spoken to Solomon before, so we will see what he's saying. Queen Beach called Words Don't Mean Words with Mr. Biscuit. We will have that. Espresso Jack called Personal Incredulity with Mr. Biscuit. I didn't hear an argument from personal incredulity with him. That's a very specific type of thing. When someone is saying, because I don't understand this other thing must happen. I don't really think that's what he was arguing for. He was arguing for a slightly different type of theological argument around belief and philosophical argument, I should say. So we'll pass on that one. And Philbro Babble, he was. I don't think it was Philbro Babble. Again, you'll know Philbro Babble. It may be a different type of Philbro Babble is the young guys who come in with all the little funny word games and go ahead and all of that sort of stuff, trying to kind of work out in front of everyone. That's what that's all about. Okay, so we will get Solomon in. We'll just read a couple of quick super chats first. Daniel said, grew up Christian, and I know firsthand the guilt they drill deep into you if you even think of straying away. Thank you for your wisdom, John. Well, thank you. I don't claim to have any wisdom at all, just thinking out loud with you guys. But thank you. I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you so much. And while we were speaking to Mr. Biscuit, Philo said he's proving that God exists by not understanding atheism. I think that's probably fairly true. That's what did seem to be happening there. And Docs and Greenlight, thank you, friend. Mr. Biscuit, time to shake off the colonizers' programming. Ouch. To this day, it's been used to justify all the evils of systemic oppression. Wake up, man. Got it. Nailed. I completely agree. It breaks my heart to consider what that man's ancestors went through. And last one before we get Solomon in, John O'Neill said, John, Matt Dillahunty's in the chat if you want to ask him to co-host tonight. Well, I would not presume on Matt to come up here, but of course he would always be welcome. And I had so much fun co-hosting with Matt on the line a couple of weeks ago. Hope that we get a chance to do that again. It was awesome. And Matt knows how much I respect and like him. So I would not presume to ask him to give up his evening off, though. But Matt, if you're there, hi, friend. Great to have you around. Okay, let's get in Solomon and see what's going on. Hi, Solomon.
Hey, how's it going, man? How are you?
It's going very well indeed. We spoke last time at the end of June, so welcome back. Thanks for coming back in.
Yes.
And the floor is yours.
No worries.
What would you like to say?
Yeah, don't worry. Coco is sleeping, so.
All right. Yes, Coco. Yeah, we now it's coming together now. Coco caused all sorts of problems, didn't Coco? Right. Okay. Well, I'm pleased that Coco is going to be good this time. We can pick up where we were. We can start fresh. My claim is atheism can't be wrong. What do you say?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Let's start fresh. I know last time wasn't good. Is it all right if I do a quick prayer just so this conversation is meaningful and fruitful?
No. You can pray. You can pray afterwards. We don't need your prayers here. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you wouldn't mind. It's just a quick prayer, just for myself, if that's okay.
You can pray silently to yourself, but my audience some of them spent years getting away from that kind of twaddle, and people don't need it here. Then they haven't come here to get involved in prayer. So have a quick pray to yourself if you think it's going to help you. Some people would agree you're going to need it. Do what you need to do, and when you're finished, let us know.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be like 10 seconds. It wouldn't be that long.
All right. I'm waiting for a few moments later. What shall we do while he's praying, everyone?
Dear Lord, I hope you touch John's heart.
Oh, no. We're not having any of that. That can fuck right off. No. You can pray in your own head, but you're not coming in here to do a dear Lord, I hope you touch John's anything. My body parts are remaining untouched today. When you've finished praying, you can unmute yourself and come back in and do it reasonably quickly if you would, because, we don't have all day. What should we do? Should we play I Spy? I Spy with my little eye, something beginning with bollocks. Solomon, you're going to have to do better than this, mate. It's a little bit disrespectful for you to come up here and expect us to all sit around while you pray. So you should have prayed before coming in, and I hope your prayer's finished now. Let's get on with being actual adults, shall we?
Sure.
Okay.
And please, Lord, tickle him. No. Tickle him, Lord.
Off he goes. What a knob. Okay, there we go. What a total waste of time. We're going to get in Awo next. Honestly, really, I think I prefer the call with Coco. Justice for Coco. I absolutely love that. For anyone who missed it, last time Solomon was on, the conversation was not going well for him. And suddenly he had to abort because of animal attacks to do with Coco. It was chef's kiss. It was brilliant. Okay, so we'll get in Awo next. What a complete waste of time. Solomon, you should have done better than that, my friend. That was your time to speak, and you messed it up. Hi, Awo. It's up. It is up. And welcome in.
Yo, bro.
Yo, bro.
You're the best atheist ever, bro.
Thank you.
I'm an atheist too, bro.
Well, if you are an atheist too, then you're calling into the wrong show, I'm afraid, because we're looking for debate. We're looking for debate.
Say I love you, bro.
Okay, that's lovely. I love you too. It's really not difficult to read the words above my head, is it? Debate stream, opposition only. I love you for loving me. If you're authentically true about that, that's wonderful. But that's not what the audience are here to listen to. So thank you, but no thanks. Okay, we have VLKM. Is that a VLKM or a VKM? I can't even read it at this point.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm quite well, actually.
Good. 9787. Okay, well, welcome in. You can see what it says above my head. Atheism can't be wrong is the claim I'm making. And the floor is yours to respond.
So I have two major oppositions into this.
Sure. Let's start with one.
Yeah, we'll start with one of them.
Yeah.
The first one is I don't know if you're familiar with this term. It's abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis. Of course, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, but abiogenesis doesn't have anything to do with atheism.
Well, it actually does.
Nope.
Because
doesn't
you believe it has nothing to do with it.
No. Abiogenesis is the science around how organic life originated. And let's say, for argument's sake, that abiogenesis didn't exist, and the only thing we could say in response to how organic life originated was, we have no idea. Let's just imagine that's the case. Would that be evidence for a god?
It's impossible for life to occur from non-life in current
well, life is all made of non-life. You know that, right? This whole distinction between life and non-life is pretty silly. Every single atom in your body is not living. Every single molecule in your body is not living. Life is just life is just non-life configured in a certain way so that when chemistry acts on it, it behaves in a certain way with certain properties and does certain things and engages with its environment in certain ways, and we call those things life. This distinction between life and non-life is nonsense. But even if we grant that we don't understand how life could have started, let's just say we have no clue how life originated, would that be evidence for a God?
If we're 100% sure that life cannot come from non-life, yes.
Why? It could have come from aliens. It could have come from some sort of simulation. It could have come from some other sort of physical process that just generates living things. We have absolutely no idea. You don't get from we don't know how life started to my imaginary friend did it all. How have you excluded all the other candidate hypotheses?
I am currently 1 year away from getting a degree in I don't know how it's called in English, Jesus Christ. Molecular biology is what you'd call it in English, I suppose.
That's fantastic. How have you discounted all the other non-theistic candidate hypotheses as to the origins of life?
I am currently doing experiments on organic protein synthesis and pyrimidine and purine synthesis as well from non-organic matter.
I'm sure that you know a lot more about it than I do, because it's certainly not an area of speciality for me. But one thing I do know is that answering honestly the question of how did life begin with we don't currently know right now will never, ever, ever be evidence for a magic space wizard did it. There's never going to be able to connect those two positions.
Would you say that this, whatever you're saying right now, does not require more faith than actually believing into something that is much more probable to exist based on evidence we have? Keep in mind, I am not religious.
I'm delighted for you. There's no faith at all required in the position I hold, because I'm holding to a position of saying, I don't know.
Yet, why would you argue about it if you don't actually know?
Because it's an important subject that affects the lives of billions of people. And I think important subjects that have huge impacts on how we structure society, on what laws are made, on what's taught to kids, on how people are made to feel about themselves, those are things I care deeply about. And that's why I write about it. And that's why I talk about it.
You have to keep in mind, though, not every religious community is doing bad things. I don't think it should be completely excluded from society just because there's some kinds of people that exploit it in a way. There is some good to it. You can't deny it yourself.
I wouldn't deny it, and I never have denied it, and I don't know who you imagine you're speaking to, but it sounds a little like you're having a conversation with someone who isn't me, because I've never said religious communities do no good things. I've never said that they should all be banned or removed from society or any such nonsense. I think that there are lots of good things that are done by religious communities. But I don't think that any of those things can't also be done by non-religious communities. And I think that there's lots of bad that comes as a result of religious indoctrination, and religious thinking has demonstrable harms to people. It harms people's mental health, and it teaches them things very often which are demonstrably false. So I'm not a big fan of it, but I still think all of that has absolutely nothing to do with my prompt, which is atheism can't be wrong because it's not making any positive claims, and it can't be morally wrong because it can never be morally wrong to just not be convinced of something.
I mean, okay, you're getting back to the okay. I get what you're trying to say now.
I'm not trying to say anything. I just am saying things.
No. I got your point. I got your point. My second statement, so to say, is about consciousness in general. Yeah. How do you think consciousness appeared then?
Well, one thing we know is that consciousness seems to be something that happens as a result of brains operating. And there seems to be a very, very strong correlation between the complexity of the brain and the richness of the consciousness. We can infer that human beings have a richer conscious experience than, say, squirrels, and that squirrels have a richer conscious experience than worms, and that worms have a richer conscious experience than bacterial flagella. And so as you go through the sequence of brains becoming more and more complex, the kind of consciousness they're capable of producing follows that in a sort of linear way. So we know that consciousness is a thing that happens when brains operate. If you're asking me exactly, if you're asking me,
the brain.
Well, that would be a claim, but I don't think it survives much scrutiny because
That's not a claim.
that's lovely. But if you administer the right type of drugs or the right type of impact to a brain and change its physical configuration or its physical state, the consciousness is extinguished, either temporarily or permanently, depending on the quantity and the severity of the impact and stuff. So I don't think that claim survives much scrutiny. And the entire field of anesthesiology is predicated on the idea that making changes to the physical brain brings about changes in consciousness. It's not the other way round. We don't shush people off to sleep with a lullaby and then watch the brain change shape. We change the chemistry of the brain by the introduction of pharmaceuticals, and the consciousness disappears. And when we want the consciousness to come back again, we reconfigure the brain back to how it was before with the introduction of other pharmaceuticals or with the withdrawal of the previously mentioned pharmaceuticals, and boom, the consciousness seems to just return all by itself. So the claim that the brain is responding to consciousness is a one dualistic step too far for me.
Okay, because I am not extremely educated on this topic. After you're done with the stream, I don't want to force you to do anything right now. There's a certain very popular topic up on YouTube by a very famous doctor about consciousness actually not being in the brain. I don't want to explain it right now. If you wish to see it, you might have a slight change in belief about
I might,
it.
but I do live with a neuroscientist. I do live. My wife's a cognitive neuropsychologist, and she knows quite a lot about the connection between the brain and consciousness, and she would tell you right now that all of that stuff is a pile of old pants. So I have an expert on tap anytime I want to ask about these things, and she's very highly qualified and she knows what she's talking about, and she's a good enough authority for me when I have questions about these things.
She's a doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Well, there's no point in me arguing since you already have your mind set on that part. Okay, well.
Cool. Well, thanks for calling in.
Thank you too. Good
All
night.
Right. Take care. Right. There we go. We will get Church of James in next. Just a couple of things to attend to. Let's have a look at the bingo again. A few more calls coming in on the bingo. You guys are at it on the bingo. I love it. So Queen Beach, performative laughing with Solomon. Complete waste of space. And Espresso Jack, personal incredulity with VKM. Yeah, there was some of that going on. 100%. PBG, look at the trees. Yeah, a bit of that too. Well spotted. And the Queen Beach, nothing comes from nothing. Did he make a cosmological argument? I can't remember if he did, but I'm feeling generous, so let's give that. And Queen Beach, hardened heart. He definitely didn't say that. And PBG, fine-tuned universe. Did he go there about fine-tuned universe? I can't remember if he did. I can't remember if he was talking about fine-tuned. He was talking about origins of life and consciousness, but I don't think he was talking about cosmological fine-tuning. So we'll leave that for someone who definitely will, because someone's going to go there. They always do. So let's get in Church of James after just a couple of quick super chats so we don't fall behind. Sammy and Pickle, thank you for this. I was taught atheists are bloodthirsty demons. Who would have thought those same demons were the key to healing my anxiety and depression, which I begged God for mercy and to end my suffering? Wow. That's a really powerful thing to read. And so ironic, isn't it, that you were taught that the baddies were actually the people who helped to heal you. And I hope that healing continues for you. That's amazing. Bethos, great to see you. I find major 7 chords strange unless I play tonic, 2nd, 5th, all with fourth note first, then tetrachord sounding good and balanced. Yeah, I just like those extended tones. I like to add in the 9 if I'm feeling really fruity, sharp 11 as well, but it depends on the context. Yeah, music, harmony, people, it's good stuff. Harmony is amazing. Your ear just gets a load of vibrating waves through the air and is able to decode the different pitches in a chord. Absolutely mind-blowing. And final super chat for now before we get Church of James in. 9-Ball Junkie, did you find out if Audible sales count the first week? I haven't found that out. I'm going to find out this week. Very, very kind of you to ask and give me a nudge. But yeah, I will be emailing my publishers about that on Monday. In fact, I'll email them about it before and hopefully get a reply on Monday. But I will make sure that the audiobook will be done in the next few weeks so that it's up there and ready to go in good time ahead of the launch in November. Thank you, 9-Ball. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's get Church of James in. We have spoken before. Church of James. Coming in right now. Hey, Church of James.
Hello there.
Welcome back.
Oh, you remember me?
I remember you. We spoke on the 7th of July.
Excellent. You keep records. Very good. Anyway.
Yep.
So when you say, you mentioned earlier on, you said, I don't know.
Yes.
Is it fair to say if somebody says, I don't know if, for example, America exists? Say somebody says that in the jungles of Borneo. For that person, is there a possibility of them actually, just because they don't know, that there is something to know?
Is it possible that is it possible that someone in the jungles of Borneo who says, I don't know if America exists, is it possible that there might be something for them to know? Yes.
Yes. So when you say, I don't know, obviously there is something to know. There is that. The doors do open to, knowledge.
There may be. Like if I say, I don't know if there are pixies living in the woods near my house, there may be knowledge out there to find out, or there may not be.
Okay. So would you say there could be a creator?
There could be a creator. Yes, there could be a creator, but there's no reason to think there is one.
Okay. So whatever, evidences we have, we don't have the ultimate proof, but whatever evidences we see around us, surrounding us in daily life, means that, there could be possibly a creator to all that.
Again, I don't even think it's been demonstrated that it's possible, but I'm prepared to grant, because I can't say that it's not possible. So I don't know if it's possible, but I'm open to it. But the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it, not when people claim that their own lack of understanding about reality counts as the evidence. That is a really bad reason for believing things. And that's the exact reason for thousands of years that people have proposed for the various deities that they believe in. They hear this noise coming out of the sky and it's thunder, and they say, well, I don't know how that happens. It must be a god. And everyone's like, oh, yes, it must be a god. We don't understand how, so it must be a god. Everyone agrees, and then they all look a little bit stupid when it turns out it's not a god, it's just static electricity. And then they feel the ground shaking under their feet, and we don't know why the ground is shaking under our feet. It must be a god, because we don't understand it. And everyone goes, yes, it must be a god. And then they all look a little bit silly because it's just tectonic plates moving, and we understand that now from geology. And then we look at stars moving across the sky, and nobody understands what is making these lights move across the sky. It must be a god. And everyone's like, oh yes, it must definitely be a god. And then everyone looks a little bit silly because actually the stars aren't moving at all. It's just us who is rotating, and we're just looking at distant suns elsewhere in space, and no god is required for any of this. And it's just a bit silly to keep on making the same mistake again of pointing to gaps in our knowledge and going, must be a god.
So, for example, let's say if we can recall the first person who created the first motor vehicle to move on the road for the first time ever in history.
Henry Ford, you mean?
Yeah, okay, let's say Henry Ford. Yeah, Henry Ford. So the very first person to drive that car, let's say, for example, it was yourself and you never saw Henry Ford and he was living at the time that you was living. What would your position be? Would you say somebody created the dynamics of that particular vehicle? There must be a
Yeah, because we
creator, or
know
would you say
we can recognize a car as a man-made artifact. We understand that people make cars, even if you don't understand
yes,
exactly how a car is made. We can recognize a car as a thing made by people because we know we make them. And you can go to a car
yeah,
factory and have a look at one, and that's very different to then going, well, what about the world? The world is much more
that's fine.
complicated than a car. This is just a Paley watchmaker argument, and it's silly
Yeah,
because we can
okay,
recognize things made by ourselves, and the universe does not
yes.
appear to be such a thing.
So yeah, I understand. So for example, we can understand by the human thinking process that the driving wheel of the car or the gearbox is designed for the hand, to hold, to put the gears in place. So we have that understanding. Is that what you're getting at? Or the wheels, for example, they can be changed by removing the nuts and the bolts and changing them about. So I understand where you're coming from, where the human being's hands and their intelligence, gives you that thought process, that mindset that this must be a human creation.
It's not because we look at a car and go, it must be a human creation. It's because we know that cars are made by humans. We
Okay.
recognize it as being something that we make because we know that we make them. So it's the same for
Yes.
houses. It's the same for paintings. It's the
Yes.
same for pocket watches. It's not the same
Yes.
for living beings
Yeah.
and worlds and universes. We have no such
Okay.
knowledge with respect to those things.
So I understand where you're coming from. So we can confidently say then, from what you're telling me now, that when we look at the moon at night, in the evening,
Yeah.
we are basically 100% sure that is not a human creation, like the car is a human creation. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So can we say then, in that respect, we know for a fact that the stars and the sun and the moon, etc., is not a human creation. So there is a possibility that there could be what people would call a god, or whatever you want to call it. That there has to be something very highly intelligent than human beings
Why?
to create,
Why?
say the sun and the stars and
Why?
the moons.
Why? How do you justify that claim that there has to be something highly intelligent? We know that planets are created by loads of stuff conglomerating as a result of gravity, and no intelligence is required for this at all. There's no intelligence required. We know how planets form from accretion disks of matter forming around stars, and it's just physics. No intelligence is required.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're basically saying is that the ingredients are there, for the sun and the moon and the stars to be
not just the
created,
ingredients, that we understand the processes by which these things form, and no intelligence is required. They're just natural processes.
So would you then say that it's not intelligence that we have out of random chance, that we have things like the calculated months and the seasons? I mean, how can that be so random that we're able to calculate years and the seasons, like the winter and spring?
We look at the regularity in nature because the sun takes a certain amount of time the Earth takes a certain amount of time to complete an orbit around the sun, and the Earth takes a certain amount of time to create a rotation, to complete a rotation, and we recognize this regularity, and we were like, oh, it's the same amount of time each period, and we call that a year. It's the amount of time that it takes for the Earth to complete its journey round, and we recognize that period stays the same all the time, and so we name it. We give it a name. It's not random. It's not a coincidence. It just is what it is. If our orbit was larger, then a year would be a greater period of time. If our orbit was smaller, then a year would be a smaller period of time. This is painfully grinding towards some kind of design argument. Can you spare my audience the agony of having to sit through this and just make your design argument so we can get rid of it?
Okay, fair enough. So what you're saying is not random and it's not basically controlled. You're just saying it is what it is. That's your answer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on then. Okay,
Thank you.
So would you say then that we are just simply molecules then?
Well, I wouldn't say we're
Yeah.
simply molecules. I think we're a lot more than simply molecules, but we are molecules.
Yes.
All physical things are, and
Yeah.
that's not to say that that's one way of looking at us, right? That's reducing us. We are also fathers and mothers and sons and daughters and postmen and music composers and lawyers and singers, right? We're a lot more than that. But you can look at a human being as a cluster of molecules. You can look at a human being as a hominid. You can look at a human being as a member of the ape kingdom. You can look at the human being as a mammal. You can look at the human being as a multicellular organism. There's lots of different ways you can look at a human being. So what are you getting at?
So what I'm getting, right? I'm just getting at the fact that then that means that we can really do anything we really want to another human being. Why would we need anything like law and order?
Have we slipped out of the design argument, abandoned that, and now moved to some sort of moral argument? That's fine. We can do that. So,
okay.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I don't know what any of this has to do with atheism, but you're just basically asking now, should we be able to behave to each other however we like? And the answer to that would be no, not if you're interested in functioning as a cooperative and cooperating together so that everybody benefits from that, which is something our ancestors hundreds of thousands of years ago figured out, that you're going to do better at surviving if you team up with others and you work together than if you try and go it on your own. And the only way you can work together is by understanding what the kind of rules are. Like, I won't eat your children, you don't eat my children, I won't kill you in the night, you don't kill me in the night, I'll protect the cave while you sleep, you protect the cave while I sleep. And if we all do that, we hunt together, we'll find more food. We work together, we cooperate, we survive better. And the forebears in the past who didn't work that out died out. They didn't survive. And the ones that survived, the human beings that are left over, are the ones, and not just human beings, by the way, in other species we find the same, that learn to cooperate. And that's what that's about. No God is required for any of this. So can we get it back to the claim here? Because otherwise we're just going to talk about interesting things all night and it's going to be really dull. So my claim is atheism can't be wrong. And let's talk about that.
Fine. That's fine. Okay, we'll just move on then. Human beings have proved anyway, just as a side point, not to be basically in any way, shape or form better than animals, say, like for example, better than lions, for example. They're corporate more than us.
I don't know what you mean by better. I would completely agree with you. Human beings are not better than other animals.
They're probably the worst because we cause wars and we kill each other, and
I think there may be some truth to that, but a word like better is very loaded. So let's not worry about whether we're better. Let's try and stick to what we're talking about here. So my claim is that atheism can't be wrong, and I mean that in two ways. One is that just not believing something that someone says doesn't have a right or a wrong value to it. It's just a position of not being persuaded. And the other is that it can't be wrong morally. So I'd like to talk about the morally bit. Do you think that it can be morally wrong to not be convinced of something?
Morally wrong? No.
Yeah.
No.
You don't. So what does the Quran say will happen to people who don't believe in the Prophet and don't believe in Allah?
Well, that's a different subject. We can't touch on that. Basically, it doesn't say anything really, because it really goes back to Abraham. He did not have the Quran. He did not have anything, but he was a believer. He had no scripture at all. But his consciousness, gave him that indication that there must be a creator. So we go to Abraham. But anyway, just touching on consciousness, because you talked to the previous gentleman earlier on, and you said about medicine, and that affects people's consciousness. So when I go to sleep tonight, for example, I'm in deep slumber. Where does my consciousness go then? Where does it go? Because I'm not aware.
That's complicated. It's complicated, and also completely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Sleep is a kind of mid state between being conscious and not conscious. It's not the same as a chemically induced unconsciousness that you would have in an anesthetic, and it's nothing to do with what we're talking about. So I think that the there are certainly verses in the Quran. I can find them for you right now if you want me to, which which are fairly specific about what happens to people who don't believe in that God.
Let's just say for one moment now, the Quran does not exist. It's never come to the earth, and I'm just talking to you on a human level.
Right.
So let's talk in that dynamic. So anyway, so would you say, or am I gathering your thoughts correctly then? Evolution is the backbone for you, or in terms of your understanding and your belief, if you want to use that word belief, is evolution, solidly something that you solidly believe in?
It's a fact. It's just a fact. It's not something I believe in. It would be like saying, do you believe in the fact that the Earth goes around the sun? It's not something you believe in. It's just a fact. It's a fact that's happened. But I want to bring it back to the prompt again before we,
I'm going to atheism. I am going to atheism on this question, you see. So my question is, because I wanted to know, about evolution. You've obviously given me the perfect answer I was looking for. So I went to Chester Zoo because I live in Britain. I don't know if you do, because your accent seems to be British. But anyway, I went to Chester Zoo and I was just looking at a chimpanzee, just observing the chimpanzee, and I was thinking, this is my on a evolution model. This is my, basically first cousin.
Correct.
I just wanted to know,
who
is the common ancestor of that chap?
Yeah. So
I'm looking at, and he's looking at me.
We have a common ancestor.
Yeah.
With all primates, and we also have.
1 minute though.
Hang on, I'm answering your question. Question.
I just wanted to finish.
Okay.
I've not finished it. So I'm looking at the chap, my first cousin over the other side, and he's looking at me. I can't tell him, from afar whether it's he or it's she, but not that it makes any difference.
Yeah.
So my first cousin is looking at me, and I'm looking at my first cousin, and I've come to the conclusion our common ancestor, from my research, must be, a primate called Ardipithecus. That's my understanding. I'm thinking its common ancestor and my common ancestor, because we're first cousins, has to be most likely Ardipithecus. My question to you is, in terms of the evolution side of it and atheism side of it, because it does go by the evolutionary model.
Land your plane, friend. This is agony. Okay. Get to your point.
That's fine. Okay. My common ancestor and the chimpanzee's common ancestor is Ardipithecus. I want to know from you, landing the question, who is or what is the common ancestor of Ardipithecus himself?
That's a meaningless question. A common ancestor is an ancestor shared between two beings. An individual being doesn't have a common ancestor. A common ancestor would be a common ancestor between that individual and some other individual. So you would have to ask about two different individuals and ask what the common ancestor is there. And all of this has absolutely nothing to do with atheism. Now, we're going to come back to what it says in the Quran, because I want to talk about whether atheism can be wrong. In Surah... No, this is boring. No one's interested in you not understanding biology. So in Surah 267... No, you can't. In Surah 267, it says, as for those who disbelieve, it's the same whether you warn them or not. They will not believe, and a great punishment awaits them. So that's one verse in the Quran that says that disbelief will be punished. In Surah 3:10, it says, indeed, those who disbelieve, neither their wealth nor their children will avail them against Allah at all. It is they who are fuel for the fire. And in Surah 4:56, it says, indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins, so they may taste the punishment again. So... are these verses in the Quran true?
Okay, I'll answer your question. There is no problem with that. Obviously, we're talking about atheism, but anyway, I'll answer that. I'll just give you a side note. The common ancestor of Ardipithecus.
I don't need a side note, and no one's interested in you not understanding biology. It's nothing to do with what we're talking about. So, are these verses in the Quran true?
No.
They're not true.
No.
So the Quran has stuff in it that's not true.
No, let me just answer the question there, because obviously you want to
just say to me those verses in the Quran are untrue.
They are not specific for you or for me. they are a generalized statement speaking overall about specific people, and they will know about their own specific issues on the day of judgment. So it's not specifically directly at an individual.
So when it says those who disbelieve in our verses, does it mean only certain people who disbelieve in our verses and not others?
Well, let's say, for example, somebody is living in a jungle right now, and they are not aware of the Quran and not
people
aware
who
of
are
any
aware.
scripture.
People who are aware. Someone like me.
People who are aware.
Who is aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're aware. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, you are enlightened. You've got your education. You are boastful that you are an atheist, and you are convinced
boastful.
that you are right.
I love that you said boastful. That's delightful. Okay. I'm not boastful that I'm an atheist. I just observe that I'm unconvinced by various claims, and therefore I have no choice but to be one. But I just would love an straight answer to this. You've been so evasive. I just want to know: do these threats of punishment apply to people who have heard the claims and find them unconvincing? Yes or no?
Well, if I can individualize it to you, rather than generally, then I can say, because you're an intelligent person, you knowingly what is right and what is wrong, in terms of however you put it, whether it's dopamine or whatever you want to.
My God, are you really this incapable of answering a straight question? Are these verses applicable to people who have heard the text and find it unconvincing? You should be able to say yes, they are, or no, they're not.
Well, if you want me just to say yes, they are, or yes,
they are. Fine. Okay, thank you. So now we get back to the core. That's all you wanted to hear. Yeah, I just wanted to get a straight answer.
That's just
okay, great.
Well,
so now we've established.
When I say to you, who's the?
Okay, so now we've established the principle that under your theology, atheism can be wrong. It can be morally wrong to have heard the claims of your religion and simply find them unconvincing. And I put it to you that is morally ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Because if I'm not convinced of them, I have no choice. I'm not capable of believing them. So why does it make sense to have the flesh burnt from my bones and then new flesh put back on so it can be burned again and again and again, with God torturing me forever, purely because I didn't find things convincing? Please make that argument for me. Nobody is interested in you failing to understand common descent. That's got nothing to do with any of this.
My answer to you on that then is basically you are just exactly opposite of Abraham, who did not have the Quran or the Torah or the Gospels, but he was a believer. You're just simply opposite of him. And he would be basically in a better position than you, but as you are not a tyrant, say like the German guy or Stalin. Each case is individual. So why would you be assigned to certain punishments that you're making out to be that you would be assigned to them? I simply don't know. I have no idea about you, because I've got to view you as a human being who is an intelligent person, who was able to differentiate between right and wrong, and who was unfortunately unable to distinguish, who clearly assessed to me earlier on that the Henry Ford created a car as a human touch to it, and you also confirmed to me that the moon and the stars cannot be human creations. So
are we back on the design again now? We're flying all over the map at the moment.
No. You've asked me a question, and
I just asked you why it makes sense for people to be punished for being intellectually honest.
Right, people will not be punished in terms of if they were, intellectually, like you're claiming, not convinced. I simply don't know how they will be judged. It doesn't mean they will be judged in the way you're saying it.
So the Quran is wrong about this.
No.
So the Quran is wrong about this.
No. skins being replaced for new skins is for people who have taken and melted away the skins of, say, for people in Palestine or in
It doesn't
wars.
say
And,
that.
they've given us.
It doesn't say that.
No,
You're pulling that out of your ass. It doesn't say people who have committed war crimes is going to happen to. It says this is going to happen to people who disbelieve our verses. I'm only taking the text at face value for what it says, and I'm asking you what you think about what it says. It doesn't say anything about people who have committed war crimes there. It just says people who disbelieve our text. Anyway, friend, it's a little bit evasive. Here today.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with. I'm with you. I agree with what you're saying, but there's a big difference between the atheist called Stalin and a person called, John Cohen. There's a massive difference.
I like to think so. I like to think so. But isn't it interesting that in all of these verses about what's going to happen to these people and all the torture and the burning and all of that, there's nothing in there about people who hurt others or people who treated other people badly. It's all just about people who don't believe our special book. That's the bit I'm objecting to, and I object to it in Christianity.
I agree with you.
And I object to it in other faiths.
I agree with you with what you just said, but
Good.
You're individualizing it to yourself. But that's a generalized statement.
I'm not individualizing it to myself. I'm saying it more generally. People who don't believe this stuff should not be punished, because people who don't believe anything shouldn't be punished because you can't believe something.
On the day of judgment, is what we believe in. It's just like the court process that we have. For example, in this country, we have a judge. They make the judgment, and it's a very private hearing. It's as simple as that. So I don't know how you find that difficult to understand.
I'm just taking the verses at face value based on what they say in the book and responding to what they say. I'm not responding to things they don't say. I'm responding to the things they do say. Sounds like only one of us here is fixated on things they don't say, and it isn't me. So thank you for coming in and speaking to us. I appreciate it, and we've approaching the half-hour mark. So we're going to move it on. I'm going to get in Snyder next, and then Abner's Hunt after that, and we have Random Thoughts back on the other side. And oops, I was just about to end the call in a circle. Stand down. Church of James, thanks for coming up. Good to talk to you again. Good luck learning about some basics of science. Speak to you again soon. All the best. All right, we are going to move things along, and we will get in Snyder next. Just need to... Where did my super chats go? Lost my super chat aggregator. Where did it go? We'll have a quick look at the bingo. And what have we got here? We had a few more calls. You guys are on fire tonight. Queen Beach, personal experience of God. Queen Beach, fine-tuned universe. That was definitely getting there. Espresso Jack, circular argument. Yeah, there was some of that going on. Queen Beach, it's a relationship, not a religion. I don't think we quite heard that. That's more of the Jesus thing. And Bass Clef, great to see you. You send yourself to hell. I think there were definitely intimations of that there too. So very, very good indeed. We'll just have a very quick check on the super chats and see what's going on there. We've got a few in the queue, so let's before we get Snyder in, we'll just have a few of these. Solomon used a monkey sound along with Coco when he phoned Justin a few days ago. Okay, so he's just a clown, obviously. Total waste of time, but we all kind of knew that, didn't we? And Bethos, Solomon was more annoying than the singing Adele fan. Yes, I agree. Completely total waste of space. And Buzz said of VKM immediate virtue signaling. Yeah, I heard that too. A bit silly, wasn't it? And 3 more and we'll get Snyder in. Shadow Slay said guest was being abrasive aggressive. And that was VKM as well. And Penelope said, loved your Christian tries explaining Noah's Ark video from earlier today. Chef's kiss, thank you very much. It was fun. I had fun with that one. Some of these calls, they're just absolutely mad, aren't they? Yeah, that I just I let that guy have it. I just had to be done. Had to be done. It was short. Someone posted, why aren't your videos longer? Like, most of them are. That one was 4 minutes something, and I stuck it on TikTok as well because it was fun. And last one before we get Snyder in was David Burke. Great to see you, David. And thanks for the super chat. God got all science wrong in the Bible, yet we are to believe his prophets prophesied the future. That make any sense? Absolutely none at all. David, your comments are always absolutely on point, and I really appreciate you. I appreciate all the comments, of course. Okay, let's get Snyder in. Snyder VCH. Snyder.
Hello.
VC. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. Hopefully this will be a more focused conversation than the last one, because it was all a bit all over the place there. We had a lot of time wasted sort of exploring points as if they were going to lead somewhere, and then they just fizzled out and didn't lead anywhere. That was a bit boring. So let's be really nice and focused. My claim is that atheism can't be wrong. What's your view on this?
Yeah, I think you were trying to explain what you meant by that. Were you trying to state that they can't be wrong in the sense of God's existence, or just based off the moral aspect of everything?
Sort of a bit, almost a bit neither. So first of all, to say that atheism in its purest sense isn't making any truth claims, and that's why it can't be wrong. Because for something to be wrong, it has to be truth apt is the phrase. It has to be capable of being true or false. And atheism is just saying that you don't find something believable. That's it. That's all it's saying. It'd be like if someone says, that they do I think someone has a pet snake? I say, well, I don't believe they do. It doesn't mean I think they don't. It's just I have no reason to think they do. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but I have no reason to think they do have one. And so atheism is just saying, I have no reason to think a God exists. Maybe one does, maybe one doesn't. I don't know. And until I have some evidence, I'm going to stay in this place of open-minded I don't know-ness. And that's what we call atheism. And so I'm trying to get people to have a slightly more nuanced and sophisticated understanding that it's not just there is no God. That's what some people say. But you don't have to say that to be an atheist, and you can be an atheist without saying that. So that's why I say it can't be wrong. And then the moral side is really just to say that it doesn't make any sense to punish someone just because of what they don't believe.
I think it makes sense. Only because if you consider that God wants you to have a relationship with him, so in a situation where you don't, and you're pretty much dismissing the idea that he exists or things like that, it kind of goes against his rhetoric. So of course, in a situation where you're going against what he's trying to accomplish, then it would be wrong in his eyes.
Does God try to do things and sometimes fail?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't
how
think so.
in your mind, if you had to kind of rate God for how powerful he is, from like completely useless to, maximally powerful, infinitely powerful, where would you put him?
I would say God's breaking the scale.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't habitually fail at things. When he tries to do things, he normally succeeds.
Yeah, but I don't think God ever fails.
Never fails. Great. So does God know what he would need to do to make me know he's there?
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got all the pieces in the puzzle now assembled. We can take a step back and have a look at what we've built. So he doesn't fail. If God wanted to let me know he was there, he could, and he would never fail. He knows exactly how to give me evidence in a way that I would be under no doubt that he was there, and that I wouldn't be able to deny it, because you can't. If I show you my hand right now, you can't deny that I have a hand. It's right there, right?
Right,
So
you have a hand.
yeah, right. And you have no choice because I showed it to you, right? So God knows exactly what evidence he would need to give me to make me know he's there, and he apparently wants me to know he's there, and yet I don't know he's there. So what's interesting about that is the fact that I don't know he's there leaves us with only a couple of options, only two. One is that he's actually not as powerful as you think, and he's trying to let me know he's there but failing. Maybe he's sending me signs, but he just can't send me the right ones. He's not very good at it. So every time he tries to send me a sign, he messes it up. And, the sign he sent is just the tree cast a particular shadow, and I just look at the tree and go, okay, all well. He's not very good at sending me signs. And the other one is that, and the other possibility is he just doesn't want to. Those are the only two possibilities. He's either not able to, or he doesn't want to let me know he's there. Which one do you think it is?
I think there's another option that you're not considering. There's the option that he gives you the idea that there's a possibility of him to exist, and he gives you the choice to choose whether or not you want to believe.
Well, I've already granted that there's a possibility that he exists. I haven't ruled it out. I'm open-minded. But you can't choose to believe something. You're either persuaded of it or not. And God knows that right now I'm not persuaded. And God knows what evidence would persuade me, but I'm still not persuaded. So I'll ask you again, is God choosing not to give me the evidence, or is he trying and failing to do it?
I think God wants you to be persuaded on your own. I don't think God wants to force that persuasion.
Well, it's not a matter of forcing the persuasion. Then that means God doesn't want me to be persuaded. Because if he doesn't want me to be persuaded, then he's getting his way.
I don't think God cares.
You don't think he cares? You don't think he cares about
whether or not you believe.
But I've been told God wants to have a relationship with us. Is that not true?
Yes, of course.
Well,
when I say he doesn't care, I mean more so life goes on whether or not you choose to believe.
That's definitely true. Life goes on whether I believe or not. I can't choose to believe. Nobody can choose to believe anything. You're either persuaded or you're not. If you're not persuaded, what would choosing to believe mean if you are not persuaded of something? If you're not convinced of something, what does choosing to believe look like?
What would choosing to believe? I mean,
choose to believe now something that you are not persuaded is true. You will immediately find out that you can't do it.
For example, I live in a different state than my dad. I want to choose to believe that he's alive, but until I actually call him and hear his voice, I won't know that.
But you are persuaded that he's alive. You're not choosing to believe it.
No, I'm not. My dad is a sick man. My dad is a very sick man. Anything can happen at any point.
Well, that's fine.
It's been times before. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you're making an assessment that allows for the fact that your father has unpredictable health, and you're allowing for the possibility that he may not be alive. But at the moment, the balance of probabilities leads you to conclude that he's more likely to be alive than not. Hence, you believe he's alive. You're not just choosing it on a whim. You're holding the belief because you're persuaded by the balance of probabilities that he's probably alive. I have no such equivalent with God. There's nothing like that. And there's nothing like that for anything you believe you can't just choose to believe anything. Every belief you have is because you're persuaded of it. And if you're not persuaded of it, belief is impossible. So God is watching me now. If God actually exists, God is watching me right now. God knows that I'm intellectually honest. God doesn't want me to lie about whether I think he exists or not. He wants me to be honest, presumably. And he sees that I am not convinced that he exists. And he could intervene in a way that would let me know that he exists. And then that would grant me the freedom to choose whether to have a relationship with him or not. But at the moment, he's not giving me that freedom. At the moment, I'm deprived of the freedom to choose whether I want to have a relationship with him or not because he hasn't let me know he's there. In exactly the same way that I'm not free to choose whether I want to have a relationship with Darth Vader because I'm not convinced that Darth Vader exists. Exactly the same with God. I'm not free to choose whether I want to have a relationship with God because God, as far as I'm concerned, I have no reason to think a God exists. And God is watching all of this happen, if he does exist, and deciding not to give me the freedom to have a relationship with him. And then it gets even worse, because if it's the Christian God, then at the end of my life, if I haven't come to the right conclusion, he's going to light me on fire. Does that sound reasonable?
I mean, keep in mind I'm Christian, so whatever God says goes to me. So I'm of course gonna agree with God. So it definitely does sound reasonable.
It sounds reasonable. So you think that if I'm intellectually honest in my life and I spend my life searching and looking and exploring and being open-minded, and I've tried praying, I've tried asking God, if you're there, let me know, do help someone or whatever. I know people who've prayed for sick children who've died and all of this stuff. If I get to the end of my life, and even though I've been completely honest in my search, if I just remain unconvinced that on the day I die, Jesus is going to go, aha, and then light me on fire and chuck me in the furnace. which is what it says in
I
the
don't
Bible.
I don't think that would happen because you just mentioned that in this case, at some point you prayed. That's relationship with God.
No, I've never had a relationship with God. It was kind of like, are you there? Well, I've been told praying helps, so I did some praying, and I was just as unconvinced afterwards as before. I felt like I was talking to myself. I've never had a relationship with anything like that.
Okay, so I have a question just to kind of understand where your perspective is.
Sure.
Do you want to be persuaded?
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I just want to know what's true. So if there is a God, I'd like to know about it. And if there isn't a God, I'd like people to stop wasting time with nonsense stories about it and telling children that, a carpenter in first century Palestine was killed and it's somehow their fault in some kind of way. Ludicrous. So I just want to know what's true, my friend. That's it. And I'm only capable of believing things that I find convincing. And that's the same for you, and that's the same for everyone. And so a religious system that says that if you die not having become convinced of the right thing, that you then deserve to be tortured forever, is morally ludicrous. Which is why I think Christianity is bullshit, because that's exactly what it does. It threatens people with eternal punishment for not having come to the correct conclusions about reality, even though God is hiding like a terrified child and not making himself known if he actually does exist, which I don't think he does.
What would make you believe that God exists?
I don't know, but he does. Which is why I asked you before, does he know exactly what evidence it would take to make me know he was there and give me the opportunity to use my free will to decide whether to love him and follow him or not? He's not given me that. He's restricting my freedom. He's trampling on my free will by not allowing me to make the decision to love him freely or not by letting me know he's there. I think that's pretty sucky, especially if he's then threatening to, torture me forever if I get the wrong answer, because he's not given me the evidence I needed, knowing what that evidence would be. Even if I don't know what it is, he would know, because he's pretty clever, I've heard. So can you see why, to me, this all looks a little bit silly?
I can see why, definitely. But I also feel like when it comes to, at least on the Christian aspects of things, that's my path. You have to actually ask. It's not just a one-time thing. Finding God, at least for me, was a lifelong thing.
Sure, I appreciate that.
So I can, these evidence that you're asking for me, I was one that can agree with you. Before God gave me the evidence that he does exist, I always took the stance of I don't know.
But it's lovely that he gave it. He gave it to you, and what he gives me and the tens of thousands of people in my community is not the evidence; it's the finger. It just goes, nah. That's what he gives them. Bit of a finger. I'm staying hidden. And I know people who spent years and years and years reaching out to God because people had told them, seek and you shall find. Jesus is knocking on the door. He's right there. He wants to have a relationship with you. And they prayed and they begged and they reached out. Many of them had been former believers who felt before that they did have a relationship with Jesus. And they started reading the Bible and studying the Bible more. And they realized what an absolute crock of absolute baloney it is. And what a complete pile of nonsense it is, and they weren't able to keep on believing, and so they lost their faith, but they still tried to reach out to say, God, if you're there, maybe it's not the God of the Bible, maybe it's a different God, I don't know. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, this is why I say atheism can't be wrong, because it cannot be morally wrong to be intellectually honest and just be led by where the evidence takes you. There is no alternative. I could pretend to believe, but if I pretended to believe, God would know I was pretending. So given that I'm genuinely just not persuaded, is it really your view that I deserve to be tortured for that?
I don't believe that you deserve to be tortured. But like I said, from my perspective, whatever God does.
So if God tortures me, you'll be like, nice one, God. Torturing the heathen.
Well, I would be praying for God to forgive you.
But can you see how silly that is? Because you're presuming that you would be telling God that his plan's no good. If God's got a plan...
No, I'm not telling God that. No, not
what's the point of prayer? If God's got a plan, you're not going to change God's plan, and God knows what you want already. So what do you hope to achieve by praying?
Still praying.
Why?
I care about everybody. I love everybody.
Yeah,
so of course,
but hang on.
I'm gonna pray for you.
But just think about it. Just think about this. If God's got a plan, and his plan involves torturing me because I was intellectually honest and he doesn't like that, what do you think you praying is going to achieve? God already knows what you think. God already knows what you want, and God's got a plan, and God's plan is perfect, isn't it? So what does your prayer achieve?
I guess at that point it's for my own,
to make yourself feel better. To make yourself feel better about the fact that the God you like is torturing innocent people.
Nah, that's not what it would be. No, it's not about to make me feel better. It's because I genuinely would want you to be not tortured at that point. So I would be asking God to, grant you mercy. Just like if I saw someone about to harm someone physically, I would be begging them not to do it.
Right, but God doesn't need you to tell him to grant me mercy. If it's the right thing to do, he'll know it anyway, won't he? And
Right.
if everything God does is right, then it would mean if he decides to torture me, that would be right, wouldn't it?
Most likely, yes.
Do you know what happened in the Holocaust, right?
Yes.
So you will know that pretty much all of the 6 million Jews who went into gas chambers in the concentration camps didn't believe in Jesus, but a significant number of the German prison guards who shepherded in there did. So in the world you're talking about, those 6 million Jews are going to be tortured forever for not accepting Jesus. So God is going to have shepherded them from concentration camp ovens straight into his own oven and continue the work that Hitler started. So continue to burn them, but this time forever. Whereas the German guards who poured the poison into the gas chambers and shoveled the bodies into the furnaces will be up in heaven singing songs with Jesus. Does this strike you as morally satisfying?
Not at all. And I actually think we're confusing what Christianity is supposed to be versus what Christian people do. You've had Christians use Christianity as an excuse to enslave people.
Well, I mean, ironically, that's because God loves slavery and gives detailed instructions in Exodus and Leviticus about exactly how to perpetrate slavery, how to do it, where to buy your slaves from, how to beat them, how to pass them on to your kids. That's why Christians have used the Bible as a basis for slavery, because God explicitly condones it, both in the Old Testament and in the New Testament as Jesus. So that's a bit of a problem for the Bible. But, as we end the call, and, it's been nice talking to you and you've been really respectful, but we've got a few in the queue and I don't want to leave people waiting too long. I'd like you to just dwell on the thing I told you, that all of those people who were killed in the concentration camps, God's busy torturing them now because they didn't believe in Jesus. This is according to the Bible. God's going to continue Hitler's work by torturing those people. And the German guards, some of whom were Christians, who wore crosses round their necks and had "God is with us" on their uniforms, are going to be, up in heaven, singing "How Great Thou Art" with Jesus, who's going to be, giving them all his love, whilst he continues to burn the non-Christians down in hell. And that's the theology that you're buying into. So I offer that to you, not as a gotcha, but just as something for you to think about.
Okay, real quick. I know you're trying to end the call, and I'm not gonna make this long. But especially because I feel like once you start bringing in Jewish people and God, now you're talking about Jesus versus their belief in one God and how Christians believe in God. So that's a totally different. In my perspective, those Jewish people believed in God, so they had no reason to be.
They didn't accept Jesus. They didn't accept Jesus. They
To me,
believed
whether or not you
they
accept
believed
Jesus-
in the God of the Hebrew Bible, but they didn't accept Jesus.
Jesus also believed in the God in the Hebrew Bible. But
Yeah, he
once again,
believed-
you have to go. For us, I can pick your brain. You can pick my brain. This would be a way longer conversation, and I'm sure there are people waiting. So.
You've been very polite to talk to, so feel free to call back another time.
Yes, sir. Have a great one.
And you. All the best.
Bye-bye.
All right, there we are. sorry if that was a really harsh example, but it just felt like it needed to be said. It's so horrible, isn't it? What a horrible thought. It does flow from accepting this theology at face value, that is what the setup would be, sadly. Okay, so a couple of calls on the bingo. We're going to get Abner's Hunt in next, and then Random Thoughts after that, and Wyatt is in the queue, and some others too. We'll get to everyone. If you are in the queue on TikTok, thank you. I will make sure that the calls don't drag on. Some people on these shows have very, very, very long conversations. I don't. Keep it moving along, so you won't have to wait too long. I really appreciate you being there, and we'll get to you ASAP. But first, we're going to get to the bingo, because what have we got? Just a couple of calls. Queen Beach said, it's a relationship, not a religion. And that's fair enough. And also, PVG said, hardened heart. There was a bit of that going on. Well spotted, PVG, well spotted. And, God, we're cleaning up on the bingo now. This is looking pretty good. PVG said, everyone knows God exists. There was a hint of Romans 1 there, wasn't there? Just a hint. Let's have it, why not? And PVG, that's the Old Testament. There was a bit of that going on too. So you are on fire today, PVG. Absolutely nailing it on the bingo. Brilliant stuff. 3 super chats, and we're going to get Abner's Hunt in next. The first one says, 46 strings. John, if you streamed a lecture on music theory, I would watch the shit out of it, just saying. Well, that's really kind. I have thought about it. I've been involved in some music education stuff in the past. I just think I would have to start up a completely new channel, because if I started putting like music stuff on my channel here, the YouTube algorithm would get really confused and it would break everything. But there are people like Rick Beato who just do it so much better than I ever could. There's amazing people out there doing music education online now. But thank you. That's really kind of you to say. And I do love music education. I'm a bit still involved with that, some music education projects. Bethos says, oh yes, in chords, I like ninth notes too, though it's like 2 times 5th stacked, explaining why it sounds so good, yet it gives a lot of colour. Yeah, harmony is very mathematical. It's all about the relationships between notes and where they are in the scale. And I perceive music in a very mathematical way, and I do really love it a lot. Okay, we'll just get on with calls so we don't leave people waiting too long. We can get Abner's Hunt in next, and keep things moving. Abner's
Good
Hunt.
evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Hi. Well, I'm very curious as to how this conversation is going to go. I hope to have some time with you, because I've got a lot to talk to you about.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Thank you. Can I ask one thing though?
Yeah.
What is your personal background? I just got to the show here for the first time, and I'm wondering what you do for a living.
I'm a writer. I have a book coming out in November called Unconvinced: How Belief Is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And aside from that, I run a YouTube channel full time where we do what we're doing right now. We have discussions and debates and talking all about belief and religion and how that affects people.
Wonderful. Thank you. As a writer myself, I would like to give you some hints at some point. It's all about gratitude. Your protagonist will try to seek his gratitude based on his criteria, regardless of anything. And if you write from where he would be grateful, even the evil man, you can't be wrong as a writer, basically. Just a hint.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's get into it. Yeah. So my claim: atheism can't be wrong. Feel free to respond.
Well, atheism is a construct based on democracy, right? Basically, it's democratic.
It's not a construct based on democracy. It's literally just not being convinced of somebody's claim of a god. That's it.
Yeah, but the point is this whole theory. Of course, you have had borderline atheism in the old days, but everyone had indoctrination, if you will, with religious outsets based on their culture, and that's pretty much any culture, anything from the Shu to Hinduism to the Indians and Hinduism and so on and so forth. All of them have had a religious approach to their lives because it was in the culture. And we then have the scientific revolution in around 1900 that said that if we can't prove our claims, they're basically worthless, because then we won't be able to agree as a society, which is why I'm claiming that it's a democratic situation mostly, that people don't have faith these days. But I'm not arguing for any particular religion. I'm actually trying to bridge the religions into one, saying that all of the universe is functioning on one set of rules. And this set of rules is omnipotent and universal for all of us. So we can't agree on anything, but that any religion must be wrong in one way or another, since all of them can't be right. But that all of them has a common denominator, that's the afterlife. And when you look at how we operate, then we are all subjugated to the fact that we try to, through our daily choices, and that's all of them, achieve fulfillment. In anything we do, we try to achieve fulfillment. I call it a hunt, that we hunt for our fulfillment. And that is in any aspect of our operatives, that we perpetually, whatever we do, try to achieve some sort of closure to our situation based on our yearning from pain and hatred.
Okay, slow down for a moment and take a breath. So I think
yes,
for me, this conversation is getting a little sociological, and I'm not really interested in that. I'm interested in discussing people's specific beliefs about deities and how we evaluate whether people have belief or don't have belief, and the reasons around that, and how we respond to it. And it might be that you're thinking about this in terms of culture and society and history, and that's all really interesting and fascinating. But that's not really what this channel is about. This is really about how we respond to theistic claims, and it's about demonstrating how to push back against what I see as toxic, dangerous, damaging theistic claims. And that doesn't really sound like where you're coming from right now.
I could agree, and I think I do, but I want to say that our democratic, and I really want to aggress on it. It's because the whole of the construct of philosophy behind religion is basically group control, which is basically what all religions comes down to, based on on that and spirituality. So you have an interlink between our needs as spiritual beings. You have never seen an emotion, for instance, but they govern the whole of your life. So you have a lot of questions in relation to emotional life and afterlife, because we can somehow feel we are eternal, versus the culture you're built into that must be controlled. So that's basically the story of the Bible, that in 441, they canonized the Bible as so this is the perfect edition of the Bible. I think it was 441 or 444 or 448 after Christ, and they said that basically it was the story that it was all about the Romans wanting to integrate their rule over the entire Europe.
But friend, this is I love where you're coming from. I appreciate it, and you sound like you're very knowledgeable. But this is not the kind of conversation that the audience are here for. You're coming at this from a sort of historic, sociological point of view, and it's fascinating. And you sound better learned in this area than I am, and I salute you for it. But I'm going to respectfully bow out, because really, what people are here to listen to, and there's just under 1,000 of us listening right now across the platforms, are debates about religious belief, and that's what people are queuing up to have, and what people are here to listen to. And it sounds like that's not quite what we're going to have right now if we continue. But so I thank you for calling in.
Okay. Right, I'm sorry for being cut out, but yeah, thank you.
All the best, Adna. Thank you.
Good luck. It's all about gratitude.
All about gratitude. All right, thank you. Super nice guy, obviously very smart. It's just not quite what we're about here at the moment. So, with that said, we are going to get in. Where did he go? I was going to get in someone from the YouTube queue, but he's now dropped out, so we won't do that. We'll get Wyatt in instead. Was the next in line. Here we go. Hey Wyatt, how are you?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Very well indeed. Can I just check you are at least 18, aren't you?
Do you have to be 18 to debate?
You do, and you sound like you may not be.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right. Well, come back when you are. Thanks, friend.
You have a good one.
All the best. Okie dokie. and that's how we don't get the channel shut down. And we'll bring in the next one, I think, was Be Aware. Bring in Be Aware.
Okay, hi.
Hi, Be Aware. How are you?
Good morning from my side.
Good morning.
I was checking Google to check what atheism means. It says like it's atheists are people who don't believe in the higher power, isn't it?
An atheist is someone who isn't a theist. And a theist is someone who believes in a god. So if you're not someone who believes in a god, you're an atheist.
Okay, so if an atheist doesn't believe in a god, how do they think the earth and everything showed up?
Well, the earth didn't show up. It was formed from matter conglomerating around the sun by gravity.
Okay, is this Big Bang theory?
No, it's nothing to do with the Big Bang. The Big Bang theory describes the expansion of the universe.
But how the earth showed up the way you said it. How about our creation, like humans, animals, everything? Because you say first.
That's all right. So basically you're going to just point to things in reality and say, I don't understand how this came about, therefore God. Let's say I just say I don't know. Let's say if I said to you, I don't know how life started. We understand how life evolved. We understand how life developed, but we don't necessarily quite yet understand exactly how it started. We will. This is a problem that will be solved. There is a few really promising theories at the moment for how life started, and we know the ingredients for life are all around, and there are ways that the basic ingredients of life can combine and get life going. We don't completely understand exactly how it happened yet, but we are going to. But even if we don't, that's not evidence for a God. It's just an evidence for a gap in our understanding, right?
Yeah, I think so, but that's why we Christians believe in what it's written in the Bible. Actually, we actually believe in God. That's why we believe what is written in the Bible, because we believed in God first.
Yeah,
because
but why would you believe that?
Is giving us, because the Bible is giving us an answer to all these things.
Yeah, but the answers are wrong. The answers in the Bible are wrong. The Bible tells you that the earth was created. No, they're wrong factually. So the Bible tells you that the earth was created about 6,500 years ago.
I didn't see that number in the Bible.
No, but it's not written in the Bible. But if you start with a historical event like the fall of the temple in AD 70, which is an event in history, and then you can add up all the ages of the people in the Bible and all the lineages and all the genealogies, and this one was the son of this one, and this one lived this many years, and this one lived this many years. You can add up all the ages, and eventually you get back to Adam, and you get back to Adam about 6,000 years ago.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from.
So,
but
according to the Bible, the first people were on Earth 6,000 years ago. Do you think that's true?
Well, I don't look at the facts, because faith is not based on facts. That's another thing you reminded me. I wanted to brought up from your previous conversation.
Sure.
That I think, but that is my opinion.
No, but can you answer the question I asked you? Please answer the question I asked you. So the Bible says that prior to 6,000 years ago, there were no humans. Do you think that's true?
Honestly, at some point there were no humans, because the humans were created.
Do you think that the first people to exist were 6,000 years ago?
I have not done any calculations on that, so I cannot answer.
But I've just told you that's what the Bible says, right? So that the Bible, you can add up the ages.
In the Bible.
No, but as I said to you, you can. It's not written, but it's implied, which is why biblical young Earth creationists do believe that there were no human
you
beings
can't.
before 6,000 years
You
ago. There's a reason why they believe that. If you go to the Ark Museum that Ken Ham has set up, they've got a whole thing there where they've made an ark, and all the stuff they're telling children and people that prior to about 6,000 years ago there was no life on Earth. That's what the Bible says.
Most of the proofs of that time are missing. As much as I know, the book of Isaiah has been found somewhere, but many of the things from that time are missing. And one thing I wanted to bring, that faith is not something that can be achieved through our mind. The human mind is too small to understand God. That's why God gave us the faith.
So we don't know. So we don't know anything about God then.
Even if we could know a little bit if we read the Bible.
But why should we think the Bible's true?
We don't think that's the thing, that we don't think that the Bible is true. We believe that the Bible is true.
Why should we believe that the Bible's true?
Because we saw God, and God has opened the eyes of our hearts.
But there are people who will say the same about the Quran. There are people who will say exactly the same about the Bhagavad Gita. There are people who say, everyone in a religion says they've seen God, and God's told them that their chosen holy book is true. Why are you special and they're all wrong?
I'm not. Everybody has the choice to believe whatever they want first.
That's got nothing to do with my question. Why are your beliefs? Why are your beliefs worth more?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Just allow me. Every human has the faith, the gift of faith. Every human has the choice to believe whatever they want. That's what God gave us. That's actually.
Did you know that's actually not true?
So,
you can't believe whatever you want. Shall I show you right now? I can prove it.
It's personal. Okay,
I can prove it.
Let me answer your previous question.
Okay, go back to the previous question then. What was the previous question?
It was like, why do I believe that the Bible is the truth?
Yeah.
You put the question differently, but I did not agree with that form. So the thing is that only in the Bible says that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior.
That's irrelevant. Only in the Quran does it say various things too. It's irrelevant.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So, if we look at the human history and how sinful the human became,
oh dear,
it's the only way the human sins to be paid and forgiven.
Right.
And for all of
I'm going to
us
stop
have
you. I'm just
access
going to
to
stop you.
God.
Be aware. I'm going to stop you.
finishing.
No.
I'm
I'm just.
finishing.
No. You are finishing.
That's
So
the only
I asked
way
you.
our sins to be forgiven.
I asked you why we should. No, you're not. This isn't a platform for you to just preach. I asked you a very specific question.
Preaching.
Well, you are. I'm saying why should we care? Why should we care what's in the Bible? I don't care what's in the Bible, because to me it's just a book. Like other religions are just books. So I'm asking you, what would be a reason why anyone would think the Bible's true? I don't need you to tell me everyone is allowed to believe whatever they want. I understand that everyone can come to their own conclusions. That's not news. That's obvious. I'm saying, do you have a reason that you could give me that would make me think it's reasonable to care what's in that book? And don't.
Faith is not thinking. Faith does not come from the brain.
Well,
Faith
I'm here
does
to.
not come
I've got
from
news
our
for you. I've got news
mind.
for you. Be aware. I'm here to talk about reasonable things. I'm here to use reason to examine ideas, and that's the way we sort bad ideas from good ideas. And when people say we can't get to the truth here by thinking, that's opting out of being reasonable, and that's how catastrophes happen. That's how people believe bad ideas. It's how people get brainwashed. It's how people get controlled. It's how people become mental slaves because they've been told it is true. Because Christianity says, "Lean not on your own understanding," and it says, "Believe like a child," and it says that the greatest thing you can do is believe in an absence of evidence. And I think that's the stupidest thing you can do. I think it's a route to ignorance and a route to stupidity to accept claims without a good reason.
But
And
you
that's why I'm
said that
asking you for the reason.
You said you're a truth seeker, isn't it?
We're all truth seekers if we're smart, and if we're not, and if we're not smart, then we believe things.
We are not all truth seekers
for bad reasons.
Truth seekers.
Well,
so if
you know what? When you step out into the road to cross the road, you want to know whether there's a car coming or not, and you want to know the truth about whether there's a car coming or not. Because if you don't care, you're not going to be around for long to celebrate. So in that sense, we are all truth seekers because we all need to know what's true about the world around us. If you don't care about that, you're not going to last very long. So in that sense, we are all truth seekers. And in terms of religion, it's really down to whether it's important to you, whether the things you believe are true or not. And it sounds to me like you're saying you don't really care whether they're true.
You don't need to believe if the car is coming because you see it. Faith is for the things you don't see.
Well, that's an appeal to being irrational and believing things for no reason. I'm not interested in that. Faith has been demonstrated to be possibly the single worst method for trying to find out what's true.
Something?
No, I don't have faith in anything. No, faith is stupid. Faith is believing things for no reason. Why would I want to do that?
But why you stress yourself so much on this matter then?
Do I appear stressed?
No, you take too much of your time. You put a lot of energy.
It's my full-time job.
You think
it's my full-time job.
Okay, it's a full-time, but you picked it for a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, it's meaningful to me. It's been meaningful to me. It's been meaningful to me for decades. You know why? Because
so
these
that
religions.
Means you believe in what you do.
No, I believe in what I do because these religions teach people how to be stupid. These religions train people to stop using their brains. You're smarter than this. You don't need to be so gullible. You don't need to be. You don't need to be so easily led. You can use your brain to evaluate reality and see what's true. But when you give up on that, you're giving up a lot. When you just go, I'm just going to believe it by faith. You're giving up on the one thing that you really, really have, which is your brain and your mind and your ability to
have to tell you
think.
all the things I went through by faith, if I have to start talking about all the things I went through by faith, there's no time. But all I can tell you, if you're really, because I'm truth seeker since childbirth, I always know when people are telling me the truth or not telling me the truth. It's just a gift that I have. So
I'm sure.
What I can tell you,
yes.
I wish for you, if you're a true, real truth seeker, I wish you the truth to find you. Amen.
Thank you very much. I wish you the same. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Well.
All right, we'll move on and get in Thomas next. And then we have over on the other side, Summit waiting in the YouTube queue. Quick check-in on the bingo before we get Thomas in. What did we get? Calls. We got, how do you account for logic? Not sure that she really said that. We'll hold off on that, PVG. And Jesus fulfilled prophecy. There was a bit of that going on. And definitely no Philbro babble there. Philbro babble, we'll know it when we hear it. So moving on, let's get Thomas in next. And then after that, after Thomas, we've got Summit. Hey, Thomas, how are you?
What's up, bro? Good. Yourself?
Excellent,
You okay?
Thank you. Very, very good indeed. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Welcome up. You know what I'm saying. I'm saying atheism can't be wrong. Feel free to respond.
Well, I've never joined one of these things before, but I couldn't help myself. But
sure.
I wanted to ask you, well, you were talking about the best ways to like confront people or to challenge people's ideas about God and stuff, right? You were trying to figure out, how do we figure this out, right?
It's one of the things we speak about. Specifically here, I'm just making a claim and inviting people to tell me whether they agree or disagree with the claim. So if I say atheism cannot be wrong, agree, disagree?
Agree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move it along then, because above my head it does say debate stream opposition only. I'm literally looking for people who don't agree, so we can get into a debate, which is what the audience are here to hear. So that's why it says that above my head. So
can I ask you one question before I go?
Yeah.
Do you ever notice that logic, like, I know a lot of people understand that logic doesn't work, but does that ever hit home with you? Like, oh, it actually doesn't work, and there are several reasons why it doesn't work. And as soon as you understand why rationalization and logic doesn't work, you stop trying to use it and you start trying to tell people about themselves and about what it is they don't understand about being a human, instead of trying to rationalize. Like, you know, you'll get questioned. And
that never ever happens to me, ever. I've never had a moment in my life where I think logic doesn't work. Never happened.
In this instance, where you're constantly trying to logic and rationalize people away from their beliefs.
I see other people. I see other people failing to use it. It continues to work perfectly fine for me. So
I guess this is a different type of logic, though, because this is actually what I'm trying to talk about. Is logic doesn't work with these people, and it never will. Until you understand that, you will constantly fail.
I think you're missing the point of what I do here, which is quite a lot of the time I don't really particularly care about whether the person I'm talking to is going to come around to my way of thinking, because when I have these conversations, I do so knowing that for any given conversation, perhaps 20 to 50,000 people are going to hear me have it, and for a lot of them, it is going to connect, and the logic is going to connect, and they are going to get the benefit, and that's why I do it. So I'm not setting out to change the minds of the brainwashed people I speak to. That very rarely happens. And the logic is working just fine. But thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Cheers, man.
Cheers. See ya. All the best. Bye-bye. Okay, so we will get Summit in next. And then after Summit, it's someone cool. Someone cool. So let's get Summit in first. And check your audio over on video. Is that going to work? It looks like it. Let's see. Summit, are you there? I can kind of hear you, Summit. Are you there?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Excellent, thank you. You are up. What would you like to say?
I guess just kind of I want to talk about atheism because it makes me uncomfortable, the idea that if you follow science to its logical conclusion, you come to the fact that we have no free will. And that's my biggest argument against atheism, is that's the conclusion it leads me to. So I'd be curious to dwell on that a little bit.
Okay, so I would say that that's got absolutely nothing to do with atheism. I happen to think you're right. I think that it's pretty likely that we don't have free will in the way that most people understand it. I think you're probably right there, but that's got nothing to do with atheism. That's just a question of human cognition and agency. What do you think about? I mean, atheism is just somebody told me there's a God. I don't find it convincing. That's it. You can.
My definition of atheism would be believing entirely in science and what you can explain through logic, whereas what you're describing sounds more like an agnostic perspective, where we don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Does that make sense?
I know people who are atheists who don't believe entirely in science. In fact, they got crappy views about science, and they believe in all sorts of nonsense, but they just happen to not believe in gods. I know people who are atheists, but they believe in psychic powers and telekinesis and bullshit like that. It was very anti-scientific, very, ill-founded. They just happen not to believe in God. So don't think that atheism entails necessarily a healthy respect for science. It's highly correlated with it, but it doesn't get you there. There are
I just don't know how you would arrive at atheism if you didn't have some sort of operating model for understanding the universe. And without a God, then your operating model, the operating model you're left with, is science.
Possibly, or I quite like the operating model of I don't know. That's quite a good operating model. How did the universe come about? I don't know.
And why do you put a lack of God in that? I don't know. Because for me, I'd like to believe that there is, maybe I don't believe in a particular God, like a monotheistic religion, but I do believe there is some sort of universal order, like spirituality, that we can't quite comprehend as humans. And I can get into why I believe that a little bit more, but I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from, is from that place of I don't know. I don't want to put science there, and I don't want to discount the idea that there might be some sort of universal order that, like Buddhism or Taoism or Stoicism, all these other religions talk a little bit more abstractly about. And I do find myself believing more in those religions and how they analyze the universe.
But they make contradictory claims, right? So you can't believe in all of them. I'm open to the possibility of any any explanation, but until there's evidence for it, that's all you'll get. It's like, I'm open to it, but I have no reason to believe it. Therefore, atheist. And that's why I say it can't be wrong, because I'm not making a claim. I'm not saying there are no gods. I'm just saying I'll believe there's a God when there's a reason, when there's some evidence for it. At the moment, there isn't any evidence for it. And so I'm not able to believe it because I can't be convinced of it. And if you're not convinced of something, you cannot believe it. It's completely impossible to. And that's the condition that I find myself in. So when I report honestly on what my mental state is with regard to that claim, it's one of being unconvinced.
Well, it does seem a little bit lazy, because what do you put in the place of the universe? Like, how did matter come into existence? Like, there's so many questions like that I don't know. Like, I just can't get past those questions.
It isn't laziness. Laziness would be if I'd never bothered to think about it. But I've been thinking about this stuff for several decades. So it's not lazy, and written a book about it. So it's not laziness. It's that when I think about where did all matter come from, my answer is, as far as I understand it, being not even at the level of an armchair physicist or cosmologist, my understanding is that we don't have any reason to think that matter came from anywhere. It's probably always been here in one form or another.
Yeah, like I understand that, but I guess I'm just curious, like, you've done all this, like, reflecting on your beliefs. Do you have any sort of, like, spiritual inclination, or are you really just, like, here to attack other people's beliefs in more of, like, a crystallized monotheistic God? Because I don't know, I just find it, like, a little bit lazy that you're here tearing down other people, but you can't, like, I don't know, you don't have, like, an idea of the universe that you can clearly articulate.
It's not lazy. As I said, laziness would be if I hadn't bothered to think about this stuff, would be lazy. The fact that I've thought about this stuff far more than most people is hard to square with an accusation of laziness. I don't attack other people's beliefs because it's a fun hobby. I attack beliefs where I think that they're pernicious and damaging, toxic and dangerous. And so when I if someone just tells me that they've got a personal sort of they've got a personal belief in some kind of creative creator entity, I have no problem with that. Go have your life, enjoy, be a nice person, and I don't spend any time particularly attacking that view. I don't share it because I don't think there's any evidence to warrant that position, but you do you. I'm completely fine about that. The beliefs I push back on are the ones that I can see harm in the world from them. The beliefs that marginalize communities, or the beliefs that take rights away from people, or the beliefs that make people feel shame or less, or that they're moral failures, or fear, anxiety, worry about hell, worry about being judged, worrying about not being good enough because that's what they're told. Those are the beliefs that I push back on. And I think anyone who cares about human suffering should. I have no time for people who understand the landscape of how damaging some of these religious ideologies can be and go, well, I don't really care about that. I don't care about the suffering of all these people. Tens of millions of people in the US alone who suffer from religiously induced PTSD type symptoms.
Yeah. I
I personally find it hard to not care about that because I feel a strong sense of empathy for those people. I speak about it.
I do. I agree with that. I believe that religion does cause harm, but I also think that it is important to have some sort of purpose in life or higher meaning beyond our day-to-day activities. And I do see religion providing that outlet for a lot of people. And I'm like, what is your alternative to that? Like, how do you find purpose in your life? Or is it purely just from that, like, more atheist, like, science-based perspective that, there is no life after death? Like, we don't have free will. Like, I just can't bring myself to, like, back to your point or in some of the earlier conversations, I can't bring myself to believe that that's all there is to life.
I don't think that purpose in life is something which is handed down from above, like a mission, like a job. I think purpose in life is something we find for ourselves through identifying what gives us meaning, what gives our lives meaning, what makes us feel like we're doing or achieving or focusing on or thinking about the things that are important. I find purpose in my life and meaning in my life primarily through my interactions with other humans, with the people I love, and with the people in my community, and with the strangers that I meet online with whom I have connections, and through doing something that I know makes a difference in the world. That's how I personally find a purpose. You know, I've had a successful career as a music producer, and I used to find a lot of purpose in that. I don't anymore. Now I find purpose as a writer, and I find purpose as a content creator, and I find purpose as something of an activist, because I'm trying to get people to think about belief differently, and it's working because people are. And that gives me a real sense of meaning and purpose in my life. It's not empty. It's not nihilistic. It's not void. It's full of purpose and meaning. And that's what I do. If you're asking me, is there some ultimate purpose? No, I don't think there is. And I think it's for each person to figure out how you live a life well led in a way that aligns with your values.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful thing. But back to the atheism thing, like, again, the logical conclusion is that we have no free will. So everything that you're doing that you find purpose within, like, at least from my understanding of your perspective, is it's for nothing. Like, everything that you're doing right now has already been predetermined. You have no personal agency. I cannot bring myself to believe that. And that's where I like to look at spirituality and believe that there is something beyond what science and what our human brains can comprehend.
I suspect you're right. I suspect that there is no free will, and everything you said is correct. That doesn't mean there's no point to it. It just means that there's probably I'm not in as much control as it feels like I'm in. That's what I think. And that doesn't mean it's pointless. It just means that we have to think about it differently if we're going to be honest. Someone call. I'm going to get you in just a moment. Stay where you are. I'll get you in just a second. Don't want to lose the call queue. So yeah, that would be the claim there. And I think you know, I personally find myself wanting to believe what's true and wanting to be led by evidence. I wouldn't like to think that my beliefs are not true. And so I'm not led by what I find psychologically comforting. I'm led by where the evidence leads. And I call that being intellectually honest. And so if that leads me to some slightly uncomfortable conclusions about human agency and ultimately whether there's free will or not, I'm prepared to bite that bullet if that's where it looks like reality is leading. And if you read Robert Sapolsky or Sam Harris on free will, those are the conclusions that you're going to come to. And you should, because it might give you a broader view of these things. I would recommend it.
I guess just for me, do you have any advice for someone living with that perspective? Because, you know, you come here and you're debating with people about their belief in a monotheistic religion, but then the alternative that you're preaching is that there is no free will. What is your advice to the people that you're trying to convince of your perspective, if that ultimately is the uncomfortable conclusion you bring them toward?
The advice is I don't really care about whether there's free will or not, because my life feels like there is. So even if free will is an illusion, I'm prepared to kind of price that in. You know, if free will is an illusion, I still have to get up in the morning and have a shower. I still need to brush my teeth and have breakfast, or maybe have a coffee, or maybe I'll have a tea. And I have the experience of feeling like I can choose coffee or tea. Whether I really am choosing or whether it's predetermined or not, I still feel my experience is that I am. So my advice is don't worry about it. Live a good life. Whether you're in control of it or not, it feels like you are. So do it well. That would be
so
my
kind of like in the Matrix, you'd rather have the pill that makes you believe everything is perfect.
A bit like that, because you're still gonna suffer if you don't, right? If I say, okay, I'm gonna starve myself because ultimately I can't make any real decision, I'm gonna feel the pain of starvation. So I still have obligations to avoid pain if I want to avoid pain. So just live a good life. That's what
just real quickly. I know you probably want to move on, but offer an alternative in religions like Stoicism and Buddhism that are a little like agnostic around the whole how the universe is structured, but like again more trusting in this idea that there is a universal order, and that at least like talking in regards to Stoicism, like the Daimon, that there is a fundamental human nature, and the more you can align yourself to that human nature, the better your life is going to be.
I think that's sound. I've got a lot of time for the Stoics. I think there's a lot of wisdom there. I would accept that.
But you accept that separate from the religious underpinnings there.
Yeah, I
philosophy-
reject the religious underpinnings, but I approve of the philosophy. Just live a life well. Accept the pain, understand it's part of life, and do the best you can.
All right. Well, I don't have much else to say. I don't want to take
All
up
right.
your time, but I really
Thanks,
do appreciate
Summit.
you talking. Thank you very much.
Good conversation. Thanks, man. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we are going to get someone cool in next. We will just check in on the bingo first. We're going to fill this board today. I can feel it. Look what's going on. So PVG said, how do you account for logic when we were speaking to Thomas? I can't remember if that came up, but let's have it, because why not? We're going to end up filling the board, reshuffling it, and starting a second game. I can feel it. Philbro Babble. No, there wasn't Philbro Babble. Philbro Babble is aggressive. It's like it's trying to complicate. It's trying to overcomplicate things deliberately, and I don't think he was trying to do that. So we won't have that one. I used to be an atheist. Did he say that? I can't remember if he said that. I actually can't remember. I'm gonna have to give it to you, PVG, because I wouldn't want to say he didn't say it, because I don't know. So we're almost there. The only things left on the board are Crash Out and Philbro Babble. Something tells me we may yet find some of that. So let's see. We're going to bring in someone cool and get on.
Hello.
Welcome in. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, John?
Very well indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Apologies for not reading any super chats, by the way, friends. I wanted to keep things moving. I promise I'll get them after this call. I promise. Thank you for sending them. I much appreciate it. Okay, someone cool. Welcome in. You know what I'm saying. Feel free to respond.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm an atheist, but I do disagree. I kind of want to hear your justification for atheism cannot be wrong. What do you mean by that? Cannot be wrong.
Okay, well, I mean that atheism at its core, if you're an atheist, you will know this, doesn't make any truth claims. It's just saying you're not convinced by something that someone else has said. You're not even saying that it's false. You're just saying you're not convinced of it. Because atheism is a description of your belief state. And so its barest sense doesn't make any claims. So that's why it can't be wrong. And then the second meaning and the more important one is that it can't be morally wrong. So that's what I mean by that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, I know. Sorry, before I go. I watch all your YouTube. I've been recently watching a lot of your YouTube videos. John, why don't you make them longer, dude? Like it's all a lot of them like 10 minutes. Like, dude, we want to see longer videos, bro.
I'll take that on board. Some of them are longer. I generally don't love to make them longer than about 40 minutes, but some of them are. There's quite a few half-hour long discussions on there, and even a little bit more. I clip the conversations that I think are interesting, and I stick them up there.
The reason I say this is because there was one I was watching where I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was this lady you were talking to, and she was just like, she was deep in talking about like Noah's Ark and stuff, but like you cut off the conversation, like she didn't leave or anything. Like you cut off the conversation kind of abruptly. And it's just like those kind of conversations, I feel like that should have been going on for at least 35 minutes. You know, like these are the kind of people you really got to like just hold them to the fire. Like that, I mean, that's my personal opinion.
I hear what you're saying. I make decisions based on what I think is going to work. And getting 2 million views a month at the moment seems to be working quite well.
No, you're doing great, bro. I fucking love you, man. No, you're great,
Thanks.
bro.
Cheers.
I have it going, bro. Have it going.
All right. All the best. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. I'm not above taking advice. Always happy to take advice, and I don't always get it right. I sometimes get it wrong. I sometimes do things not the best way. And I'm trying to learn and get better at doing this. So I'm genuinely open to people who have suggestions. And some people say make your videos longer. Maybe that's something I should do. Maybe I should try clipping and putting out some of the longer conversations. But even now in the live streams, once a conversation gets to about 30 minutes, you've probably got most of the value out of it that you're going to have. I know that some other channels, they'll go on for much longer. And sometimes I'll be watching Justin and the conversation will go on for much longer. And it's great because he's in it and he's on it and he's able to do it. And I am too. But I just feel the audience start to get bored after about 30 minutes. And if there are other people waiting, I'd rather get them in and let it churn a little bit. So as a result, a lot of the conversations we have are not that long. If I'm on a live stream and I've been speaking to someone for an hour, it feels to me like something's not quite right. That's my view. But Yeah, don't know. I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected. Well, we don't have anyone in right now, but I will read some super chats, and I'm sure someone will pop up at some point. At least we hope. Bethos said, "Not Ford. It was Carl Benz creating the car." Ah, yes, probably was. It probably was. And Bethos said, "I looked at the moon through my telescope at 200 times. Yep, not created by humans, but I can see the moon. I cannot see God. Church of James is Church of Dud." Yeah, Church of James was hard to listen to because he was sort of behaving like he was advancing towards a point, but never actually getting to one. But I guess people do the best they can. And Core M Dev says plane ran out of fuel. Yeah, he's trying to say land your plane, and it just fell out of the sky. I know what you mean. And while Church of James was on, Buzz said, "Because that's why." I wonder what that was about. Because that's why. Probably just because he was just asking lots of questions. Why this? Why that? Just because. That's why. That's probably what it was. And Buzz also said, "This heat has me sweating like a whore in church." Is it really hot where you are, Buzz? It's actually cooled down, I'm pleased to say. I don't even have my aircon on today. I've got a window open, but it's pleasantly mild now. I hope it's not too hot where you are. And Ryan says, "Is anyone else upset they were indoctrinated?" I am. I don't blame you at all. I would be upset too. I was fortunate. My parents didn't do it to me. I have really cool parents. They created an environment where my brothers and I could think for ourselves and come to our own conclusions and stuff, and they didn't shove any ideas down our throats, and I will always be grateful to them for that. And I really feel for people who were not given that. So I feel your anger there. Completely get it. Buzz says, "Beato is great, but John is the nope." Thank you. Rick Beato is, he's so massively successful for a reason. He's just a brilliant, brilliant musician, brilliant music educator, brilliant communicator, brilliant YouTube channel. The world is better for having Rick Beato in it. And he's got a young, I say young, his son, I think is called Dylan. And I remember watching videos he would make with his son years ago when his son was like ludicrously young, like 7 or 8. He'd be off camera, but he'd be doing these ear training things with him where he'd play clusters of notes and his son would say what the chords were and stuff like that as a young kid. So he obviously gave his son amazing start in music. And yeah, Rick Beato is incredible. But thank you. And Brian Peck, thank you for the super chat. "I believe based on not knowing about my religion and its entailments, not the book the rules come from." Caller, "Holy hell, please do better, lady." Yeah, be aware. What an ironic name for someone who apparently is so unaware of stuff. That was hard. And "Faith is not thinking." Bingo. Yep, Buzz nailed it. Faith is not thinking. She said it, right? Wild. Very strange. Buzz also said, "Science is not free will, but predetermined reality by God equals free will." What? And again, I think that was in our conversation with Summit. Pretty odd. The jumps that people make. Very strange. The other one that I think is weird. I'll read Buzz's message first and then say, "One does not arrive at theism, we begin there." That's beautifully said, Buzz. Beautifully said. Everyone is born an atheist. Everyone is born not a theist. And they may not know. Obviously, when you're a baby, you don't know you're an atheist and you're not thinking about your cognition in that way because you haven't developed the schema yet to do that. But there isn't a baby that's born that is a theist. And anyone who isn't a theist is an atheist. So you're absolutely right. What I was going to say was has now completely slipped out of my mind. What was I talking about? I've forgotten. It will come back to me. It will come back to me. Was it apropos your final thing? Final message. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. I was going to say that people always assume this connection between the idea of an afterlife and the idea of a God, and they're not the same. They're not connected at all. I mean, they have some common ground, but you can believe in life after death and not be a theist, and you can believe in a God and not believe in life after death. And so many people just assume that they must necessarily come hand in hand. because they just happen to a lot of the time, but they don't necessarily. It's a funny one. So that was like, I was reminded of that when Summit was jumping around about atheism entails thinking these things about science or free will and stuff. It's not necessarily the case. And Kathleen said, no finds God, or no one perhaps, no one finds God when they are happy. I wonder if that's what you meant to say, that no one finds God when they're happy. Maybe some people do. But I think for a lot of people, finding God is trying to make up for something that they don't have in their life. Maybe it's a parent, maybe it's love, maybe it's acceptance, maybe it's community. And if you've kind of got that stuff locked down, if you're doing well and you're feeling socially happy and you have got a fulfilling life and things are going okay, maybe you don't need to. Maybe, what do you need to do that for? It's strange. I know why you say that. And Beheaded Kamikaze, great name. No free will doesn't prevent you making decisions. No free will doesn't prevent you making decisions. I guess it's just, what do we mean by making decisions? What's the process of making decisions? Would it be possible for you, whatever the you is, to have made different decisions? And I think it's really interesting. I think it's a really fascinating subject. I do remember reading Sam Harris's short book on free will when it came out. It was 12 or 13 years ago, I think, maybe even a bit more. And I really loved it, and I found it really compelling and brilliantly argued. And it didn't make me live my life any differently at all. And I definitely don't talk about free will much because I don't want people to get confused between my argument that belief isn't a choice and the free will issue. They're completely different. And the reason they're so different is, even if free will is an illusion, as I said when I was speaking to Summit before, you still feel like you have it. You feel like, shall I have tea or shall I have coffee? And you feel like you have the impression of making a decision there and choosing what you want to do, even if that's an illusion. When it comes to belief, you don't even have that. You don't even have the appearance of it being a choice. You don't even get to enjoy the illusion if it were an illusion. It just happens to you. You believe or you don't believe. You're convinced or you're not convinced. And you can do the experiment yourself. Think of something that you don't find convincing, like the moon is made of cheese, and then just decide to honestly believe it. And you will immediately find you can't. So that's the point. That's why they're different. And that's why they are, different, even though they kind of sound like they're overlapping. So that would be that. And Tim Davidson, great to see you, Tim. Wrong. In the Matrix, he was outside and wanted back in. You're in the Matrix. You don't know if there's an outside, so you have to act like this is it. Brilliantly put. That's exactly right. I didn't quite pick up on the inversion there with Summit. That's absolutely right. Forgive me being a bit yawny tonight. I'm a bit tired because last night was a late one. That's exactly right. Well said, Tim. You spotted that before I did. Appreciate it. And Buzz says, haha, we're going to get some cool in next. Oh, someone cool in next. Sorry. Sounded like a passive-aggressive slight. Yeah, I don't. Oh, did it sound like, oh, sorry, because his name was someone cool. Yes, it probably did. It probably did sound that way, or even not that passive, like a bit of a dick move. But that was what his name was. But fair enough. John the Sinner Stud T. What is this you're saying? The Sinner Stud. Well, I'm happy to be a sinner. Proud to be a sinner. Absolutely proud. Stud, matter of opinion, I guess. But thank you, thank you, T. Hope you're doing well. Something tells me that hashtag may not take off. Tim says, have never understood the sweating like a whore in a church line. Isn't that where all her customers are? Very, very good. Very, very good. And Brian says, male caller thinks the view of scientifically literate atheists is fatalism instead of determinism. Interesting. Male caller thinks the view of scientifically literate atheists is fatalism instead of determinism. Yes, I think that's right. And yeah, I like that. Well said. Well said. And if our brains are operating according to just determinism, that doesn't imply fatalism. It's just a different way of interpreting what's going on physically in our brains. So they are very different. And lastly, for now, Buzz says, bought Promises book. Can't wait to start it. That's awesome, Buzz. It's excellent. You'll love it. It's such a nice read. And she did such a good job of it. It's so, I'm going to say, not easy to read in that it's like simple or something. It's just beautifully written. And you'll just find yourself gliding through it because it's beautifully judged. It's well chunked. It doesn't get too bogged down in anything for too long, but it covers lots of ground. But it's really like you can really see how much care Promise put into writing it. I really enjoyed it when I read it, and I'm sure you'll love it too. So that's absolutely awesome. Okay, call queues currently still empty. So where are we for time? 20 past 1 a.m. We've still got some good time to go. So I'm sure things will probably pick up. We will take Lavi, who's just come in right now to TikTok. This is what happens when the call queues are low. If you want to get in, you just request up and you just come straight in, which is fun, isn't it? No waiting around. Let's get your name up on the board. Hey, Lavi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent, thank you. Excellent. We have spoken before last month, so welcome back. And I don't entirely remember our last conversation. I don't think I've got a note here. Sometimes I make notes, but I don't think I did. So consider this a restart, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, I came up last time. You said you would have stopped G-side by committing G-side, and then I asked you to define your morality. I was wondering if you're going to define that today, if you don't mind.
Okay, so if I'm beginning to remember the conversation, I think. I didn't say that I would have stopped genocide. Now I am remembering the conversation. So we were talking about ways that God might have been able to intervene so that the Israelites wouldn't have to go and genocide the Amalekites as he commanded in 1 Samuel. And I said that I thought this was a morally ludicrous situation because there are other ways that God could have intervened to achieve the same ends without children needing to be killed with swords. And if I remember rightly, you thought it was fine that children are killed by swords because God was ordering it, and that you felt that me objecting to this felt fallacious in some way to you because you felt that the basis for morality couldn't account for why I might object to God telling people to kill children with swords. Am I remembering that correct?
No, because I don't actually believe that the kids died. If you watch that video, I said they were in 1 Samuel chapter 30. All you have to do is just read the scriptures. That's what I said.
Yeah, but they did die. Some of them may have survived because there were some survivors from that massacre, but not all of them. And the point is, it doesn't matter. Let's imagine that all the Israelite soldiers had chickened out and not done the massacre at all. That wouldn't change the fact that it was commanded. It wouldn't change anything about the ethics of having commanded it, which is why we have a crime of conspiracy. Do you know that if you get together and plan a bank robbery, say you and me and a couple of other people get together and we start planning to rob a bank, this is certainly how it works in the US. I'm not entirely sure if it's the same here in the UK. If you make a conspiracy to do a crime, then only one person in the conspiracy needs to do one act in furtherance of that crime for everyone to be held morally accountable for it. And so that principle exists because it's understood that wanting to do something bad and planning with the intention to do it does carry some moral culpability. So when God says, go and kill everyone and kill the kids, even if they didn't do it, it's still an immoral act for God to have done it.
Yeah, no. So If you read Exodus chapter 23, verse 7, and it's also in Deuteronomy, I don't know where it is in Deuteronomy, that you actually can't.
It's Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy. Okay, cool.
No, Deuteronomy.
Okay, cool. You still can't slay innocent blood. So you can say, oh, well, it says this. We can also just lean towards hyperbolic war language, because as I brought up, and you keep on trying to slay away from the fact, the kids don't die, they don't get harmed. We know this through 1 Samuel chapter 30. Are you going to address that verse?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that there were some survivors of the massacre. Not everyone was killed. Not
one was harmed.
Not everyone. Not everyone was killed. But as I said, this is just one example. The Old Testament is full of God. Were there any survivors from the 70,000 Israelites that died as a result of the pestilence that God brought about to punish David for taking the census that God made him take?
God doesn't actually make him take it if you read First Chronicles, but you're trying to switch verse.
Well,
you're talking about
the Bible says
Samuel,
that the Bible says that Satan made him take it, but it also says that God made him take it. It's just it's a mix up. It's a mix up in the Bible. But let's look at this. So this was a punishment. This was a punishment to David for having taken the census, and he offers. You'll know this that through the prophet Gad, I think, David is offered a choice of 3 different punishments. And he collapses in the face of this offer and can't choose one. And he throws himself on the mercy of God. And what does God do to punish him?
Yeah, I'm aware of the verses, but we're
talking about. So what does God do to punish David?
Yeah, I'm aware of the verses.
So tell the boys and girls what God does.
Are you going to address 1 Samuel 15? Because I brought against. Because I brought some points. You're still winning away.
What does God do to punish David?
Are you going to address my points about the hyperbolic war language?
It's irrelevant. The reason I'm not going to address them is because they're irrelevant. Because you're picking one example of many. You're picking one example of many, and I'm saying that even if it were the case that there were some survivors, even if it were the case that massacre was never enacted, it was still an immoral command. It was still an immoral command. Whether it's true or not that no one was harmed, I don't think that the text supports that, but I don't know it well enough to fight that position, and I don't have to fight that position. Telling people to go and kill babies with swords is immoral, even if they don't then do it. Agree?
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would agree. But
I'm glad you do. So what it means then, what it actually means then is that whether there were survivors or not is completely irrelevant, because I'm interested in the morality of the order itself. That's the thing that I'm interested in. So to come back to the discussion we were having about David, you seem very reluctant to answer. You seem very reluctant to answer the question about David. So I'll answer it for you because you're not capable of it. So to punish David for the census that God incited him to take, God punished David by killing 70,000 Israelites. So you seemed very enthusiastic about the possibility that there were some survivors from the massacre in 1 Samuel. Will you agree with me that there weren't any survivors amongst the 70,000 people who God killed as a punishment to David?
No, there wasn't any survivors.
Right. So we can agree. So we can agree then. We can agree.
Why are you trying to dictate the conversation? Why are you not having a conversation?
Because I'm guiding the conversation. We'll come back to you to your ideas about morality in a moment, but I'm trying to establish a principle. The principle I'm establishing is that God is a very big fan of killing innocent people who didn't do anything wrong as a punishment for someone else who he thinks did. And this is something that I think is immoral. Now, we can talk about whether we have a basis for thinking that. I'm very happy to have that conversation with you. Is that the one you'd like to have?
I want to talk about 1 Samuel 15 because we still haven't addressed it.
We're all bored of talking about 1 Samuel 15 because you can't understand why the points that you're straining so desperately to make are a non sequitur.
Still not my point.
So the point you're trying to make is that you think that there were survivors of this massacre, or even that it didn't happen at all.
Not some. I didn't say some. So you already wrong.
Let's say that. Let's grant you, for the sake of the argument, right? Let's grant you that none of it happened. That the Amalekites were not actually attacked at all. Were the Midianites attacked?
Again, you're now jumping to Numbers chapter 31.
Correct.
We're talking about 1 Samuel 15, so are you going to be able to stay on this verse?
The reason why you're wanting to stay on this verse is nothing other than to try to score a point. I've conceded the point for the purposes of the argument. For the purposes of the argument,
are you conceding?
I'm conceding 1 point temporarily. I'm going to lend it to you. I don't think that you've demonstrated at all that this didn't take place. But the point I'm making is,
even if it didn't take place, what are you talking about? You don't even know my position. You're just
even if it didn't,
John,
even if it didn't, it doesn't matter at all, because there are many other instances where the exceptions you're appealing to would not apply. So the fact that you're stuck on this one and desperately wanting to not talk about anything other than 1 Samuel suggests to me you understand the vulnerability of your position. You're just trying to score a point. I'm not about scoring points. I'm about establishing principles. Now, are you willing to have a conversation with me about the principles we're trying to establish, or do you just want to keep on humping the chair leg of 1 Samuel?
Well, you did still man my position wrong. But as you already gave me that point, as you already conceded, as you don't know the verse or what you're talking about,
so
then
big.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then let's talk about the 2 other instances in which God commanded lots of other deaths.
You can just ask questions.
I can actually, because funnily enough, I can ask questions because I'm running the conversation here, and you can either address the questions or. I am actually, funnily enough. You can either address the questions, or you can run away. So the question I'm going to ask you is: was it morally good when God killed 70,000 innocent people to punish David? Was that morally good in your view?
So are you going to answer my morality question, or are you going to run away?
Was it morally good when God killed 70,000 innocent people to punish David?
Last chance. Are you going to answer my question?
Was it morally good? When God killed,
nice talking to you, John.
And off he goes.
Thank you for conceding.
Running away.
Yeah,
Off you go. Run away. Run away. You can't handle it.
Your point.
Run away.
Oh no, you can't answer my question. Are you going to answer my question that I asked you when I came up?
Run away if you want to. Run away if you want to.
Are you going to answer the question, yes or no?
No one can even remember what your question was.
Oh, so you weren't listening then, were you?
I don't remember a question. But I'd like you to. I'd like, if you're still here. John, it's wonderful that you're still here. So, was it morally good that God killed 70,000? No, because you're really boring. Was it morally? Was it morally?
No point talking. Nice talking to you, John.
And off he goes. Runs away again. He did it last time too. Coward. Just a coward. What he did, he just wants to argue one narrow point because he's terrified to look at the broader issue, which is that God's morality permits the killing of innocents, demands it, in fact, on multiple occasions. And he's got such a hard-on for 1 Samuel because he's got this idea that the thing wasn't actually enacted in some way, because later in the chapter it talks about other people who were the descendants of those people. So he's now got a little hard-on for the fact that it didn't happen. It's bollocks, complete bollocks, total nonsense, and doesn't change the moral calculus at all. But he's so insecure and so desperate to get a little win that was what he was clinging onto for dear life, like a piece of wood floating in the ocean. Couldn't let go of it. What he'll soon find is that he's totally incapable of addressing the moral problem with God's penchant for collective punishment. He just loves it, absolutely loves it. He kills people left, right, and centre. Innocent people. And that's why he couldn't talk about the slaughter of the Midianites, because that did happen. And Moses did tell them to go back and kill the survivors apart from the young virgin girls who they got to keep for themselves. I'm sure he would have found a way to cope with that one too. And he wasn't willing to engage with the punishment of David, which was to send a pestilence which killed 70,000 people, because he wouldn't have been able to cling on to his little 1 Samuel piece of wood in the discussion about that too. So, what can I say? You're welcome to come back again, Lavi, but you're going to have to be more willing to have a conversation rather than just act like a child. Okay, let's get in Jeffrey next and see what's going on there. And then we'll deal with some calls on the bingo after that. Hey, Jeffrey, how are you? Hello.
How are you, sir?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm good, right? So my name is Jeffrey Soros. I'm 56 years old. I reside in Los Angeles, California. I'm the CEO of Los Angeles Media Fund, founder of Considered Entertainment.
I'm delighted. I'm delighted. I'm delighted. I'm delighted about all your life achievements.
Oxford University, right? I'm introducing
Chill.
myself.
Okay, we don't care. You're probably trolling, and that's fine.
I'm introducing myself, jackass.
Okay.
Have some respect.
Yeah. Let's get in. Spreading the good news.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. Thank God. That guy was funny. That guy was actually funny.
Absolutely wild. If there's any chance you could be anywhere less reverberant, you sound like you're in the biggest bathroom that's ever been made.
Oh no! I'm actually in my basement, but yeah, I gotta I just built it, so I gotta build some stuff in here to stop the echo. But
okay.
Definitely, I see where you're going with that.
Well, welcome in. Nice to talk to you.
Nice talking to you, brother.
It's a little hard to make you out, to be honest, because of all the background noise, but we'll try. So my claim is that atheism can't be wrong.
Yes, and I like the way you worded that. That's very good wording there, particularly the way you worded it. But I just came because the argument you said with the last guy, well, not argument, I'll say the conversation. I agree with you, yes. The point of what he was trying to make, it's a bad point. You just wanted the point, I get that. But what I just want to share with you, first of all, the way I look at atheism, the way I look at Christianity or any other belief, I look at it as we both could agree to a certain extent, but it comes down to something like faith. Like the glass half full, half empty argument, right? I think atheism looks at the glass half empty. I think Christianity or whatever other religion looks at it half full, right? But it doesn't mean that we're wrong either or. It's just more how you look at it. You get what I'm saying?
Not entirely. I just think you're either convinced of a claim or you're not. And so atheism is somebody says, I believe this thing exists, and you say, I'm not convinced. That's it.
Right.
It's not clear to me that that's a half empty, half full, anything like that. It's literally just not being convinced of something that someone said. A little bit like if someone said, I believe in Reiki energy healing, and I would say, well, I'm not convinced that works. Just like that.
Right. Okay. So my question I would ask is it you're not convinced because of the evidence, or is it you're not convinced of him being good, or is it both?
The goodness has actually got nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Because there could be a bad God that could exist. I've no idea. You can make an argument against the triomni God, so that you can definitely make an argument that says that a God who is all-knowing and all-powerful and all-good doesn't exist. I think that follows. We can definitely make that argument.
Okay, right. I get where you're going. Okay, so I just joined in, so I get where that argument comes from, right? Because of the Bible, if that was, it's immorally bad, right? Okay.
Or even just the suffering in the world right now, just all the needless suffering in the world right now, or the easily avoidable random suffering, buildings collapsing on people and stuff, that just nothing to do with free will, nothing, all of that stuff. The world is so full of capricious, random suffering.
I agree.
That there can't be a God who's all powerful and all good. That cannot be the case. But that's actually nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Here we're just talking about I'm unconvinced because there's just no evidence for it.
Evidence of a God or evidence of the triune? Oh, okay.
Evidence of a God. Yeah.
Okay. So the Holy Bible to you, what would that be in your?
It's a book.
You don't take that as evidence of, or how do I put this? Would you say that book is remarkably more miraculous than any other book we have?
No, I think it's full of nonsense. I mean, I look at the Bible probably the same way that maybe you look at the Quran, as just a thing cobbled together by people over time, making lots of claims that you don't believe. Think about how you consider the Book of Mormon, or the writings of L. Ron Hubbard on Scientology, or the Bhagavad Gita, or any other religious texts that you think are just the creation of people. The Bible is just another one of those. There are tens of thousands of them. And the Bible isn't special. It's just another one. A book of myths.
Okay. So then I believe that everybody, of course, has a faith, even the littlest of things. Like if you was going to go on a date with somebody and they said, all right, I'm going to pick you up at 9:00. It would take faith, even in that, to say, all right, well, I'm going to show up and you're going to be ready at 9:00. I think everything comes down to faith, even the littlest of things.
Let's define terms then, because faith is one of those words that's a bit slippery, and it can be it can have various different meanings. And what sometimes happens is it has two very distinct meanings. One is belief despite no evidence, and one is belief based on evidence. And what sometimes happens is it's called an equivocation fallacy, where somebody establishes that you believe in one type of faith, or that you accept or use one type of faith, and then having done that, they pretend that it applies also to the other type of faith. So if somebody says they're going to pick me up at 9:00, if that person is someone I know and trust, and I have a track record of that person being reliable, then I'm not using faith. I'm making a judgment based on the evidence I have about that person. And if it's someone who I have no idea, let's imagine I book a taxi, a taxi cab to come and pick me up from the house, right? And it's a company I've never used before, and I don't know if they're reliable. Well, do I believe they're going to turn up on time by faith? No. I don't know if they're going to turn up on time because they don't have any evidence. I may hope they're going to turn up on time. I may even make plans on the assumption that they will, but I'll do so knowing that there's a chance they won't, and I will apportion my confidence about how reliable they're going to be to the amount of evidence I have. Maybe I've heard from other people that they're a reliable taxi company, or maybe I never have, in which case I'm ready for them to turn up late. I don't know. That's a type of faith. Do I have faith that the chair I'm sitting in right now is going to hold me? That's the old cliche, right? Yes, but that's not faith. That's belief based on evidence. I know this chair is well made. There's a reason why they've sold hundreds of thousands of these chairs around the world, because they're well made. Every day I sit in it, I feel that it's well made. I have a massive amount of evidence to justify my belief that this chair is going to support me. Doesn't mean it always will. One day it may break, but I have evidence, so I'm not using faith. Faith in the religious sense is the thing you do when you don't have any evidence, because if you have the evidence, you don't need faith. It's that thing of going, well, I'm going to accept this as true despite a lack of evidence. And that's what the Bible specifically tells people to do, right? The evidence of things unseen, all of that stuff.
Hebrews 11.
But believing despite the fact that you don't have a good reason is framed as a virtue in the Bible. And I don't think it's a virtue. I think it's stupid.
So I think because both of what you said, I look at as faith. It's just that one is a strong faith and one is weaker faith. Like, I agree with you. When you say there's more evidence, it would take a weaker amount of faith for me to believe, because there's so much evidence to back it up. But something that doesn't have a lot of evidence, I believe takes much more faith, however, still technically is faith. That's the way I look at it.
I'm not
sure. So it does come down to faith, every decision. You get what I'm saying?
Not exactly. I mean, I would say that I don't ever have faith. I don't use faith for anything. There is nothing in my life that I believe or accept based on faith. Literally nothing. That doesn't mean I don't trust people and things and chairs and taxi companies, but it's not faith. It's apportioning my expectations to the available evidence. I don't call that faith. I just call that being sensible.
Okay, so I guess we could agree to disagree there, because I do believe that is faith. I think just technicality, that does mean faith. Like, even to the sense of, if I was to be told something by my mom and dad, a story, let's just say, even though I wasn't able to see it or I wasn't there to witness it, I am going to believe in the story. It's faith. I'm agreeing with it. I believe in it. Yes, that they told me the truth. They're not lying to me. Right? Is that considered faith to you?
If your parents told you a story,
yes. There's no witness. It's just them. Like right now, mom and dad told you a story.
Are your parents reliable? Do they habitually lie to you?
Yes.
Well, then you'd be silly to believe it. If your parents are regularly lying to you and they tell you a story and you believe it, you're gullible.
But is that a faith in your understanding?
It's just being foolish. I mean, it's if your parents tell you something and they've got a track record of lying and you believe it, then you're just being foolish.
So what if they didn't have a track record of that? They told me a story, and I believe.
Then you're accepting the truth, or provisionally accepting the likely truth of the story based on the fact that they have an established track record of being reliable. So when my parents tell me something, my parents don't lie to me. My parents are honest with me. So if my parents tell me something, I've got a whole lifetime of being told true things by my parents. I accept it as likely true. It's not faith. It's just, as I said to you before, it's apportioning confidence to the available evidence.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think we just have to agree to disagree there, because the way I look at faith is in believing in something that you haven't seen, or, as in a sense, accepting something that you haven't seen. I know it says it exactly in Hebrews 11 what it is, but I guess we'll just agree to disagree there. But all I'm trying to get to is, being that you already stated your to take on faith in the word, but everything that we do, from my point of view, is a faith. And an atheist, even though if the glass is half empty or half full, we as Christians look at it as half full. And we look at it as like this. And again, you made a very solid point. The way I look at the Quran is the way I look at the Bible. But I'm sorry, I got a phone call. Am I still with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the way I look at it is like this. Yes, when you read it, Old Testament, I could agree with you. There's a lot of things in there that makes you go, ooh, that sounds pretty tough. No, that don't sound that good. But as a Christian, our faith is that we don't know it all. God does know it all.
This is a horrible argument.
I do have a faith.
This is a horrible argument.
Is all good.
This is a horrible argument. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When you say I have faith that he's all good, what you're doing is you're giving up. You're volunteering to give up and surrender at the door. Like you go into a club sometimes, you have to give in your phone or your keys or whatever. You're not allowed to take them in with you. You're surrendering at the door your own ability to make moral judgments. And you're just saying, whatever God says, it must be fine. That means when God orders the killing of children, must be fine. When God orders the stoning to death of gay people, must be fine. When God condones slavery and allows it and tells his people how to do it, must be fine. And you're literally just handing in your conscience at the door. You're surrendering your own human ability to have a moral sense. Why would you do that to yourself? You're degrading yourself.
I'll say this, and you make a very, very good point, and you actually worded that very nicely. It makes me look at it differently too. But when you say surrender, I do that. I surrender to God. I believe that He's above. I'm wicked. I'm a bad human being. You're right. I do surrender. But instead of me saying that I'm surrendering my judgment, because I will tell you, my judgment, you're right, I could agree with you, it looks bad. I surrender knowledge. I look at it as I don't know the whole story. I don't know everything. I did not know every in and out of the person that this happened to. I don't know the exact scenario, but I believe he does. And because he's all knowing, I trust and have faith he's all good, that it was something for better.
It's heartbreaking. Better. It's heartbreaking to hear you say this. So you described yourself as, like, I can't remember what your language was, like a wicked person. I'll tell you something.
Yes.
Do you think slavery is good?
Do I think slavery is good? Of course not.
Yeah, right. Do you think that stoning innocent young girls to death for being suspected of not being virgins is good? Not bad, right? Bad. Do you think that that men being able to sell their own daughters into sexual slavery is good?
Of course not.
No. I could give you another 10 on the list, and you would say, of course, not to all of these.
I believe you could, yes.
The news flash is you are better than the God that you're venerating, because your God thinks all of those things are great. And so when you say I'm a wicked person, but I'm trusting in him, he's the one who is condoning all of this depravity. He's the one who's ordering all of this senseless violence, orders specifically to kill children. And you are the one who is saying, I'm the wicked one. You're not. You're better than that. You're better than him. And you deserve better than him. And you deserve not to check your conscience in at the door. You should hold on to that. It's precious. It's yours. You have it. Own it. Value it. Don't give it away. And don't let people tell you that an all-powerful God must have his own reasons for causing unbearable amounts of human suffering that an all-powerful God could easily avoid. Here's the problem with the "we don't understand the mind of God" thing. Even if it's true that we don't understand what his reasons are for doing things, there is still an undeniable logic that if God is as powerful as everyone says, he could achieve those same reasons, he could achieve those same ends without permitting slavery, without commanding genocides, without drowning every pregnant woman and young baby on the earth, without all the senseless suffering that he demanded. He could achieve whatever he wanted his plan to be without any of that stuff. So it means he's chosen it because he likes it. He wants it. Doesn't have to have it. He's the boss. He's in charge. So saying we don't understand his reasons doesn't avoid that logic. So please don't lose your own moral sense. You deserve better than that.
Well, brother, I appreciate the kind words, and I'll agree to disagree. I do believe myself to be a very bad person. I also give glory to God for any good that I do have. I give him glory for it. I believe that all men fall short of the glory of God.
It's heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. You are a brainwashed person, my friend. It's horrible to hear it. I can sense the decent human being in you trying to get out and being pushed down by the conditioning and all of these thought-stopping words. I give glory to God and I'm a worthless sinner and all of this. It is awful to hear it. It's heartbreaking to hear a human being broken like this. I genuinely wish you well. I genuinely do, and I really hope that you can escape this cult because it's broken you. It's broken you, buddy. It's broken you.
So I'll tell you the God's honest truth. I would tell you, don't feel bad for me because thank God I have peace and I have joy. I'm very joyful.
I'm glad you have peace and joy. I'm glad you do. But please don't inflict this cult on anybody else. You know your God is going to be burning me alive, according to your theology. Right at the end of
why I came on top of this.
At the end of both,
the whole reason why I joined.
But listen, at the end of both our lives, if your God decides because I didn't believe the right things, he's going to torture me forever, are you going to just go, well, God's the boss, he must have his reasons, and be okay with that?
Well, so this is why I'm on this live right now, and I'm happy you bring this point up, brother. Whether this sits and does anything to you, I don't know, but I just wanted to tell you that Jesus loves you, and I know this is why I agree.
I don't need the preaching because I've had it for years and years and years.
I won't preach.
People were telling me Jesus loved me in the early 90s and late 80s, and I didn't give a fuck then either. Right? I really don't care. I really don't care. But I want you to dwell on the fact that Jesus is planning to love me so much, he's going to set me on fire and torture me forever, according to the book you venerate, and it'll be the right thing for him to do, according to your logic.
Well, that's what I'm more than sure. Obviously, you've been around. You said you've been hearing since the 90s. I'm pretty sure you know what Jesus did to try to avoid, because I'm supposed to be going to the fire too, but there's only one reason why I'm not, and that's because of what God did for me. Okay. And he did it for you too.
No, he didn't. So let's look into this, right? This whole setup of people needing salvation is because of a set of rules that God chose to put in place. He didn't have to. There was a fruit crime in a garden, and he was so upset and twisted about it that he cursed all of mankind and completely arbitrarily decided to make it so that the world was in a fallen state and everyone is born sinful and everyone deserves to go to hell. He made that happen. He didn't have to. He chose to. He made it happen. He inflicted an illness on everyone and then claims to have the antidote to the illness, which is that you have to grovel and make yourself a mental slave and kiss his ass just right, and then he'll do the act of kindness of not torturing you forever. This is a morally bankrupt system, and it warps the minds of people and it turns them into moral fools, and it's such a shame to hear you speaking about this stuff. You do not owe a debt of thanks to God for deigning to spare you from what he was planning on doing to you if you didn't grovel and make yourself a worthless, a worthless wretch in his sight, and grovel and thank him like this for killing himself, who's also his son, who also impregnated his own mother, in an act of ludicrous kind of corner cutting for his own rules that he arbitrarily put into place that he didn't have to do. This whole thing is completely insane, and you would do well to just get away from it rather than keep on drinking the happy clappy stuff that you're drinking. It's awful to hear. Awful.
So the way I look at it is that the wickedness and destruction that we brought upon ourselves, I don't blame God for that. I blame
it's his
humankind.
fault. No, it's his fault. Adam and Eve had an unauthorized fruit salad, and he lost his shit and cursed every other living being on earth forever. That was his decision. He didn't have to do it. That's on God, not on them. I don't know who this us that you're talking about is.
Okay, so I'll say Adam and Eve.
Right.
The way I look at it is this. They was given one thing, and even that they could not abide to. And that to me, I say this. I think that's a representation of all humankind.
Nope.
And then we'll go farther. The reason why it's not, I believe that God doesn't want to do it, as in like he's joyful about it, but it's more the fact that because he's perfect.
Nope. I'm not having any of this. This is just bullshit that you've been fed by a pastor, and it's soaked into your brain so deep that you can't get it out. This is absolute patent nonsense. Adam and Eve, first of all, this story never happened. This never happened. This is not history. This is the stuff of myth. Human beings have been on the earth for 300,000 to 450,000 years. The idea that there were two of them in a magic garden about 6,000 years ago is completely ludicrous.
What you just said,
right?
And I'm not trying to cut you off. I apologize, but wouldn't you call that faith? What you just said?
We have evidence for this. We have mountains of it, and we're not going to get into science denial in this call. We have mountains of it. We have no faith involved. We have no faith involved.
Okay.
We have a mountain of evidence that tells us that the whole Adam and Eve story is not true. It's not history.
Okay,
but
so
for the sake of for the sake of the conversation,
Okay,
let's allow that it was. Let's allow that this is the thing that happened. Adam and Eve did the unauthorized fruit behavior, and God, being sovereign and being in charge, could have punished them in any way he wanted. He could have banished them from the garden and that's it. He could have cut off bits of their bodies. He could have given them a hiding. He could have given them a talking to. He could have done whatever he wanted. The thing he chose to do was to cast the entire world into a state of sinfulness and then declare that the only remedy to that was to have himself, who's also his son, who also impregnated his own mother, nailed to a piece of wood at some point in the future to create a way of cutting the corner of these silly rules that he chose to put in place. This is ludicrous bullshit.
So that goes back to the perfection thing I was trying to say about God. That's why what happened. It's not because, in a sense that
he's not all powerful then. So he's not all powerful.
He's all powerful.
He had to do this punishment of billions of innocent human beings and animals because he had no choice.
No, I believe it's because, like I said, one, I believe he's all good, he's all knowing, he knows better than we do. I also don't think it's a joyous thing for him. I think it hurts him, but it's something
hurts him. He's all powerful. He's all powerful, but he has to do things that hurt him. Really?
Like a father disciplining a child, in a sense. Yes. But
no, that's complete nonsense. That's complete nonsense.
Evidence.
No.
I just wanted to talk about faith and evidence.
No, hang on a second. No, because I can't let this slide.
I want to get your point of view. I'm not going to argue or debate it. I just want to actually hear your point of view on this.
Sure.
The argument of 50, 60,000 years of people on Earth, right? We have evidence to believe that, right? Would you say that the evidence you have to believe that gives you the right to have faith to believe that?
No, there's no faith involved. My reason for believing that humankind have been around for hundreds of thousands of years is exactly the same reasoning as the reason that why I'm confident to sit on my chair. It's the evidence. There is no faith. Now let's get back to God. God being all powerful.
I disagree.
God,
I think that
well,
is a
you
faith.
can disagree, but you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Listening to people that is giving information to support their claim.
I'm not listening to them. I have access to the science if I want to. I can examine the evidence myself. I can examine the evidence
have access
myself.
to the claim too, the Bible, right?
No,
You have access to the
Bible.
scientific
The Bible is a book.
proven
The Bible is a book of bedtime stories. The evidence for the age of the earth and the age of humankind is multiple strands of cross-corroborating data from multiple different fields of science that all triangulate on the same data. It's completely different. Now let's get back to God. God, being all-powerful, did not have to impose this ludicrous punishment on the world. If the world is in a fallen state now, it's because God decided to make it that way. So it's not our fault, it's his fault. You can say that Adam and Eve are responsible for the fruit-related incident, but even that strains credulity because they hadn't eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil at that point. They didn't even know that it was a bad thing to disobey God's commands. So the idea of even punishing them for that is a bit like putting a baby down next to a fire, a 3-month-old baby, and saying, hot, and then walking out of the room, and then being upset that the baby's burnt in the fire. They didn't understand. They were morally naive. They hadn't got the knowledge of good and evil at that point, so they had no way of understanding that it was right to obey God. And then he fucks off. Then the serpent comes in that God knew was going to come in. This is all a setup. God could have made the tree a few feet higher so they couldn't even reach the fruit, or he could have stopped the serpent coming in. All of this stuff makes the whole ludicrous story a complete moral setup. But even if you allow that they made some kind of transgression, the idea that he didn't just punish them, he punished everybody else is his choice if you think he's sovereign. So you don't owe him a thanks for this. You owe him a big finger for screwing over the world so badly and messing up his creation so badly. Anyway, spreading the good news, you're not spreading good news. You're spreading junk, my friend, and it's horrible to hear your brain so infected with it.
Actually hits a soft spot. You sound a little bit angry, and I don't want to argue. I don't want to debate. I honestly came here to speak.
I am angry. Hang on a second. I'm not angry right now. I'm not angry right now. Okay, good. I'm glad that we're both not angry. I'll tell you what does make me angry is children being told this shit. The other thing that makes me angry is this nonsense being taught in classrooms. The other thing that makes me angry is politicians passing laws based on pressure groups that believe this nonsense. The other thing that makes me angry is science being impeded by this stuff. The other thing that makes me angry is people being told that they're worthless sinners, like you were. I'm angry for the harm that was done to you when whoever shoved this nonsense down your throat infected your mind with this nonsense. That makes me angry for you. And I know that you don't feel like I should be angry for you.
Yeah,
because
do not.
You're high on the supply like every other happy clappy I've talked to. But trust me, the price is high. You are spreading dangerous bullshit around the world, and it's not good news.
Is that God loves you?
I know,
and that's all I wanted to share. Is that God does love you?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. He's got a plan for me. He's just going to set me on fire forever if I don't love him back just right. So, dude, off you go. Off you go. No more preaching. You are one of the most brainwashed people I've spoken to in a while with the laughter and all of that. You are a very nice guy, but the stuff that you're standing by is hideous, absolutely hideous. And there are ex-believers in my community listening to this right now, recognizing themselves in your laughter. And I just hope you find a way out. Genuinely hope you do, because you are spreading dangerous nonsense around the world. Don't do it. Don't do it. I hope you find a way out of the cult. I rather suspect you won't. But there we go. Okay, we are going to get Scoob in next, and then Barabing Barabong. I wonder who that might be. But first, let's check in on the bingo and see where we're at. That was wild. Proper happy clappy, that one. We have Lack of Decorum. I love seeing new people in the bingo. Awesome. Called Philbro Babble for Lavi. Lavi was really, really disagreeable, but it wasn't quite Philbro Babble. So we won't allow that, but we will allow Crash Out for Lavi, because he did crash out. So here is the Crash Out for Lavi. Here it comes. This one's for Lavi. Oh, that's going to hurt. And PVG also called Crash out for Lavi, but it was just a very short period later. So just about missed out on that one. We've only got one square left, which is Philbro Babble. Let's see if we get any in the time we still have. We might. Okay, Scoob, hold fire. We're going to get you in just a moment. I appreciate the people who are participating in the caller rating, by the way. Let me just give you the links for this again, just so that you have them. Where are they gone? Where have they gone? Here we go. Rate guest. That's going to be in there. And I'm going to put it into the other chat as well. This is for anyone who wants to get involved. If you're just joining the stream now, we've got a way for you to real-time rate the guests I'm talking to for the quality of their arguments, which is up and down, and the good faith of their character, which is left to right. So you just follow the link. If you've got a browser available, follow that, put the ball where you think it needs to be, and then the clever computer combines them all together, and every conversation we have gets a score, and then we get a leaderboard at the end. It's awesome. Okay, we will get 4 super chats and then get Scoob in. We have Tim said, John, we all love you, but if missing a day means you get the rest you need, then I believe I speak for all of us. Go to sleep if you need it. Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate that. I know where that comes from. Thank you so much. I'm doing all right. I'm feeling a bit tired, but I'm having fun. And this is the place I love being. I will definitely crash out after this, and in my own way. There won't be a bingo square for that type of crash out, though. And Jace's Galaxy said, looking forward to Soldier calling in again. Can't wait. Hail Paymon. I'm trying to remember who Soldier was. Who was Soldier? Which was Soldier? I'm forgetting. I'm looking forward to Samuel calling in again. He keeps on telling me that he's going to call. This was the guy from Tuesday who was shouting at the top of his voice. One of the Black Hebrew Israelite types. Slightly strange view on ethnicity in the Bible. Very, very odd views. He keeps on threatening to call in and destroy me again. I can't wait. And Babs says, I fell asleep at 10:20, just woke up. Sorry. Well, welcome back, Babs. Lovely to have you back with us. And last one for now, Tim says, but John, have you ever considered no? I consider no all the time. All the time. Okay. Let's get Scoob in. And then we've got Barabing after that. Hey, Scoob, how are you?
Yo, what's going on? You can hear me, it's Scoob.
I can hear you. What would you like to say, Scoob?
Yeah, so you said atheism cannot be wrong. Alright, well, so if atheism cannot be wrong, that means atheism must be true, right?
Can you speak in your normal voice?
Yeah, I'm speaking in my normal voice. Do you want to insult me again, you idiot? Or no?
Yeah, okay. Let's get Barabing in next. And see if they're capable. Imagine waiting in the queue for 25 minutes to make an ass of yourself for 8 seconds. Incredible. Barabing, let's do this. Barabing.
Hello, mate.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I've been listening to it and it's interesting. But atheist, I grew up with my dad being an atheist.
Right.
And he'd have a Bible with the kind of question he'd have underlined. With the kind of things that you're questioning, and would allow the religious people to come knocking at the door and invite them in and question and so forth.
Yeah.
Anyway, so over the years, I weren't really biased towards any religion or non-religion. I was just neutral generally and just getting on with it. Anyway, over the years, I've wanted to see where I came from because I'm Greek. So I wanted to see where the Greek actually come from, the race. When did they begin? And I got so deep into it, like, you know, I'm talking over the span of 25 years I've been researching various topics, but lately it's been on Greece. And where people think that the Greeks had 12 gods is a misconception. It's actually they had the 12 ways that they saw that the behavior of the earth and the stars and the positions, that they knew when to plant their crops without any insects coming, or they knew just from the observations of these 12 principles that they'd see around the earth, they knew how to synchronize them and grow to their potential.
This is great. Wonderful stuff. But I hear you. What does this have to do with whether atheism can be wrong?
What does it have to be? Well, all right. Let me explain it. Let me give you a brief, because it can't be pinpointed exactly. If you go into history, the teachings of Socrates, he believed that there was something present that he couldn't define, but he knew that it was responsible, and we all had it. Everything had this ingredient in it, this force. But he didn't know what it was, but he could see there was something beyond the understanding that was responsible, that everyone has in it. Let's call it maybe electricity. Let's just say for just to say something. And the others was that they gave the spirit that to the church to teach, to take on board their teachings, and they gave Timocracy's teachings of the science, and they gave that, they separated. So where people were thinking in one, they went Egypt, they came back, and they split the spiritual side on Socrates' teachings and the thing. So, in other words,
yeah, let's have the other words. So far, you've said lots of interesting things, all of which have nothing to do with my claim that atheism can't be wrong.
Well, there's no actual God. Atheism is correct, I find. There's no actual God.
So above my head, it says debate stream opposition only. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's another side to it that you guys should, the atheists should focus on, the side that you can't science can't pick up on. Or they call it quantum now, whatever. But they're giving it names. But it's different forms of this.
All right. Friend, this is a conversation for another day. We're looking to have conversations about religious belief and different perspectives on religious belief from believers, and that's what we're looking for here. That's what the audience have come to hear. We haven't come to.
So you believe there's no God? You believe it? I don't think that's good enough. I mean, you should know that there's no God in the way that they're explaining it. That they are through the churches.
Well, we don't know that there's no God. That's not a thing that we can know. There may or may not be one. I'm just currently without a belief in one, and that's reasonable. We haven't established that there's no God.
Well, if you look at the actions and the way that the body behaves within itself, and the way it heals, and the way it's built, and everything, I mean, wouldn't you say that is so amazing that it only something godly like could be function in such a way?
You sound like you're all over the map. A second ago, you were telling me I should know there's no God, and now you have now appeared to be arguing for some sort of designer.
Yeah, I'm talking about a God external, other than the way we are as gods, because I believe that we are gods by definition of the way.
Oh my God! Now we're all gods. So there is a God, there isn't a God, we're all gods. We should be arguing for, we should know there's no God, we shouldn't be arguing for no God, and we shouldn't just believe there's no God, but we're all gods.
So there's so you don't wish to argue this, you're just like saying what you believe then.
I'm trying to understand what on earth you're talking about. What is your position with respect to this? Do you think that a God exists, yes or no?
Maybe the picture that I'm painting is a bit too big for this conversation. Maybe I'm out of, maybe I should withdraw.
All right. Sorry, well, thanks for coming up. No worries. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay. I'm not sure what to say about that. Fair enough. Takes all sorts. Is it a Saturday night? I guess it is. Fair enough. House 70. John, how dare you run your own show? The nerve on you. I know, right? I know. Lavi, you're welcome back anytime. And Ectofool said, apologists cannot bear to participate in conversations they don't control. He was having a hard time, poor Lavi. And he had a really bad time last time, which is why he came back feeling so sore this time and was so desperate to just score a point of some sort. It rendered him completely incapable of actually taking part in the conversation in any meaningful way at all. And he made a clown of himself, but what can you do? And Tim said, theists say the glass is half full of God. Atheists say, where the hell's the glass? Right. There ain't no glass. I can't see one. I'm looking. Where's the glass? Good call. Good call. And Coco says, hate to spoil the fun, but the glass is always full. Where there's no liquid, there's air. Oh yeah, I suppose there is. Full of something. Full of something. I like that. But where is the glass? That's the thing. We haven't found the glass. And Millennial says, boy, Christians sure love to equivocate. And this was why we were speaking to spreading the good news. He was kind of sweet, but so brainwashed. When they start laughing gleefully, it's like off with the fairies. There is nothing I could say to him. Sometimes you get a sense that maybe you can get through to someone. Fully drunk the Kool-Aid. There was nothing I could say to that poor guy to get him out of the cult. He's fully in, probably for the rest of his life, but I don't know. Awful to hear it. Awful to hear him calling himself a worthless sinner. This is disgusting. This is why I hate this cult, because of what it does to people like him. He's a victim. Sometimes I see someone like Lavi, just an asshole. Someone like that guy, a victim. And I felt for him. As much as I was disgusted by what he was saying, what was coming out of him, I just thought, someone got to this guy when he was a child, or at some point in his life when he was vulnerable, or something, and has filled his head with this nonsense. And it was just hard for me to not see him as a victim. Horrible. But yeah, lots of equivocation going on there, absolutely. And the let's agree to disagree when I've just been completely demolished on a particular point is a funny one as well. He just defined faith as trusting for bad reasons. Exactly. That's exactly what he did. Exactly that. And Bert, great to see. Bert Russell, let's not pretend that expressions like I will pray for you and Jesus loves you are nothing more than Christian passive aggression. It is basically that. It's defensive. It's a defensive move. When the conversation starts to feel uncomfortable, just deploy those mindless phrases. Just do that. And Bab says, thank you for not killing me, Mr. Serial Killer. Is that the vibe you got, Babs? Is that in? He did say he's in the basement, so maybe there's something to it. But no, he seemed all right to me. Just horribly brainwashed. Grim amount of brainwashing. House 70, thank you for the super chat. Damn Snake, he should redirected them to eat first from the tree of eternal life. That would have been a better move, right? That would have been a much better move if the serpent had done that, and he could have had some of it too. Yeah, so ridiculous. Audio Rock Me Amadeus, good to see you again. Adam and Eve is the first case of a proof that humans cannot be good. It's basically the lesson to a child: stay out of the cookie jar. If we fail once and twice, and for n+1, it's always true. I mean, it's archetypal, isn't it? It is an archetype, and it's just crazy that people like that guy think that's a literal piece of history. They think that that's a thing that happened. It's mad. And when you point out, well, you can do the numbers in the Bible, that's like 6,000 years ago, and we know that Homo erectus has been around for a very, very, Homo sapiens has been around for 250, 300, 350,000 years, something like that. But you're taking it on faith. It's tragic. Absolutely tragic. We were talking about Carl Sagan last night, and it just makes me think what he would make of these conversations. He'd just be shaking his head and lamenting it. And Dancing Chipmunk, great name. Adam and Eve, an unauthorized fruit salad. Lol, good one. Got to tell it how it is. It's what it is. The fruit-related incident. That's what it is. And then finally, for now, Alex says, keep up the lovely work, guys. You changed lives, mine included. That's just about the loveliest thing that anyone could ever say. So thank you, Alec. That really makes a huge difference. Thank you so much. Okay, and Simeon Urchin is just sneaking in now with, he was so brainwashed, his brain was perfectly smooth and clean. Not a wrinkle in sight. A perfect godly cleaning, wasn't it just? I mean, that was one of the most off with the fairies believers I've spoken to in a while. And he had such a sort of lovely manner about him, but just gone. Completely gone. Wild. Okay, let's get McBaller Deluxe in. Great name as well. The good names abound tonight. McBaller, how are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Good. I'm just going to get your name up on the screen so we can all see who we're speaking to. Right, welcome in. Don't think we've spoken before, or maybe we have. Maybe we have, but not sure. Welcome in anyway. I think we have actually. It says here we spoke on the 3rd of July, but I can't remember what we spoke about. So welcome in. What do you make of my prompt?
Yeah, so we did speak before on the nature of like non-belief. It was my contention that it's like some nonsensical fantasy land that a lot of atheists like to subscribe to.
What is? What's a nonsensical? Non-belief is a fantasy land.
Yeah, and I could expound on that if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, what on earth does that? Are you suggesting that it's not possible to not believe something?
No, I think non-belief, semantically, it only exists in that sense. So, like, belief would exist in reality as a state of the brain that can be measurable, observed.
Right.
Non-belief has not been observed to be in that way.
I remember our discussion now. Is it going to be that stupid again?
Well, I mean, it depends on like what you're going to offer, because it was only stupid because of what you offered.
Sure. So, if you are capable of believing something, then there are neural correlates of that. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay. If you are capable of not believing something, there are neural correlates of that. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, the state of non-belief exists. Do you agree?
Nope.
Okay. It was all going so well. For a moment, I thought you weren't going to be silly.
Yeah,
but the silliness.
I know it was, and then you insert some stupidity in there. So you're equating like not believing to the dissent of a proposition to non-belief. However, that's not going to be able to be the case scientifically speaking, which I'm sure you're going to be able to value, correct? Because you value science. I'm sure you're a man of logic.
Sure. So if you're not persuaded of a claim, if you hear a claim and you don't find it persuasive, and therefore you involuntarily find yourself in a state of not believing it, what do you think is going on there?
Yeah, you're suspending your judgment. Can you provide an argument that's going to be like equating those two things? Suspending judgment as non-belief?
You may be suspending your judgment, and I actually value that. And I think that suspending judgment is a subcategory of non-belief. So suspending your judgment, suspending judgment means that you don't have the belief. Would you like me to show you the notation on the screen? I can show you. So if you look on the screen right now, I don't know if you can see it, but you've got three orientations with respect to proposition P. You can see it, right? BP means that you believe proposition P to be true. Negative BP means that you lack the belief that it's true. And B negative P means that you hold the belief that P is false, right?
Okay, yeah, let's stick to the second one. Having lacking the belief that it's true.
Yeah. So lacking the belief that it's true just means that you have not been convinced that it's true.
Okay, could that also be an unawareness of the proposition as well?
It could be, yeah. It would be.
Okay,
that would be one. That would be
well?
one. That would be one instance. Suspending belief would be another, and just being unpersuaded would be another.
Yeah, it's going to be suspending judgment as well. So how are you going to apply that scientifically then to substantiate non-belief as being a brain state, a state of the brain, the same way you can show that with belief?
Well, because all mental processes are a state of the brain. And
Correct.
also because some of the research done by Harris et al. In 2008 were able, using real-time functional fMRI, were able to establish certain neural correlates of propositional assent and lack of it.
Yeah, that would be descent, correct?
Lack of assent. So believing something and not believing something.
Okay, can you pull up that study, please, and give me the quote that what you're saying?
Can I do what?
Because
sorry?
I'm sure. Yeah, can you pull up and quote that study you're saying? Because I'm sure you're misquoting it.
I don't have it. I don't have it to hand. Just look into the neural correlates of belief. It's Harris et al. 2000. I think it's 2007 or 8.
You don't have the quote?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm just going to dismiss that as nonsense then. But
Dismiss
anyway,
it,
so,
or you can go and look it up when you have time. But the point is, the point is, even if we ignore the looking at the neural correlates, we just have the experience of not believing something.
What's a neural correlate? Can you define that for me?
Yeah, it's a particular state of the brain associated with an experience.
Okay, cool. So what in the study shows non-belief existing?
They were able to correlate particular regions of the brain activated in the MRI when people were told things that they believed to be true, and other activations when people were told things that they didn't believe to be true.
So there were activations then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so there wasn't a lack of any activity like you were lying about. But anyway, so therefore, I would just go ahead and say that that's going to show some type of belief, but belief to the descent of a proposition as well. So there's going to be some brain activity, but that's going to be very similar to the brain activity you see in belief. So there's going to be some type of reaction. There's not going to be an absence of activity there that you're going to be able to point to as being non-belief.
Yeah, you don't need to, because we can experience it. We can. what you're arguing for, the thing that you're arguing for, has someone got performative laughter on the bingo? Let's just have a look at it.
Wait.
It's gone already.
I
wish we could get it again.
Is that going to be some kind of evidence?
We can't. Someone. So who called performative laughter on the bingo earlier? It's gone already, isn't it?
If I say I experience God, is that going to be some kind of evidence?
What were you saying? Sorry?
If I say I experience God, is that going to be some kind of evidence for you?
Evidence of what?
Come on, bro. You're better than this. If I say I experience God, is that going to be some kind of evidence for you?
Evidence of what?
God's existence.
Of course not.
Okay, exactly. So I'm going to say the same thing for you. I don't care about your experience. I care about what actually is.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, that's what we're talking about here. We're speaking about orientations with respect to a proposition, aren't we? And the ludicrous claim that you appear to be flailing to defend is the idea that it's not possible to just not be convinced by something, despite the fact that billions of people all around the world experience this every day. So is this something that you are going to be able to defend or just going to keep on laughing?
Just because you claim people experience that, it's not going to actually materialize anything to reality. That's nonsense. Can you actually steel man my position, please? Because you're straw manning me. Do you have straw man on your bingo card?
It sounds like you're arguing for the fact that it's not that simply lacking lacking assent isn't a thing that exists, and that's a ludicrous position.
What?
You came in saying that lack of belief was, how did you phrase it, a fantasy or something like that?
Yeah, see, you can't even track. That's hilarious. And you
just remind me. Stop.
No, non-belief.
Okay. Non-belief. There we go. Yeah. So lack of belief, non-belief, same thing. So
prove they're identical.
Look, this is Philbro babble. For anyone who's watching,
exactly.
This is the Philbro babble we were speaking about earlier on. These kids who come in, they've watched a bit of Jordan Peterson. They might have done a little course or something, and they think that the way they assert their masculine energy is by beclowning themselves on the internet. This is the thing that they try to do. This is part of the manosphere. These young boys have got such poor role models that this is how they think they do it. They come on, they laugh, they do performative laughing, they go, that's going to be a blunder. And they all speak in the same way because they've all watched the same videos. It's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. You can't make an argument for the thing that you're trying to establish. You're not going to be able to do it. You can try, but you're not going to. You weren't able to last time, and you're going to fail to do it this time again.
Do you want premises or what?
Make your argument.
Yeah, so premise one, belief is going to be observable as a state of the brain, and there's other studies about neurology that are going to be able to prove this. Premise two, non-belief is not going to be able to be observable in the same way. Premise three, the atheist is going to be concerned with what can be observed and also seen through observation. Well, that was just a repeat of the first sentence anyway. And then conclusion, they're going to have to be able to dismiss non-belief as something that doesn't exist. What premise do you have an issue with?
Right. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not really tracking your premises there. But I still think that the claim you're making is completely ludicrous, because all of us, just from our own human experience, are able to understand what it feels like to not be persuaded of something.
Okay, again, you're conflating terms here. Disbelief, non-belief, which is just nonsense, like I've proven you can't really refute anyway. And then it's going to be also suspension of judgment. These things you're all going to be like reducing them down to like non-belief. You're going to have to prove to me that they're going to be identical to one another.
I don't have to prove anything of the sort. All I need to say is it's part of the human condition to know what it feels like to not be persuaded by something.
Again, what you're going to have to prove is,
and I can give you specific examples right now of things that I'm not persuaded of, where I'm not asserting the negation of those things.
Okay, so not asserting the negation of a proposition, that's going to be equivalent, identical to non-belief. Is that what you're like? The nonsense you're trying to claim?
It's a type of non-belief, isn't it? It's not necessarily equivalent to it. It's a type of non-belief. So if I say, for example, that I don't believe it's going to rain next Friday, right? I have no reason to believe this. I currently am not persuaded of the claim it's going to rain next Friday. If proposition P was it's going to rain next Friday, then I would take that middle symbol, right? The negative BP would be I am not persuaded that it's going to rain next Friday. Does it follow from that I positively believe that it will not rain next Friday?
No.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, and that doesn't help your case at all.
QED, it actually proves my case because it proves that it's possible to not accept the truth of a claim whilst also not affirming its negation. Therefore, non-belief. Therefore, non-belief.
Yeah, that's cute. I'll grant you nonsense. That's just going to exist semantically here. It's not going to exist really. You're not going to be able to show me any studies of the brain.
I don't need a study of the brain. I don't need a study of the brain because I'm experiencing it myself right now.
Wait. Okay, like what? 4 billion people experience that Christianity is true. Does that make Christianity true?
It makes their orientation with respect to the claim true. You're confusing the map with the place. I'm not talking about whether it is going to rain next week or not. We're talking about what my beliefs are. It's not my fault that you can't track this. It's got nothing to do with that. We're talking about. You're not. You're failing. We're talking here about whether we think something is true, or whether we don't think it's true, or whether we think it's false. Your asinine argument seems to be to say that if you don't think it's true, you must think it's false.
Nope.
Well, you can nope all you like, but that is the claim you've made.
I'm trying to lead you to the steel man in my position, not the straw man, like you want to do, because you're desperate to be proven right to yourself and your audience, because that's what you need. But anyway, so the thing you're trying to substantiate here is non-belief.
Such a great Philbro. Right? This one is Philbro of the year. Go on. Keep on going.
You're trying to substantiate non-belief here. That's a thing in contention.
Yes.
You did it semantically. That's cute. My contention is that you're not able to do that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but your contention's bollocks because I'm experiencing it right now. I'm experiencing it right now, and anybody can experience it at all at any time by just thinking about But again, you're confusing the map with the place.
Right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Shh, be quiet, child. I'm not saying that Christians don't have those beliefs. I'm saying
that's not what I'm saying either.
No, it is what you're saying, because the moment I used the example of being able to not be convinced it's going to rain next week doesn't mean that you think it's not going to. You went to, well, then 40 million Christians think this about Jesus or about God. Does it mean it's true? Which is you failing to track that we're talking about brain states. We're talking about brain states. You said it because you're confused, because we're talking about brain states. I'm saying that it's very, very trivially easy to think about something where you're not convinced it's true, and it doesn't mean you think it's false. It's trivially easy to come up with that. You keep on running back to, is there a brain state for that? I don't know whether there is or not. I think there's some evidence to suggest that there is from Harris's research, but I don't remember if Harris's research disambiguated affirming the negation from not accepting the proposition. In other words, I don't know if they separated out in the fMRI study thinking something's false from just not accepting that it's true. And that's why I'm hesitant to lean on it, because it may not support my position. I don't know. But what I do know is that everyday normal human experience that anyone can have is trivially easy to know that it's possible to not believe a claim without affirming its negation. And so your claim that non-belief doesn't exist is bollocks. And with that, I thank you for coming in. Good luck in your future endeavours. Let's get Valder7 in next, but we're going to have a look at some super chats first. We'll check the bingo. The bingo says, Philbro Babble! I'm so glad that we didn't give it to anyone else, because that boy was Philbro Babble personified. He was a walking cliche. That's going to be a blunder. Go ahead, and all of that sort of stuff. Those turns of phrase, all of that stuff. Where do they learn it? Where do they get it from? What makes them do that? But anyway, it was Bassclef who called it. PVG got there 1 minute later. But Bassclef gets it. Brilliant work. And that is the bingo card filled. Absolutely astonishing work, everyone. I'm still going to keep going for a while. So what I'm going to do is show the winners of this bingo, and then we'll wipe the board clean and keep on going. And Valder, I'll get to you in just a second if you can just be patient. So, unsurprisingly, the winner of today's bingo is PVG with 11. That's an outstanding score, PVG. I think that's a record. Absolutely brilliant. Queen Beach on 9, and then Bassclef, Espresso Jack, and Lack of Decorum. Bassclef and Espresso Jack on 2, and Lack of Decorum on 1. That's absolutely brilliant work, everyone. Absolutely love that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe the board clear like this, and we are going to shuffle it around like that, and then we're going to start again, because why not? Because we can do that. I don't know how long we'll keep on going, but a nice fresh bingo board awaits. Excellent stuff. Okay, let's get rid of McBaller's name off the screen, and our guest seems to have just dropped out of the queue. If you want to come back in, we'll get you back up again. Or rather, if you want to come back up again, we'll get you in, is what I meant to say and didn't say properly. But until that point, we do not have a guest, so I'll read some super chats. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, I'll read two super chats, and then get Valder in. Bert said, the glass is always full of water and air, and fundamentalists are always full of shit. That is definitely true. And Philbro's always going to Philbro. And Buzz says, it's a weird caller night. I love it. I know, right? The freaks are out tonight. Okay, let's get in Valder 7 and get things going. Valder 7. Hey, Valder, how are you?
Guy.
Hello.
Well, I'm doing well. It's for after midnight in me. I'm from Bulgaria. Where are you?
I'm in the UK, and it is coming up to 2:30 a.m. where I am right now. But
Okay.
anyway.
What is the topic exactly? Because it's very wide range of can be said about atheism cannot be wrong.
Yep. So
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with it?
It's a claim that should be one.
It isn't a claim, though. Atheism isn't a claim. That's why I say it can't be wrong, because it makes
the sentence is a claim.
The sentence is a claim. Yes, I'm not making the claim this sentence can't be wrong. I'm making the claim atheism can't be wrong.
Atheism, I think that agnosticism can be wrong because it gives us something logical that we cannot know for sure.
Sure.
But atheism is rejecting the origin of God or some kind of divine.
No, some atheists go as far as rejecting. Some atheists just don't accept. It's not quite the same thing. So I'm not saying I'm not making any claims about reality at all. If I'm an atheist, I'm just saying I heard a story, I didn't find it convincing. There might be a God. There might be a God. There might not be. There might be a God. There might not be a God. I have no idea. But the time to believe there is one is when there's some evidence, and there isn't any evidence. So, contrary to what my last guest said, I remain in a condition of simply not being persuaded of the truth of that claim.
What is your how to say a hill metaphorically for atheism?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What is my
metaphor is the film Troy, where they decide the best soldier. So I'm asking, what is the best point that proves your statement about atheism?
I still don't entirely understand what you're asking. If you're asking why I'm an atheist, it's because there's no evidence for a God.
What is your the most hardest statement in favor of atheism that you want to share with people? If you want to convince someone to become an atheist.
I mean, it's not really that I want to convince people to become atheists. It's more that I want to convince people that they should be led by reason, and then if they're convinced of that, they're going to become atheists because that's where reason leads. So I want to convince people that they don't need to believe things because other people have told them they're bad if they don't believe them. That's what I want to convince people of. I don't have there isn't a smack bang argument for atheism or something. It's
but that's not point. My point is to see what is you find the most reasonable in atheism.
The thing I find the most reasonable about atheism,
Christianity.
The thing I find most reasonable about atheism compared to Christianity is one of those things expects you to believe a whole load of nonsense on zero evidence, and the other one doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Let me say something. You know that you have 4 kind of ways to experience. You can see, you can touch, you can hear, and you can taste.
And smell.
That's a form of source of you receive the information from the environment from these 4 things that I just said.
Let's move this along. So we have senses, yes.
And I want just to complete my sentence. And many people say that how can I trust a third party, a third person who tells me about God, referring to the gospel? But they forget that it's possible to have one more source of exploring or judging the truth, because you're judging the truth about your room, whether it's clean or not, using your eyes.
Was it smell? Because you didn't mention smell. I was like, what happened to smell?
Or if the beer is strong with your taste. But let's imagine that God is created in us 5 senses that we don't yet know, that can say whether the sentence of the someone is divine. The message, I should correct, the message is divine or not.
Yeah,
Many people miss that.
I'm definitely missing this. And lots of things may be the case. Lots of things may be divine. The time to think they are is when there's evidence for it. At the moment, there isn't any. So we tentatively withhold belief because we're not persuaded. We have no choice. Because we are not persuaded by the evidence, we don't believe. And that's what being an atheist is. It's literally not being able to believe because you don't find the evidence convincing.
I respect all atheists.
Good. Well, thanks for calling in, Valder. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Thanks,
I
friend.
just wanted to share my thoughts about that.
All right. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Thank you for the call. All right. We are going to get in EP next. Hold fire where you are, EP. Be with you in just a second. We're just going to read a couple of super chats and then we'll get you right in and we'll get on with things. Beard of Empathy, great to see you back again. One of my biggest issues with Christianity is the premise that people are born broken. It's absolutely horrific. Children should not be taught this message. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Absolutely agree. It is abuse. And I think it's abusive to tell adults too. But children, particularly horrific. Anyone who tells children that is engaging in child abuse. Don't get it twisted. Skepticus, great to see you. Opinion, please. Life is a thing that matter does sometimes. I would agree. That's exactly how I would say it. Living things are collections of non-living things configured in a certain way such that they participate in the behavior that we call life. Every atom in your body is not living. Every molecule in your body is not living. We just gather matter together in a certain way, or rather nature and biology gathers matter together in a certain way and arranges it in a certain configuration such that it takes in energy from the environment and metabolizes and reproduces, and that's what we call life. That's the behavior that we call life. So these asinine arguments about life from non-life and all of that kind of stuff, absolute codswallop. So well said, totally agree. Okay, let's get EP in and see what EP is saying. Coming in right now on the TikTok machine, we hope. Hey, EP.
Hey, what's up? So I wanted to understand what do you mean by opposition only? What includes opposition for you?
Well, it's a debate stream, so what the audience are here to listen to us have debates, which means if you're calling in to tell me you completely agree with me, it just means it's a less interesting conversation for the audience.
Mm-hmm. Right. So what I'm asking is what are we agreeing or disagreeing on? Like, there's a prompt on the screen, but I've been watching for a little while, and nobody seems to have been really actually arguing specifically on the prompt. You guys seem to be straying off into tangential topics.
Yeah.
Is the prompt proper on the screen the actual thing you're trying to debate?
Right, I hear you. So the prompts on the screen are generally the topic of the show. What sometimes happens is people who call in regularly or who have called before and had conversations with me before about things will want to pick up on points we've discussed before, and I'm happy to do that. So whilst, the prompts are really a sort of, they serve as a starting point for conversation, but it's not like I refuse to talk about anything else. If excuse me, if you've got something to say about this area, the area of religion and belief and faith and stuff like that, then even if it isn't directly what's on the screen above me, I'm happy to talk about it.
Well, I actually asked you about what opposition means. So you said that it's a debate stream. So you're saying somebody who agrees or disagrees with you. So I'm asking specifically, in context of the prompt that's on the screen, is that what you're saying opposition in regards to?
Yeah. So my claim,
Okay, sure.
my claim is that atheism can't be wrong, and I'm inviting people who disagree with me to come and have a discussion about it. So let's having established that, do you agree with me that atheism can't be wrong?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. First, I would like you to define atheism.
The lack of belief in a god or gods.
So you're describing negative atheism specifically, correct?
The lack of belief in a god or gods.
Yes,
you can label it whatever you like. Some call it lack theism or lack of belief atheism, whatever you like.
The philosophical term is negative atheism.
That's absolutely fine. So I'm not making a positive claim there are no gods. I'm saying that because that's the minimum requirement for atheism. Any other forms of atheism build on that. But that's the kind of the MVP of atheism is a lack of belief in a god or gods. So that's the case. And if you want to define terms and be exact, I'm also happy to define the word wrong in this context as to mean. That was
going to be my next question.
Of course, as to mean either and both meanings, factually incorrect or morally bad, morally unacceptable in some way.
Okay, so this actually is a discussion about epistemology. So I mean, whether it's morally correct or not is completely irrelevant to the prompt that's on the screen. So we'll just ignore that.
It's not. It's actually more relevant. It's actually the center of all the work I do, and the center of my the reason why I wrote a book about this, because there are billions of people in the world who think that it is morally wrong to lack a belief in a god, and that's why it's extremely salient. And it's actually the meaning of wrong, which I think is a more interesting discussion. The epistemology one is like, meh, that's kind of the sideshow. The real one is, can it ever be considered morally wrong to lack a belief? That's the one where the value in the conversation really lies.
Interested in.
That's where most of my work lies. I'm happy to engage on either of the two or both of them.
Okay, so just to clarify, if we replace atheism with your definition, a lack of belief in a god cannot be factually incorrect. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then there's nothing to debate because you're actually just describing your own psychological state.
Totally agree.
Which I can't prove or disprove.
Well done. You got it. And you're obviously you've spent some time thinking about this stuff. Other people haven't. And so part of what I'm doing is promoting a slightly more sophisticated understanding of the word atheism. Some people think atheists are just people with horns on their head, or people who eat children, or people who, have a particular political leaning or whatever. You've obviously thought about this stuff. You obviously have some background in having learnt about it or studied it or looked into it. You know some of the terms. You understand negative atheism. I get it. You probably are not the person who I need to have this discussion with, but I'm interested to know what you think about the moral side. Do you think it can ever be a moral failing to lack a belief?
I would say that morals are highly perspectivistic and relativistic. They're not really my domain. I concern myself mainly with facts. But I did want to say that concerning the whether or not it's factually correct or incorrect, yes, I did say that you're describing your own psychological state. However, I can point out this one thing, is that typically people will rely on the negative atheism definition where they say it's a lack of belief, therefore it is not a belief system. I would actually counter that by saying, by asking specifically, and correct me if I'm wrong, you did say earlier that you're not saying you disbelieve, and you're not saying you believe in the reverse. However, you are saying that you were unconvinced after having seen evidence. Is this correct?
With respect to any deity at all, I would say I remain open-minded but unconvinced. With respect to certain specific deities, like the God of the Bible, I take a different position. I'm pretty confident that God does not exist, in exactly the same way as I'm pretty confident that the Norse gods don't exist.
Okay. So then my question would next be, if you have decided that the evidences are insufficient, then that would necessitate that you're using some sort of metric to judge the sufficiency of the evidences. So what are the criteria that you're judging the evidences by?
Do you know what? I'm prepared to even say I don't know. I've just listened to the evidence. I've subjected myself to it with as open a mind as I can, and then I've self-examined to say, do I find this compelling? People's accounts, testimonies, stories of answered prayers, claims about fulfilled prophecies in the text, all of those kinds of things taken as a sum and total. And I'm like, okay, I've taken in all the evidence and I've examined it all without formalizing what my criteria are. Do I find myself convinced? And that moment of self-examination has led me to realize that I don't.
Okay, so it's mostly intuitive for you.
Yeah, I think this is the
That's
case
valid.
for all points where you're not convinced of something. It's you're experiencing either a feeling of being convinced or a feeling of not being convinced. And in my case, it's a feeling of not being convinced, having considered the evidence. I try to apply rigorous standards of epistemology to the evidence. I try to be, for example, consistent in the way that I evaluate evidence. I would evaluate claims of personal experience from a Christian exactly the same way I will evaluate claims of personal experience from a Hindu. I don't make any distinctions there, and I try to be as open-minded and fair as I can, and try to be aware of my own biases and mitigate them where I can. I do the best I can to be intellectually rigorous. But at the end, I self-examine and I don't find any of this stuff convincing.
Okay, so I mean, if we follow that reasoning all the way through, what it essentially boils down to is, if you don't know your actual metrics for gauging whether or not the evidences that have been presented to you are sufficient to convince you or sufficient to be considered true and correct, then your actual judgment of whether or not it is sufficient is actually it's unsustainable. Like it doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless, right?
Well, it's not meaningless. It's just the judgment I have. That's what a jury does in a trial. People sit in a jury in a trial, and the prosecution will make their case. They haven't all calibrated their metrics. They're just listening to the evidence and deciding whether they find that it is sufficient to establish a warrant for a conviction, to establish a case. Right? That's exactly what I'm doing. The fact that I can't say the fact that I can't say these are the specific things that I'm looking for, or that this is my specific metric, is completely irrelevant. It doesn't render it valueless. I think I'm quite careful about it, and I'm using.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm quite careful about it. It doesn't even mean that it's arbitrary. It just means that I'm using my own abilities to think critically as much as I can, in exactly the same way as I would do if I were sitting on a jury or if I were evaluating any other claim. I use the same standards that I use for evaluating any claim in my life.
Okay, so you are thinking critically, is correct?
I'm attempting to.
Okay, so you're saying the evidence is for XYZ, right? So let's take any, for example, that not that you've said, like, I believe that it's not true, but ones that you've said that I don't believe it's true, specifically. Just pick one out of thin air, whichever one you want.
So, sorry, let me just clarify what you're asking for. Are you asking for an example of something where I merely lack a belief, or something where I'm belief that it's actually false?
No, the first one.
So, something like... something like, I mean, a God would be a good one. I lack a belief in a creator God, but I'm open to the possibility that there may be one.
Okay, and you said that the evidences are unconvincing. So can you give me an example of some evidences that you've deemed unconvincing?
Yeah, I mean, all the arguments from design that I've heard, arguments from fine-tuning, the kalam, arguments from contingency arguments, any number of these sort of the kind of normal things that you find in the dialectic conversations in these spaces. I find all of those arguments unconvincing.
That's valid. Can you give me a specific example, like lay it out, like say like you're talking about like a fine-tuning argument, just as an example, you're talking about like a fine-tuning argument. Can you articulate the exact argument and explain why it's unconvincing?
Yes, I can.
Sure.
I mean, we're not going to do this for too much longer because it's going to start being boring for people. But so someone might say that they believe that the fact that the physical constants of the universe have such precise values so as to bring about the reality that we see in our own existence, and even the potential for matter to form. The fact that if those constants had very, very slightly different values, reality would be very, very different, and it's possible that there would be no life or possibly even no matter, that requires intentionality, because otherwise we're being asked to take a leap of faith that a fantastically unlikely set of occurrences could have happened to bring about all of this, and that there must have been some sort of designer mind responsible for tuning these values so as to permit the formation of matter and life. That would be the fine-tuning argument, and the reason why that argument doesn't work for me is twofold. Mainly because it presumes that the creation of matter and life was the intended starting point at the beginning, and there's no reason to think that's the case. It's the sharpshooter fallacy, which I'm sure you know, drawing the target around the arrow after it's landed. And the other reason is that to make a probability argument, you need to know what the possibility space is. You need to know how many different values those numbers could have had, and we have absolutely no reason to think that we can possibly begin to know that. It could be that they are in fact a brute fact of nature, and that's it. So that's the argument. I tried to steelman it, and that's why it doesn't work for me. So all of those types of arguments just leave me feeling unpersuaded about a creator, but open to the possibility that there is one.
Right. So that actually sounds like some well-articulated metrics that you're determining whether or not something is convincing, at least based on what you said. So my question then is, you have those metrics that you're saying, like, based on these metrics, that's not convincing because XYZ. Well, that XYZ that you stated is actually an axiom. And because it's an axiom, that is the definition of a belief system. An axiom is something that is unfalsifiable and also unprovable.
I know what you're saying.
That you're basing your ontology on.
Yes.
Which coincidentally is the same thing that the theists are doing when the theists are trying to convince you of XYZ. Right?
Yes, but the difference is one of us is reasoning correctly and one of us isn't in a situation like that. So we may both
itself is a belief.
We may both have axioms, but I can demonstrate that their axioms are based on fallacious reasoning and mine are not.
Okay, prove it.
Because their arguments are fallacious for the reasons I said. That they're, for example, because they're appealing to a probability argument, making a probability argument without having the numbers to make one. That's a fallacious argument.
So who?
Well, we can demonstrate that they're doing that because they are P1.
No.
P1.
How can you prove
they are making a probability argument. P2. They don't have the numbers to make one. Conclusion: it's a fallacious argument.
Can you prove what I'm saying? Is how do you know? How can you know that probability doesn't work that way in reality, in external reality? Like, you could prove it using math equations all you want, but math is just a language. Just like you and I talking right now, we can use tricks of language all day. But what I'm asking you is, can you present
this is getting very
repeatable experiment?
I don't have to. I don't have to. It's getting very dull.
But you're the one making the claim. You're making an affirmative claim.
They're trying to make
the burden of proof's on you.
I have met the burden of proof. This is how I meet the burden of proof.
They're trying
to make a probability argument. In fact, they are making a probability argument, and I am saying that to make a probability argument
sounds like a concession.
It's not a concession.
John, it sounds like a concession, John.
To make a probability argument, you need to know the probabilities, and they don't know the probabilities.
But
because
why?
that's
Why do you need that?
Because this is idiotic. If I say to you, I've got a dice, and I'm going to roll the dice. It should be die, but let's say dice. I've got a dice, and I'm going to roll it. What are the chances of getting a 16 on my dice?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one making the position.
You would say, how many sides does your dice have? And if I say I'm not telling you, you would say, well, I can't give you the probability because I need to know how many sides the dice has to know what the probability of getting a 16 is. And it would be fallacious, and it would be fallacious for anyone to try to make an argument about the chances of getting a 16 until you know, is it a 100-sided dice? Is it a 1,000-sided dice? Is it a 17-sided dice? Until you know that, you can't make a probability argument. And we can recognize this as fallacious reasoning, which is what I'm doing when they try to do that. I'm not appealing to anything. I'm not, I'm not extending myself. I'm not making any claims that I can't demonstrate. I'm showing how their reasoning is fallacious, and that's why I reject it.
All right, then let's follow that reasoning now. So if what you say is true, that you need to understand the entire system, in order to be able to make claims about the probability within the system.
I didn't say you have to be able to understand the entire system. I just said you need to know what the numbers are if you're going to make a probability.
You need to understand what the numbers are. Okay. So you need to understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, man, all I got to say is what you just described is exactly what you were doing when you defined atheism, when you said negative atheism. You had deliberately obscured. No. Just let me finish. You deliberately obscured the metrics by which you were judging the sufficiency of evidence when I asked you the first time.
I didn't deliberately obscure anything. I just said I don't have to define them.
In a defensible position.
No. You're now speculating. You're now speculating about my motivations for saying things. So now we're a mind reader as well, are we? And we're psychologizing. No, this is not the case. I merely said that I don't have to specify my criteria for accepting a claim or not, or finding it convincing or not. I just experience whether I am convinced by it. It wasn't said strategically. It was said because that's how it is. Anyway, we've been on this for a while. I think it's a little bit dull, but I thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Okay, we are going to get in the Tom is Now next, and then we've got Redacted after that, and Jon Snow is back as well. Okay, but we've got 7 calls on the new bingo already. I love this. You guys are on fire tonight. Imagine if we fill the board twice. Sean's not going to believe it. Okay, let's have a look at what have we got. We'll try and get through these quickly so we can get the Tom is Now in. Pastor of Muppets crying about the meta. Yes, he was a bit. And the boards have gone all quiet. Let me see if I can turn the sound up a little bit. There we go. Upshot. Great to see you, Upshot. Personal incredulity with EP. We'll have that. An Upshot called It's a Relationship, Not a Religion with EP. And Pastor of Muppets called Fine-Tuned Universe. Yeah. An Upshot called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist. And Upshot called You Need Faith. And Upshot called Circular Argument. Was there a circular argument there? I'm not sure if there quite was. I think it was just a bad argument, not necessarily circular. So we'll leave that one off until we get one in the wild. Okay, let's get our next guest in so we don't leave them waiting. And we'll hit Super Chats after this guest. So the Tom is now. Is coming in right now. Hello, the Tom is now. How are you? Hello.
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Excellent, thank you. Welcome in.
Thank you. Yeah. So I listened to the, first of all, just full disclosure, I am a Christian. I do believe in a Christian God, but I don't think that going like too far into like scripture is entirely necessary for this conversation.
Sure.
So the beginning of your last conversation where we were defining terms, I agree with like pretty much everything with what you said, but the 2 variations of like what you're defining as wrong. The first one really is just a descriptive claim of what atheism is. And I don't think there's really any disagreement that could be had with that, with whether or not it's wrong or not. Because if someone is atheist, or you're just describing, again, their mindset or their mind state of what they're, giving credence to. But I do agree that the more interesting conversation is the morality of what we're defining as wrong.
Yeah.
I don't really necessarily want this to be like, oh, you're wrong because I'm the Christian or whatever. That's not really interesting to me. Like if I would rather be taught than teach somebody. So I'm more interested in where you're coming from when it relates to morality and atheism. So again, full disclosure, I'm a Christian, so I obviously believe that morality is grounded in God.
Yeah.
And so what do you think? Like, I suppose I'm asking you, like, where do you get your morality from, or where do atheists get morality from?
So there is no answer to where do atheists get their morality from, because you're going to get different answers from different people. Please understand that atheism isn't monolithic. You're going to find atheists who give a certain answer and other atheists who give other answers. It's like saying where do what food do Red Sox fans like? It's like it's a broad church, if you'll forgive the pun, right? I can give you my answer. For me, morality is grounded in the well-being or suffering of conscious beings. And that's really what it means. If you imagine being on a desert island by yourself, what would it mean for you to have moral obligations? There would be none, as far as I can see, because moral obligations are about how your actions impact others, and particularly how your actions might hurt others or help them. And so for me, I have a starting point, and my starting point is that I recognize that I don't want to feel pain, and I don't really want to die. And from that starting point, I get to, well, I want to be around other people who also don't want to feel pain and die. And then we can all not feel pain and not die together. And we can all agree that we can cooperate with each other and communicate with each other and be together in a social contract. And I won't kill them, and they won't kill me, and I won't eat their children, and they won't eat my children. And I'm motivated by avoiding the suffering of others. That's the thing that is my axiom, if you like. That's my starting point. Okay. I subjectively choose this, right? I grant that this is a subjective choice that I'm making. But I'm also going to say that whatever you think your morals are grounded in is going to be a subjective choice you're making too. Your choice to ground your morals in whatever objective thing you think you ground them in, God's nature or God's character or personality or values or anything like that, you are subjectively choosing to do that, and I am subjectively choosing to base my ethics and morality on the avoidance of harm to others and the maximizing of well-being. Once I do that, I can actually then be really objective, and I can look at any act and say, is this act more likely to create more suffering or less suffering? Is it going to enhance well-being of others, or is it going to take away their well-being? And depending what the answer is, that's going to determine objectively whether I view that act as being good or not. Right? So that's how I do mine. And for anyone who thinks that they have objective morals given by a God, the newsflash is you don't. You've subjectively chosen to align yourself with one of many religions on offer in the world. You've subjectively chosen where to place yourself on the spectrum of how literally you take that religion. You've subjectively chosen to outsource your own sense of what's right and wrong, basically give it up and replace it with just wanting to do what the God that you like subjectively likes. And there's so much subjectivity there. There's in fact more subjectivity in that way of doing things than mine. So that would be the answer to your question.
Okay. I guess I agree with most of what you said. Like I would concede that when it comes to, like, for me, for example, when I guess profess that I'm a Christian, or I give my life to that way of living, I am subjectively choosing to, I suppose, have someone that I'm claiming somebody greater than myself determining what I should do or should not do in whatever life circumstance comes my way. So I would agree that there's a lot of subjectivity there, but I guess my and again, I'm just being honest because I want this to be an honest conversation.
Sure, of course.
My problem, I guess my problem with atheism, and I suppose atheists would see the same sort of problem with Christianity, is when we're saying that, or you're actually conceding it's an honest concession that when you are determining what's right or wrong, it is purely subjective, and everything
you too.
Really is.
And you too.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I understand. That's why I know, like, that's the way you would see it as well. But don't you see a bigger problem in the macro when it comes to, like, culture or society? Like when we are, because when it comes to culture and society, you're sort of doing the same thing that a Christian would do. You're giving your I guess your own moral agency to the greater number, because if we're having a society that comes together, and they are creating a social contract as to like what is right or what is wrong. And whatever they determine would probably be like something very similar to what Christianity would say is right and wrong. But the difference is everybody in this social contract is visibly there. They can observe each person there at the table creating this social contract. So you would put more faith in this sort of manner because you're observing it. But don't you see a problem with that when it comes to society as we observe it now? Because we see like society progress towards whatever virtue this generation or the previous generation or the next generation, whatever virtue they hold is their highest virtue, and they obligate themselves toward that virtue. Don't you see like an issue arising that this virtue that they are claiming is the best virtue to strive towards ends up being something that leads to something bad, for example?
No, because I'm not advocating for ethics by majority view. I'm saying that I ground my ethics. I don't hate the word ground. I base my ethics on a simple principle, which is the avoidance of harm. And if everyone does that, we're going to have lots and lots of the avoidance of harm. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't sometimes make mistakes. It's possible to do the wrong thing by accident. It's possible to think that you're embarking on a course of action which is going to reduce harm and find out that it doesn't. Find out actually it causes harm. Well, the beauty of my system is you get to reality check it. You get to find out, oh, this isn't working. We've had an increase in harm. This isn't working out. And you can course correct because you can test what you're doing against reality. Whereas if your ethical system is based on trying to please an invisible magic creature in the sky, you never have the opportunity to do that. You don't know if you're pleasing God or not because you have no idea whether there's a God there or not. And you certainly don't know, you don't have any way of testing whether he or she is pleased with your actions. Under my system, as long as we are motivated by principles, by the principle of avoid harm, maximize well-being, it's very hard to see how you could end up with too much of a problem. I mean, it's not a perfect system because there are no perfect systems, but it seems to me a much, much better way of doing it. And if you look at the God of the Bible, if you are giving up, if you're surrendering your ethical intuitions at the door and saying, I'll just have whatever the boss has, and then you look at the contents of what the boss likes, and the God of the Bible is a God who commands the killing of children, who promotes slavery, who is misogynistic, clearly has a problem with women, believes they should be treated as less than men in some way, absolutely brutal, demands genocide multiple times, enacts it himself when he feels like it. This is a monster. And because you've chained your moral sense to his, you've basically given yours up and said, well, I'll just, whatever he thinks is good, I'm going to call good. That then obligates you to venerate and accept and lift up and endorse all of those things. I don't have to. I can look at those things and go, slavery, bad. Genocide, bad. Treating women badly, bad. Killing children with swords, bad. You don't get to do that. You have to label it good because your God likes it. So which one of us has a better moral system?
Well, okay, I'll concede to what you're describing as Christianity, but my point is that under this framework, well, okay, first of all, what did you address the point of like the social contract when it comes to like morality, like in a societal sense?
Yeah, I did. Which is that we don't do it. We don't base our morals on a vote. We base our morals on a principle, and the principle is avoid harm. It's basically humanism. It's orient yourself around compassion and honesty, and trying to avoid harm and act for the benefit of people wherever possible. It's hard to see what harm is going to come out of doing that.
Yeah, but what if I mean, I see a problem in that, and the same sort of problem that you would see in Christianity. I see the same sort of problem with this framework. Don't you see how, like, if we live in a society, there are representatives of our society that determine through votership what sort of I guess, rules we abide by in life, in our daily lives. And of course, I would say the logical end to this is like the extreme is what sort of wars we enter into and what sort of advocacy we would like to see in the world. And we're projecting this from our society. So it's going from our society out to another. And so don't you see an issue where in this sort of representative republic that we have, at least in the United States, every citizen that is a taxpayer, that is a voter, whether or not you're a voter or a non-voter, you are making you're in a sense giving your sense of morality, or at least you are abiding by a set of rules underneath a representative republic that they set their laws and rules and based on whatever sort of agreed to list of rights and wrongs that they agree to. And so under the ruling class, the citizens have to abide by this, that by their at least sense of right and wrong. Like they are sort of giving away what they would otherwise deem for themselves as right or wrong in the most subjective sense, like you do. Like we would all agree that we subjectively decide what is right or wrong, whether or not I'm a Christian and concede that to a God, or you're an atheist that lives in a representative republic and you give that away to a rulership class that establishes.
It sounds to me like you're drifting into a conversation about law and society and stuff. That's a slightly different thing. We're talking here about right and wrong. We're talking about
but what I'm arguing is this societal rulership class, they are enforcing what they see is right and wrong.
Well, that can be bad. I mean, there are countries that have bad laws. You know, South Africa in the 1980s was an example of a country where the laws enshrined racism, and the US, until not that long ago, was a country where the laws enshrined racism or misogyny, or women didn't have equal property rights or voting rights. So I'm not suggesting that the law is always good. I'm saying that what's in the law and what's legal is a completely separate discussion from how we think about right and wrong. And how we think about right and wrong has got nothing to do with that. And I'm saying if you want a basis for how you think about right and wrong, there are two on offer in this discussion. One is yours, where you basically define good as anything that your deity likes, and that then obligates you to support atrocities. Whereas I don't have to do that. I can define good in terms of what creates tangible positive benefits and beneficial effects on other humans and conscious beings. And that leaves me free to say, I don't like slavery, it's bad. I don't like genocide, it's bad. I don't like weaponized rape, it's bad. I don't like all the things that your God thinks are great in the Bible. I'm entitled to say I don't think they're good. You don't get to do that. Because if you've said the basis of your morality is just anything the boss likes, it's the Nuremberg defense and you're in.
Well, the reason why I brought up the example of a government and its enforcement of laws and this nature is because I believe that this is informed by morality. Like an individual's morality, once they start grouping up together, and through consensus of their own subjective morality, will inform the group how they form society. That what I'm speaking to is how each individual and their subjective morality, how it informs the culture and the society. Is not the logical end to this argument that from an end, obviously we don't live in a vacuum and by ourselves. We don't live on the island. We live in communities. Isn't the logical end to this discussion that we as individuals, as community people, we like communities and culture and societies. We see that as the logical way to function rather than function as individuals. So isn't the logical end to this conclusion, the logical conclusion to this end, that we inform how we run society based on what we are saying is moral or immoral?
Yeah,
and that's not the same.
There are good and bad ways of doing it, and which is why we have good societies and less good societies. Why you have societies where there are tremendous amounts of injustice because people are organizing around faulty principles. But you asked me what mine were, and I'm not suggesting that all societies are getting it right or a utopian or a nailing it. But it's a hell of a lot better than the alternative, which we've already said is, terrible. If you decide to chain your ethics to, the biblical war god of Israel, you're lumbered with a whole load of stuff that you are not going to want to be lumbered with, but sadly you are. Which is why when I so often have these discussions with people, they always start out in a very meta way, talking about the kind of, the meta ethics and how do we ground morality and how do we define right and wrong and all of this stuff. And eventually, normally after about 10 minutes or so, I say, okay, well, let's look at some specifics then. And that's the point that I'm able to get an apparently normal person to justify soldiers raping children. But it's easy. You just open the book of Numbers and there it is. And God commands it, must be good. And you're done. And it's a demonstration of how this stuff doesn't work. So however faulty our systems might be, I'm reminded of Winston Churchill, who said, democracy is the worst system of government, apart from all the others. It doesn't mean it's perfect, but it's better than the other stuff on offer. And that, sadly for you, if you're basing your sense of right and wrong on a tribal war god of the Middle East from the Bronze Age, that comes with a whole lot of baggage, which I'm joyfully free from. So friend,
yeah, okay.
I was going to say, we have a few others in the queue, and I think we've kind of litigated this for long enough.
Okay, no worries. I would just mention that, I feel like the next part of this conversation would obviously lead to what are we describing as suffering? How do we measure suffering? Who is establishing that rule, that defining term? Yeah, I think tricky. That's where this can. Yeah, it is tricky. So, but I enjoyed the conversation for sure.
Me too.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in and being so respectful. I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Thanks. Take care. All right, there we go. Okay, we are going to get in redacted next, redacted renegade, and then we've got the real one back to speak again. I actually had a comment from the real one. I might just share it with you now. As you know, I like collating the comments under the video sometimes. So here was where has it gone? I think it's over here. Yeah, here's a comment that the real one left. This is actually a conglomeration of a couple of comments, but I combined them. And what the real one said was, I've came on his live many times. I think that would be I have come. But anyway, I've came on his live many times, and I've asked him, what is this 10th commandment that is in the Bible? It's called a yearning or a warning. I ask him and every other atheist, when you call yourself this name, why isn't this breaking the 10th commandment? Because he proves to me that the Bible is real when he breaks this 10th commandment on TikTok on his live. And then he has the nerve to say God is not real when he can't obey these easy commandments God has made. The only sad thing is, though, he doesn't come on and tell you, hey, I'm a homosexual, and that's why the Bible is not real to me. So this is the level of communication and dialectic that you can look forward to soon in our exchange with the real one, who will be gracing our screens as soon as we finish speaking to redacted renegade, who we will speak to after we have quickly updated the bingo, which is no morality without God. Yeah, we did get that for sure. And Pastor of Muppet said, words don't mean words. We definitely had a bit of that going on, didn't we? Sadly. He was lovely, but there we go. And we'll just do 4 super chats and then get redacted in. I love this. Buzz says, it's not scientifically measurable to lack belief in unicorns. Therefore, unicorns must exist. Checkmate, bitch. While we were speaking to McBaller, that's basically where he was going. It was a pathetic argument, as were some of the others tonight. And Tinspired by the Sea, great to see you, friend. Hope you're doing okay, doing well. Wish I can give you more. You deserve it. They don't know why you do it, but we do. I heal more with every brain dead caller and performative laugh. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I know what a hard time you've had. And so it means a lot to me to know that you're around and that this stuff helps you. I really, really mean that. Thank you. And Anony says, the neural correlates of religious and non-religious belief. Harris et al. 2009. I got the year wrong by 1. Thank you. DOI with it right there. thank you so much for providing that. I feel bad now that I got the year wrong by one day, by one, but I kind of got it, didn't I? And then lastly, Bethos says, minus P would also be possible. Not believing something is not true. Yeah, I normally leave that out because it gets a bit tricky, but you're right. I have written on that as well. Exactly what that means. Not asserting the negation. And does not asserting the negation mean that you believe it's true? Tricky. It doesn't. But yeah, there we go. All right, let's get Redacted in and move things along. Hey, Redacted.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate your patience. Thanks for coming in.
No problem. Yeah, of course.
Sure. What do you got?
All right. So how's everything been going? How are you doing?
I'm fabulous. I'm having a whale of a time. I absolutely love doing this. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. So my claim is atheism cannot be wrong. Feel free to opine on that, please.
Yeah, of course. And instead of using, kind of a worldly way of attacking this, I'm going to stick to scripture, right? Because we all are in a spiritual warfare.
Before you do, I'm going to have to let you know that I'm never going to be interested in an argument which is my book says this, because I could just pull out a book that says my book says something else. So if you're going to make an argument using the Bible, you would first need to demonstrate why we would consider the Bible to be authoritative about anything, which is one of the things the real one won't be able to do as well.
No, I could tell you why, and you won't like the answer, because the spirit that you have within you does not allow you to want to listen to the truth. Okay, so.
Oh, it's my fault. Okay, got
no,
it.
it's not. It's not your fault, right? See, don't turn the words that I'm saying it's your fault. It's the spirit, right? So you have a conscious, right? You have a mind.
Right.
Okay, just like how you're saying. So you use your conscious to basically dictate how your conversations have been going the last 30 minutes or so. You don't have a moral compass. The only one that you have is your own, right? And so your own is human nature, right? Human experiences and things that we tend to use traumatic events to basically justify blaming somebody else rather than looking at ourselves first. And that's what the Bible does, is that it shows you inwardly first that because the scriptures say, again, I'm going to use scripture. Scripture says that. But
I don't care what scripture. I could read to you from Harry Potter if you want to.
No, that's a good book. But also, what I'm telling you is the beginning of wisdom. The beginning of learning wisdom is fear of the Lord, right? So what that means is that you have to put your pride aside, which is what we call ego for men. And so the first thing about understanding why you sound the way you sound is, first of all, it's not so much you, right? It's not so much you. It's the things that you allowed to enter
the spirits.
Right. Yes, exactly.
One or many? Is it like? Is there a ghost inside me now?
Well, not the spirit of the Holy Ghost for sure, but
a bad ghost.
Yes, a bad ghost.
Is it Casper?
Yes.
Is it
no,
Casper?
It's not
Casper.
No,
Not Casper.
His name is Satan. If you want to.
Satan is inside me now. Is Satan moving inside me?
Oh yeah. Because of how you describe your belief of how you perceive who God is, the evil one, right?
Amazing. How many people did Satan kill in the Bible?
Oh, he killed everybody that he was able to.
Funnily enough, it was about 10, and it was under God's orders when he was completely messing up Job's life. How many people did God kill in the Bible?
Really?
How many people did God kill?
Okay, so explain
how many people? How many people did God kill in the Bible?
I know this is your podcast, or your show, but explain to me the version of Job's story that you made up yourself versus the real story about what the story truly is trying to teach. So give me your version.
Well, they were having a discussion about, how badly one of God's most righteous, wonderful people could be screwed over before he'd start asking awkward questions. And so they did a sort of almost like a bit of a bet, and they completely destroyed his life. And God said to Satan, go and you do what you want. And
Okay, right there.
Satan,
Right there. Let me stop you right there. So
yeah.
why did Satan have to go ask for permission?
Well, because God is apparently the boss, and they were collaborating on this project to completely fuck over this poor guy, kill his family, kill his kids, kill his servants, destroy his crops, burn his house down. But it was all fine in the end because God gave him other children, and anyone who's ever lost a child knows that the pain completely goes away when you have other children. You stop caring about the one you lost.
Well, that's your version of putting it. I understand, but like I said, a person who doesn't know.
So anyway, back to the death count. So Satan killed 10 or 12, something like that. God, it's like hundreds of millions. Who do you think? Who do you think comes out ahead here morally?
Well, still, I think it's Satan because what he's doing.
I agree. Satan comes out morally ahead too. I agree.
No,
so let's agree.
understand.
Satan's fine. But anyway, given that I don't actually believe in any of them, let's get back to the argument. Let's get back to the discussion about the ghost moving inside me and how it's affected my mind and what that has to do with my claim that atheism can't be wrong.
Because the main thing is what I'm trying to get at is you are either influenced by something that is selfish or by something that is not selfish, right? And so basically evil, good and evil.
Is it possible that I might be influenced by reason? Is that possible that I might just be using my brain to think about the things I've had? And that actually really it does matter because sometimes things are morally neutral and you can just assess a set of claims based on whether they make sense or whether they're fucking ludicrous. And sometimes stories with talking animals and miracles and magic are not to be taken seriously in the 21st
But you said
century.
you like Harry Potter. But you said you like Harry Potter.
I love it because I recognize that it's fiction.
Right. You call it as fiction, but you're still hating something that you still say you don't believe. So what I'm trying to say is that's the ultimate goal. There is in the spirit. There's the body, and then there's the spirit.
Sure.
Right. And
Let me clarify something for a moment. I don't.
Well, if you're going to keep interrupting, there's not going to be anything that I can do for you because this is what you want.
But it's fine. I don't need you to do things for me. This isn't an intervention. I haven't brought you up here to minister to me. We're having a conversation about ideas and the basis for believing ideas and what happens when we apply reason to those ideas. And what happens is when we apply reason to some ideas, they shrivel up. They shrivel up like prunes. And this is the case here. These ideas shrivel up when you apply a little bit of reason to them. So as regards the fact that I'm hating something I don't believe in, I want to just be very clear, and then I will let you speak, because I'm not meaning to speak over you. I'm just trying to stop you galloping away on some sort of sermon, right? So I don't hate God. I don't hate God. I know you probably think I do. I don't hate God. No, my feeling about God is exactly like my feeling about Darth Vader or something like fictional character in a book. The thing I hate is the effect that these horrible toxic ideas have on people who deserve better. That's the thing I hate.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that I deserve better? Would it be safe to say that my reasoning for saying what you want to believe is going to be the better way of doing stuff? Should I start doing your way of wanting to have better things by always saying, well, this is not enough, I want more? You know, being unsatisfied is one of the biggest problems that we have because we are, in an essence, very lucky to be in a place that we are in the United States, but we are still in a system
that's debatable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're still in a system, right? We're still in a system that a lot of us don't agree, like because of morality, right? Okay, so we already know that the government does whatever the government does. We already know, but the thing is influence, right? Like I said, it's all influence. If you want me to go,
can we just bring it back to the subject at hand because we're all over the map at the moment.
What subject? Because I'm not all over the map.
You are a little bit.
I know exactly
The claim is atheism can't be wrong. So,
right, and that's what I'm telling you. It's wrong because of the way of your mind has been scolded to the ways of this world.
But you don't know what atheism is at the moment, by the sounds of it.
Oh, I do. I know plenty.
Could you define it for me, please?
Yeah, it's the non-belief of a deity, of a religion, of something that is structured in a way where you don't agree with it. You don't believe in the ways of that certain way of doing stuff or living life.
It's got nothing to do with how you live life or what you agree with how things should be or what.
I'm saying that's what's influencing you. Is what I'm saying.
No, that's not what's influencing me. Though I appreciate you telling me what the contents of my mind are, but also please don't. Atheism is simply not being persuaded by a particular claim. That's all it is. All of that other stuff you talked about, all of the stuff you talked about is lovely. Is lovely, but that's not what atheism is. Atheism is simply somebody says a thing, and I say, I'm not convinced by that. So that can't be wrong.
Can I get your attention real quick?
You can.
Okay, so you've closed your mind out to sound reasoning, right? And so I have nothing more, right?
Do you know?
A person who stirs up division after winning.
All right, fair enough then. If nothing more, then off you go. I love it when people tell me what's going on in my own mind. Absolutely delightful. Okay, the real one. Buckle up, Buttercup. You're coming in next. We're just going to deal with the bingo, and then we've got Spazzer after that. So let's check out what's going on. This is bingo round 2, by the way. For anyone joining us, we've filled the bingo board already. PVG smashed it. He won it like 11 calls. Absolutely crazy. But we're on it again, and something tells me we might just fill it again. This is what I live for. So Pastor of Muppets called Hardened Heart. I think that's true. Absolutely right. And Upshot called Circular Argument. There was a hell of a lot of circular arguing going on there. Especially when I say I don't accept the authority of the Bible, and then he appeals to theological language from the Bible to explain why I should. Round and round we go. And Upshot called Without God, Life is Meaningless. I think he was triangulating towards that too. And there may have been Mike called performative laughing, but I'm not totally sure that I heard any performative laughing. That's when all of that stuff. Let's save that in case we get it later. I'm not sure if we had some there, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Forgive me if I am. Okay, we will get in 3 super chats and then we'll speak to the real one. I can barely wait. He was charming last time we spoke to him. I'm sure he's going to be winning you all over with his charming ways again. Buzz says this guy is trying to compensate. This is when we were speaking to, of course, McBaller. Yeah, he was trying to compensate. It was not going well for him. And Simeon Urchin said, Philbros are such a good example of natural selection. Who's going to want to pass on their genes with them if they're so goddamn insufferable to be around? This is not how you win friends and influence people. Don't be like McBaller. And McBaller, if you're listening, stop doing all of that stuff and start playing a musical instrument. Your life will be better and people will want to have intimate moments with you. I'm certain that they don't currently. And Walter says, John, I have noticed over my life that those most susceptible to true belief are children, former addicts, or people with very dark pasts. Thoughts? I think I would agree with that. Vulnerability and susceptibility and gullibility are all parts of a thing. That's a technical term. Okay, let's get the real one in. Sure is going to educate us all on the matter at hand.
All right, let's go again.
Welcome
let's
back.
Start all over where we're at.
The real one. Okay, so before we do, we're going to establish some ground rules so that we can have a civilized discussion. So we're going to listen to each other speak, and we're not going to interrupt each other, and we're going to be responsive to what each other say. Is that okay for you? Can you manage that?
Well, I was doing that last time. You just
Great.
didn't like what I was saying.
I'm delighted that you can manage that.
See,
That's
you already
wonderful.
cut me off. That's a bad start already, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So my claim today is, and thank you by the way for your asinine comments on YouTube. I love them, and
Is it the truth or not?
The homophobia.
Is it the truth or not?
The homophobia.
Is it the truth or not? Be a man, please.
He's crashing already. He's not even 43 seconds
You
in,
can't even answer
and
the
he's crashing
question.
out already. This is already going on the crash out
Breaking the
compilation.
10th
I can
commandment
feel
over
it.
me, I win.
I can
know
feel
I
it.
would.
So I was going to say thank you for your comments, and the homophobia and awarding yourself debate victories is just chef's kiss. It's beautiful. It's what I love. You know, we have lovely, quiet, respectful conversations with some people, and other people aren't capable of doing it, and it kind of keeps the karmic balance of the channel right. So I want to thank you for bringing in enough crazy to balance out. You know, we had some quite good, respectful conversations with guests today who do know how to actually have a conversation. So thank you for doing that. So my claim today is atheism cannot be wrong. Would you like to engage with that?
Oh, you want me to talk now? What is that 10th commandment, bud? Let's start all over. And then first of all, if I'm going to be right, because you know I am, you need to admit of what you are, especially to your crowd. Hey, I'm a homosexual man that doesn't believe in the Bible because I don't want it to be true because it doesn't condone what I do. Isn't that the truth?
Right. Well, let's look at this. Let's look at this.
See, you can't be a man and just say
no,
yes.
We're going to talk about it.
Why is that wrong?
I'm literally talking to you about it right now. Okay, I'm talking to you about it right now.
No, you're avoiding it. You're not saying yes or no. That's what you are.
So here's the thing.
Kick me off.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. No,
don't. Not being a man. I'm going to win. All the homosexuals in here. I'm
going to win. I'm so big. I'm going to win.
Did.
I already won. I already done won. Now listen.
Your ass. Are you serious?
I know.
This American man sitting over here in Texas and don't know a fucking thing. Roasted your bitch ass.
I'm
How does that
horribly
feel?
humiliated.
You can't even fucking tell the truth, boy.
So. Now, as to the issue, I want to say two things about your claim.
That you're gay.
About your claim that I'm gay. The first is that I happen not to be gay. I've been happily married
you're a liar when you get on here.
For several years, and my wife and I have a lovely son. I often speak about.
Talk to you?
I often speak about my wife on the show.
See, liar.
And
you can't. That's why you mean.
She's a well-respected clinician, and she's fantastic. No, but here's the thing, which is actually more of a point.
Coward.
More of a point is, what if I was gay? So what if then? Because lots of people I love
you are gay, so don't act like it's a hypothetical, because you already done admitted it. How long ago did I talk to you?
The fact
More
is,
than once. I know that. How many?
The people,
so you don't know.
The people who fascinate and obsess over the sexual preferences of other people are normally the people who are struggling with their own. So what I'm going to say to you is, there's nothing wrong with being gay, the real one. If you find yourself attracted to men, it's okay.
What's the 10th commandment?
It doesn't stop you being a good
10th
human
commandment
being.
again, sir.
There are people who I love very, very much, who live happy gay lives. Stop fighting it.
Just like my mom, dumbass.
Make peace with it.
See, you didn't know that one, did you?
And stop being a bigot.
You didn't know my mom was gay, you dumb fuck?
Because bigotry just doesn't.
Yeah, that's how stupid you are. My mother is gay.
Well, then
she's
then
against
that's
the
fine.
commandments.
That's fantastic.
This is the sad
I'm delighted
fact.
for you. Well, if your mother,
no, you're not delighted.
if your mother is,
talk some bullshit like you want.
If your mother is gay, then I would
what I
think
mean?
that
You're fucking a coward, bro.
you might be inclined to be less of a bigot.
Coward.
But anyway, so I'm in two minds, because I know there'll be people in the chat right now asking me to just boot you out because you're such an insufferable
Because they're cowards, dude, just like you.
Yeah, we're all terrified of you, clearly. I mean, that's why I invited you.
What, did I threaten you?
That's why I invited you on the show.
You must be threatened because you know you're going to hell for going against the Bible.
Sure.
The 10th commandment is what again, sir?
Okay, so we're going to get back to the subject
boot me
at
off
hand.
because you know you can't handle it. Yes,
I'm
let's
not-
go
I'm
back
not,
to the question.
I'm not booting
what is
you
that
off.
10th
I'm
commandment again?
just trying to get you to realize something. I know it's going to be really hard for you
What's
to
that
realize,
10th command-
but you're actually not in control of the conversation
10th commandment
here.
again, sir.
It's going to be awful. So for anyone wondering,
Come on.
the 10th commandment is about coveting. And the 10th commandment is actually one of the most odious
Definition.
because it actually says, don't covet your neighbor's wife
your boyfriend,
or
huh?
slave.
how it is now.
So the 10th commandment is one of those
Be a
moments
man.
where you first start realizing
gay, man.
that God is just, morally derelict, because it implies that women are property and so are people. It's one of my least favorites. I mean, the graven images is one that I really love. But anyway, so now I've answered your
that's kind of a
asinine.
lie, 'cause
Now
you- then all of a sudden, what's
I've answered your asinine question.
You
Are
obey
you
the 10th
capable of
commandment, then-
Are you capable of engaging with the topic at hand, or
You don't look at nobody as
or you
proper-
just came in to crash out? You just came in to crash, didn't
Yeah,
you?
but you're weak. You put me on mute and you can't handle the response.
I just can't handle you. Yeah, too much to handle.
I guarantee it. Why would you mute?
Sure. I muted you because you don't know when to stop talking, and you need to be treated like a child because If you're not treated like a child, you try to take over the conversation. And if you think I'm going to let you do that, then you're even dumber than everyone can see. So let's talk about the subject at hand. So my claim is that atheism cannot be wrong. Are you capable of engaging with this subject matter, or is the only thing you have abuse and homophobic slurs? Because I'm starting to think it might be that.
Bam! What's the 9th commandment now?
Right. Are you going to? This is not quiz time.
You just broke the 9th commandment over me.
I don't care about the commandments. What you don't seem to understand is I don't hold myself to your the silly rules from your book.
You're proving God's real by doing it.
Of course I am. I'm proving God's real by declaring that I think your book is bullshit.
How fucking stupid you are.
Of course. What should we do with him, people? Because he's kind of fun. And I'm enjoying the crash out. This is going to go alongside Captain Skeleton and Apostle Michael and Samuel from last week.
If you enjoy the crash out, you would mute.
I absolutely love watching them desperately try to not be. You just broke the 9th commandment.
God was real.
I know.
That's embarrassing for you, dude. How does it feel?
Here's what we're going to do. Real one. I'm going to give you a full minute to say anything you want.
Yeah, because you know that you cannot come.
Okay, let's get Spazza in next. Is going on the crash out list though. Majorly going on the crash out list. I was like, shall we play with him some more? But there we go. I wanted to just share with you. In fact, there was something I should have done the 2 Timothy thing, shouldn't I? I really should have done that. I'm now regretting kicking him. I should have done the 2 Timothy thing that we did with Apostle Michael. That would have been funny. That would have been glorious. Would have been absolutely glorious. Well, for anyone watching, that's Christian values for you, my friend. That's Christian values. Coming in and beclowning yourself on somebody's live stream, shouting out foul-mouthed language, homophobic slurs, personal abuse, completely incapable of reining in his own rage and self-loathing. These are the fruits of the Holy Spirit, apparently. This is what it gets you. This is what happens to you when you are that brainwashed and that stupid all at once. But I will say, anytime you want to come back the real one, you're desperately welcome, because it's good for business. Okay, let's get in Spazza, who's been waiting very patiently and won't be as stupid as the last caller. Welcome in, Spazza. How are you?
Hey, no promises. But anyways, so I was curious. So you're making an assertion that atheism cannot be wrong. I was just curious to hear your argument for that assertion.
Yeah, sure. So the position really is that atheism is literally just the position of not being convinced by a particular claim. And not being convinced by something can't be right or wrong. It's just not being convinced. I'm not making any claim. So, for a statement to be, for something to be right or wrong, it needs to be truth apt. It needs to be making a statement of some sort. And atheism is literally a response to a claim that someone else has made. So someone else says there is a God, and I say, not convinced. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying you haven't convinced me.
Okay, fair. So you think it's possible, at least?
Yeah. For some gods. Okay. I don't think the Christian God is possible. That's obvious bullshit. But I think some creative being of some sort is possible, but there is zero reason to think it exists. It's also possible that fairies exist, and it's possible that somewhere Santa Claus exists. Possible, but it's unlikely, isn't it?
Okay. So so you said the Christian God would be impossible. Why do you think that?
Because it's so obviously contradictory. The triomni God defines itself out of existence immediately. A God being all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good definitely doesn't exist. And the God of the Bible is too contradictory. The whole Jesus thing, the Old Testament sets up the expectation of a Messiah figure. Jesus comes along in the New Testament and is not that figure, quite clearly not, but is called it. And the whole purpose of the book is to declare that he is, but he isn't. And there are too many contradictions. in the Old Testament, God is able to forgive sins without needing sacrifice and does it all the time. But then we're told suddenly the only way he can forgive sins is if someone is murdered, which is the whole kind of moral logic of the New Testament. Someone had to be murdered in order for God to forgive the sinful nature of mankind that he inflicted on them. None of it makes sense. So the whole kind of theology of the Bible is so confused and mixed up and obviously made up that we can infer from that if that God is real, he's pranking us, because he's had people on earth write a book full of complete bollocks claiming to represent him.
So I think it sounds like you're more addressing the Protestant, from my perspective, I'm an Orthodox Christian. It sounds like you're addressing the Protestant idea of penal substitution, but there are denominations that don't hold to that. And I mean, we would say that it's not the historical Christian position to say, this whole idea of like God's wrath had to be taken out on his son. That's the only way his wrath could be satisfied. But the traditional position is that that essentially mankind sinned, separated itself from God. This separation meant death, and that the reconciliation was for God to become man, to die. God cannot die. And in the unity of God's nature with man's nature.
But it's such obvious twaddle. God had to become man and die and all of this. If there's an all-powerful God who's created the whole universe, why does he have to have all of these ridiculous rules and requirements and symbolic things and substitutionary things and dying and atoning and repenting and salvation? It's all just nonsense. You know it is. Come on. It's twaddle. You know it. Come on.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's something out of the ordinary. Sure. I mean, it's outside of the ordinary, the modern drudgery. But
when you read the Bible, how do you decide what's real, what's allegorical, what's metaphorical, what's poetic, what's literal? How do you decide?
Well, ultimately, we have the church as a guiding force to understand those things. There is a way to understand those things that's not just up to the individual. But yeah, I mean, you can say it's fantastical, but it's not impossible.
Garden of Eden. Of Eden, literal truth or metaphorical story?
So from our perspective, the Garden of Eden is something that it's presented in a way for us to understand, but it's sort of like, how are we supposed to understand a pre-fallen, perfect creation? You have to use language that we could understand from our perspective. And so it's sort of when we talk about a tree, I mean, what would a tree be in that reality? But a tree is the closest thing we can understand to
Did this event happen?
Yes.
You think it happened? Okay. When did it happen?
When did it happen? I don't know. It doesn't say.
It does say, because you can add up all the genealogies going back from AD 70. It gets you to first human beings on Earth about 6,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's true?
There's different perspectives. You don't necessarily have to believe in a young Earth. I mean, I would maybe tend towards that, but it's not necessarily like my belief hinges on a 6,000-year-old Earth. You have plenty of arguments. A day to God can be 1,000 years to man. It really doesn't.
But you add up, Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel had, and you add up all the lineages and you go through Noah and you go through all the others and through all the kings, and you get to David, and then you keep on going and you get to Jacob and you get to Joseph, and you keep on going, and eventually you get to AD 70, and you just add up all the ages. It gives you a number. It tells you that the first humans on Earth, it accounts for them. It's like a ledger. The first humans on Earth, about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, when we know that there were Homo sapiens on Earth 250, 300,000 years ago, and there were other types on Earth, other types of life on Earth 65 million years ago and 165 million years ago. So we know that this is not true.
Yeah, that's an area I really couldn't speak to. I'm just not educated on, the sort of the modern historical understanding of Earth. I mean, sure, it changes over time. How we think these timelines work. I mean, I don't personally believe in evolution. Again, it's not something I'm super educated on. I couldn't really argue in that realm. But, you know, I mean, regardless, I think that to you know, it seems like, you know, you're kind of coming at it as like, well, that doesn't sound very realistic, or, oh, it sounds fanciful.
It's
But I
obvious.
mean,
It's obvious nonsense.
Why do you think these things are impossible?
Because we've got fossils of dinosaurs from 100 million years ago, and they had bone cancer. We're given to believe that death and suffering and cancer and illness weren't in the world until Adam and Eve committed their fruit-related incident. This is obviously not true.
So, okay, so your belief that there can't be a God is based on that?
No, I don't have a belief that there can't be a God. I've already said I accept that there could be. But I think that these particular stories do not survive even a cursory brush with reality. They don't survive a glance. They don't survive the slightest application of critical analysis to them, because we have so much information about reality that cannot be squared with the narrative from this book. Even if you take this bit symbolically, that bit metaphorically, it doesn't last. It doesn't survive. It doesn't make sense. We know too much. We're not pre-scientific anymore. We don't need these magic stories and wizard stuff anymore. We are in a scientific age. We're in a world where we can do things now that are absolutely, well, would have been unthinkable just 100 or 200 years ago. And we have access to knowledge. We have sequencing genomes. We're looking into deep space. We're glancing at stars being born millions and millions of years ago as the light arrives at us now. We're in this age of wonderment and learning and science and joyful exploration of reality. And then you've got people with their burning bush and their stick, which is actually a snake, and their magic stories. And it's just silly. And I don't have time for it. I think it's absolutely crazy that we fill the minds of children with this complete rubbish. I think it's unforgivable.
I mean, I think you just come into certain, I mean, that's all amazing, but, you know, it's really not going to tell you anything about, you know, it's not going to give you a moral basis. It's not going to give
It's
you
not meant to. It's not meant to. We have traditions of moral philosophy for that.
But that doesn't matter. I mean, ultimately, it's subjective.
Ultimately, everything is subjective when it comes to morality. But I'm saying you don't need to look at the Bible for morality. I can think of nowhere worse. I mean, the Quran's pretty bad as well. But these holy books, as a source of morality, are horrific. Why would you want to look in a book that lifts up slavery, genocide, indiscriminate mass killing, ethnic cleansing as everyday things? That's the place you go looking for morality? Fuck that shit all day long. I'll take the UN Charter of Human Rights over the Bible any day, and even that is incomplete. Like, we can do better.
I mean, but from your perspective, I mean, if you're admitting it's subjective, I mean, why do you object to these certain things in the Bible? I mean, ultimately, I don't think you could have a basis to even say, oh, those things are evil.
Of course I can. Right? Of course I can. The idea that morality is subjective doesn't render it arbitrary. My morality is rooted in a deep concern for the well-being of others, and that is as valid as any reason you might claim for yours. As I was saying to a guest earlier, if you decide to base your morality on the ancient Israelite war god of the Bible, good for you. I mean, bad, really, because it means you're then obligated to condone all the barbaric things that he does and makes other people do. I don't have to do that. I can just say I base my subjective morality on the well-being of others and a concern for avoiding suffering, and that gets me all the grounding for morality I need.
Right, but it's still just a preference.
As is yours. As is yours.
Well, but from the Christian perspective, we would say it's rooted in the nature of God.
It's still subjective. It's still as subjective as anything I do for you to say, I'm subjectively choosing to root my basis for good and bad on the nature of God and what he subjectively likes, including genocide, slavery, all of that stuff. It's don't think for one moment that the basis of morality that you have is any less subjective than mine. It is exactly as subjective. In fact, it's much more subjective, because I root mine in measurable, real things that we can observe, which are real effects in the real world. In other words, are these actions actually leading to a reduction in harm? We can measure that. You don't get to measure yours. You can't tell if your ethics are pleasing God or not. You can only guess. You have no idea.
Right, but you really can't get to an ought still in your system. I mean, you can choose, well-being, whatever that might be, but you really can't get to an ought in your system.
You can't either. Why ought we do what God likes?
Well, if you have a creator who is all good and he has certain intentions for creation,
you don't get to label him all good. You don't get to label him all good, because that's to strip the word good of its meaning. Because if you say he's all good, you're no longer using the word good to describe any properties about him. You're just using it as a label.
Well, the source of good. I mean, good is really the ought. It's the
Are you trying to are you trying to have an unearned ought here? You are, aren't you? You're trying to just pretend that you've earned it. You don't get to have it.
I mean,
you don't get to award it to yourself.
Well, I mean, but if you're looking for like a telos, a purpose, something is meant to be this or ought to be this way, you can't get there without a intelligent creator. I don't think, right?
Nonsense. All you need is a starting point. You have a starting point, and I have a starting point. My starting point is I want to avoid harm to others. Your starting point is you want to be obedient to a God. We both subjectively choose a starting point, and then we iterate from there, and we work from there. So your God says slavery, genocide, stoning innocent people, killing gay people are all good. You're obligated to say that those things are good because you've pre-labeled him as good. So all the atrocities he commits are retrospectively sort of fitted into goodness by decree. I'm able to look at those things and say, well, those are actually against my foundational starting point, which is the avoidance of harm. And so I get to call them bad. I think one of us has a more reasonable basis for ethics than the other, don't you think?
I mean, I really don't think so. I think that, there could be all these arguments about, why do these things happen in the Old Testament? But I mean, from your perspective, you really can't, you're choosing this thing. I want things to be this way. It should be this way. Okay, here's my arbitrary starting point. Here's your arbitrary starting point.
It's not arbitrary. No, it's not arbitrary.
It's a whole system. I mean,
it's subjective, but it's not arbitrary.
System.
But it's subjective, but it's not arbitrary. It's rooted in facts.
I think it is,
facts. No, it's rooted in observable facts about the experiences of conscious beings and the potential for suffering. I know I don't want to suffer. I don't like suffering. I don't like dying. And that's the starting point. I don't want to suffer. I don't want to die. I don't want those around me to suffer and die. These are the things that inform what I want and what's important to me. Yes, it's subjective. Yes, there is no ultimate ought. Because to get to an ought, you have to establish an is to measure it against. And there are people who claim to have solved the is ought controversy. I don't really think they have. I think when they solve it, they don't realize that the is itself an ought. But I'm not doing that. I'm admitting that all ethical preachments are essentially expressions of preference, but I'm saying some are based on real, tangible, non-arbitrary, real things like human suffering, survival, cooperation, empathy. These are real things. They're not pulled out of my backside. They're real. They're not, they have a value. They have a significance in real human experience. Whereas deciding to just say, okay, well, I'm not going to have my own moral intuitions. I'm just going to go by what the God says. And you know what the biggest defeater for that position is, for your claim of objective morals, is the fact that Bible-believing Christians can be found on both sides of every single ethical question you can think of. So how objective can it be if no one can agree what the hell it is? You've got Christians who believe in are pro-choice or are not pro-choice, are pro-same-sex marriage, who are not, pro-death penalty, who are not, pro-assisted dying, who are not. The list goes on. So what does it mean to have an objective system of morals that everyone subjectively decides to interpret their own way as to what fits in with their own intuitions anyway? It's a fraud, and you know it. Come on.
So you can have people on different sides. I mean, I think, certainly there's so many denominations. I mean, if you're Orthodox or if you're Catholic,
even within the same denominations, everyone thinks that their own subjective interpretation of what God wants is what God wants. They've got it right. Everyone else has got it wrong, but it's really, really objective. Come on. This is obviously nonsense.
Sure, but there is an actual church teaching. Like, okay, but here's the actual belief.
There are several church teachings. So what?
Sure. I mean, I guess that's a separate argument. But I guess from your perspective, so you're prioritizing human well-being, but you really wouldn't have an argument against someone who says, I also want to maximize the well-being of humans, but rather than have this spread out well-being of humans, I'd rather just gather up all of that well-being into myself, rather than maximizing it equally for everyone.
I would have an argument.
I'll maximize it for myself.
I would have an argument, and the argument is evolutionary, which is that essentially that doesn't work if you want to cooperate. That doesn't work if one of your objectives is having a functioning society where people benefit from the collective. I won't kill your kids. You don't kill my kids. I won't eat your family. You don't eat my family. I'll watch the cave while you sleep. You watch the cave while I'll sleep. We'll share resources. We'll hunt together. We'll share childcare. That's a winning formula. That's how we achieve success. That's how everyone is lifted up. I have every right to say, I like that because it works. It's still subjective, but it's logical, it's rational, it's foundational, it's based on real, observable principles in the world that we know exist, rather than daydreams about what a magical space wizard might like.
Well, maybe someone says, I don't care about the next generation. I'm not going to experience that.
Yeah.
Here I have this opportunity to maximize it for myself.
They are entitled. They're entitled to do that, and people do. There are people who go against the social contract, and we have to deal with them. That's life. Not everyone is aligned. That's part of what being subjective is that not everyone is going to be on the same page. And that's
right.
That's
but
fine.
You couldn't say that's wrong or they ought not to do that.
I could.
Necessarily.
I could say, according to what I think is right, I think that is wrong. I'm not claiming it as the wrongness being some magical fact that exists transcendentally in some way. I'm just saying, to me, that's wrong. Anyway, friend, we're going to move it along.
Well, I'm curious. What do you think is the point necessarily of maximizing the human species? I mean, you're not going to experience that in the future. Like, why maximize the well-being of the human species? You're not going to have any of that. So, I mean, why wouldn't you just maximize it for yourself as much as you can?
Because
at the cost of others.
Because I have a powerful instinct for compassion and empathy and the well-being of others, and I think you do too. Because that's how evolution. Because that's how evolution shaped our brains.
Maybe you should overcome that instinct. Maybe that's an erroneous instinct from evolution. Maybe you should overcome that.
And yet that's the one that I have, and that's what motivates me to feel as I do about ethics. I grant that it's subjective. Someone else, you could make an argument, and you could say you don't think that my ethical intuitions are the same as yours. And I would say to you, do you care about the experience of other conscious human beings? And you don't sound like a psychopath to me, so I'm guessing you would say yes. And I would say, well, we're aligned then, aren't we? And on that, I am going to move it along because we've got a few others in the queue, and it's past 4 a.m. where I am right now. So I've got to think about moving things towards a close at some point, although I'm having fun.
Right, you have a good one.
Thanks for coming in, Spazza. All the best. Thanks. All right. So, if the real one is still watching, that's how adults have conversations. Did you notice how many times the mute button got used? It was 0, because he's an actual grown-up. An actual adult, capable of comporting himself as such. And even though we have a difference of opinion, we had a respectful conversation. As I'm sure I will have with John Stone shortly, and then we have a couple of others waiting as well. We've got Herb and we've got Kayak, it looks like. So I will get to you all. Let's just check out the bingo because we've had a few calls on there. I'll get through this very, very efficiently. Upshot called Everyone Knows God Exists. Upshot called You Send Yourself to Hell. Pastor of Muppets called Crash Out for the real one. Oh, yes. He was a crash out of crash outs. And here it comes. Oh, that's going to hurt. And Upshot called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. and that was a bit too late. Bass clef called Free Will. And oops, I've turned it down too much. Let me turn it back up again. I always do that. And Simple Programmer called How Do You Account for Logic with Spazza. And also Upshot called Personal Experience of God. Did he really get to personal experience of God? Yeah, maybe he did. Okay, there we go. All right. And I'm going to do... I'll do 4 super chats and then we'll get John in next. And then after John, we have Herb. So the other person dropped out. So Tim said, we are not convincing anyone. We are the honing stone for you to sharpen your theological blade or the wall on which you blunt your sword. I love that, Tim. That's why we were speaking to Valdera earlier. And then while EP was on, Chase Martin Physics said, fine-tuning actually hurts the chances of God existing. If there is no God, then we would expect life to only arise when naturally possible. If God exists, then he should be able to make life anywhere. Super well said. Super well said. The whole fine-tuning thing implies that God is limited by the physical constraints of reality in terms of what he's able to do, and that it is only if things are a certain way that God could achieve his plan, which is, again, shrinking your God down into this little helper, trying to do the best he can under difficult circumstances. That's absolutely brilliant, Chase. And I make another argument, which is that if you're going to posit fine-tuning and say that the numbers of the universe and the properties of the universe can only be explained if they were from a God because they're that precisely tuned, you could say that the type of God who would create a universe like that itself would need to be explained, because that would be a very, very precisely tuned type of God with those kind of powers and those kind of inclinations to make a universe just like ours. Therefore, that God must have been created by another God. Otherwise, the same problem exists with that God, right, as with our universe. And of course, the God that created that God would have the same problem too. So you end up with an infinite regress of finely tuned gods. It's all very, very silly. Okay, let's get John Stone in and keep things going. I'm having fun. I am definitely having fun. Okay, John Stone. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Very well indeed. We spoke on the 21st of June last. Welcome back.
Yeah. Look, this is all my personal opinion. I bounced around from believing in God to being agnostic to not believing in God, and now I'm back to believing in a spirit world. And look, you make a strong case. Why would God create a world like this with so much suffering, where not only humans but all living creatures are thirsty and hungry and have to devour one another? It's a very malevolent design, right? But I actually do believe in an afterlife, and what you might consider evil maybe is just an explanation of sociopathy and psychopathy. And I don't know if you remember when I told you, Luciferians convinced me that there's an afterlife.
Yeah, I do remember that. I still don't think there's any reason to think that's true. I don't think there's any rational basis for thinking that we can experience awareness without our brains. We understand that our brains are fundamental in everything that makes us us, and that all of those things are fragile and easily lost. The right knock to the head will change who you actually are. It will change your memories, it'll change your inclinations, it'll change your sense of yourself. Interesting research shows that people who have had particular types of damage to frontal areas of the brain evaluate moral conundrums like trolley problems and things like that differently after those types of injuries than before. So your sense of justice can change, your sense of ethics can change, your taste in food can change, your taste in music can change, your ability to feel love can change. All of these things can be completely destroyed just by a blow to the head or damage to certain areas of the brain. And so the idea that such a fundamental relationship between who we are and the lump of stuff between our ears suddenly becomes irrelevant when you die is preposterous. It's so unparsimonious, and it offends Occam's razor so badly that we now have to suddenly think, okay, well, yes, that relationship is really important when you're alive, but when you stop being alive, it's like you have to hold the idea that if you get 10% of damage to your brain, it causes, let's say, 10% of damage to who you are. It's not, doesn't really work like this, but roughly. And if you get 20% of damage to your brain, it causes 20% of damage to who you are. And if you get 50% of damage to your brain, it causes 50% of damage to who you are. But if you get 100% of damage to your brain and it stops working completely, then it all pops back magically, fully formed, with no problems whatsoever, for you to keep on going into some kind of afterlife. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, look, I mean, you make a compelling argument. I just, so do you, the question of objective versus subjective morality, I almost think that morality is subjective, but if there's not an afterlife, right? So, I mean, I guess we need to lock down exactly how we're defining subjective and objective. And we don't have to make this a Philbro discussion if you don't want to, but I would agree with you to a large extent. Morals are subjective because other cultures don't think that they're doing anything wrong. Like, for example, the way women are treated in places like Iraq or the Sudan, or even, you know, the views on the non-straight community, or even in regard to children in places like Papua New Guinea, right? Or it's part of their culture.
By subjective, I don't mean that people don't all agree. Let's imagine that there was a moral question that everyone in the world completely agreed on. In fact, let's imagine that everyone in the world completely agreed on all moral questions. I would still say morals are subjective. Subjective doesn't mean that there's a difference of opinion, and objective doesn't mean unanimous. It doesn't mean everyone agreeing. It means whether it's dependent on a mind or not. So it means that if you say that morals are objective, it means that they don't depend on a mind, that the moral truths exist independent of a mind. And this is a interesting claim. Some people believe that they do. They're moral realists, and there are smarter people than me that hold to that view. I don't. To me, doesn't yet make sense. I'm open to it, and I'm listening, and there are people around in this community who are communicating these ideas at the moment, and I'm open to it. But at the moment, I stand unconvinced, and I think that every time you say something moral, you make a moral statement, you're basically just expressing how you feel about something and your view about what ought to be done or what ought not to be done. And it's essentially just an expression of that. And if everyone in the world shares the same view, it doesn't stop it being subjective, because it's still just coming from everyone's minds.
Yeah, if there was an afterlife or even an alien intelligence that was superior to humanity, would you think it would be objective then? Morals would be objective?
No, I don't. Any morals that derive from a mind are going to be subjective. If there is a God, then morals would be subjective to the mind of that God, a property of the mind of that God, and they would be just as subjective. So this is why I say all of these believers who come in waving their "I've got objective morality" flags are full of crap, because they don't. They've got God's subjective morality that they've just given up their own morality to just buy into that, so they don't have to think about ethical questions themselves, and they basically just say anything he likes, I like. It's ludicrous.
Well, I think you have a strong sense of morality, but what I mentioned earlier, do you think that what a lot of religious people would call evil or malevolent is a evolutionary adaptation of sociopathy or psychopathy? Do you think that's right? Do you
from did you say what religious people would call evil?
Yeah. So I mean, so if we think about sociopaths, right? They have no conscience, right? And the way I'm defining psychopaths is just a bit of an elevated form of sociopaths. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean they're different. There
Pretty
are different criteria, aren't they, for defining these things? But I just think the labels are less important. Do I think that they're products of evolution? Did you ask me?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think that the product of evolution is learning to the inclination and the instinct to cooperate and be together. And it's not that evolution had any intention, because evolution is unguided. There's never an intention. It's just that the brains that happened to have an instinct for cooperating survived, and we are the descendants of our ancestors who had that going on. And the brains that didn't have an instinct for cooperation and empathy and compassion died out because they were less effective at cooperating with each other, and they were outcompeted in the the genetic race, arms race, by other variants who were better at cooperating. But anyway, on that, I'm going to move it along because it is getting very late, and I want to make sure that we get to everyone who's in the queue. So
all right,
nice to talk to you again, John.
Always nice to talk to you. Take care.
And you, friend. All the best.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, not exactly the debate action that we were hoping for there, but John's got his own views and they're slightly different to mine, so there was enough meat on the bone, I hope you'll feel. Okay, so we are going to get in Herb, as I said, is going to be next. Then we have Howdy and Nick, 21BTC. So let's do that. Bringing in Herb right now, or at least trying to. Let's do that. Herb, are you there? Not hearing much. I'm going to try and get your mic happening. It says you're on an iPhone. Herb, you might need to go out and come back in if you're listening to this, because I can't activate your audio even though it says it's made a connection on Video Ninja, because it's rubbish. I am actually looking into alternatives for this, but there we go. For now, that ain't happening. Herb, come back in if you can. And in the meantime, we will get in Howdy, or we will try to get in Howdy. Howdy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can indeed. Howdy. The prompt above my head says atheism cannot be wrong. What's your view on that?
I don't know. Seems false, I suppose.
It seems false. Okay, so you think atheism can be wrong. The reason why I say it can't be wrong, let's not worry about the sort of factually right and wrong bit for a moment. What if I was to say it can't be morally wrong? Would you still give the same answer?
I don't know what that would mean. It seems to be like a bit of a category error, although I suppose you could say that, I don't know, like epistemic error is somehow blameworthy. So
no, that's not
that.
Yeah, that's not where I'm getting at. I'm getting at the idea that religious traditions followed by billions of people say that people who don't believe the right things should be punished in some way at the end of their lives, like go to hell for not believing the right things, for example.
Yeah, I think it could be in some circumstances morally blameworthy to not believe things that are true. Certainly, if there are like moral truths, that would seem to be applicable.
Great. Okay, I love that. Okay, so what about if you don't believe them because you're genuinely, honestly not persuaded of them, and if that's the case, you can't help it, right? Do you grant that if you have looked at something and you're just honestly not persuaded by it, think about something that you don't find persuasive right now. Like, imagine, I don't know, a claim. I'm going to guess you're not a Scientologist. So the claims of Scientology, you find yourself unpersuaded by them. Could you just decide now to be persuaded by them?
Well, I mean, that would seem to be like a case-by-case sort of thing. Like, certainly I could imagine things that I'm not persuaded by currently, like philosophical positions, but I just haven't done investigation enough in those areas where it seems conceivable that I would be able to be persuaded if I were to engage in that literature.
Yes. So if you were to engage in that literature and you were to look at it and then you still found it unpersuasive, so you read all the Scientology books, you read the Dianetics and all the L. Ron Hubbard stuff, and you're like, this is a load of old rubbish, and I'm still not convinced by it, could you just decide to find it convincing? You couldn't, could you?
I mean, I don't want to be too ostentatious about the words. Let me just say I'll grant that, sure.
Okay. So, and I appreciate that, because we could easily find other examples where you would agree with me, but that you just can't. If something genuinely doesn't convince you, then believing that thing isn't an action that's open to you to take. So what would it mean to call it wrong or to punish it? Do you agree that it would be morally incoherent to say, in the case, say, for me, someone said, well, just decide to accept Jesus. Well, to me, accepting Jesus is no easier than accepting the claims of Scientology, or that Muhammad flew to the moon on a horse, or that the tooth fairy exists, or that Santa delivers presents down chimneys. I'm incapable of being persuaded by any of these claims. So what would it mean to criminalize that? To say, oh, well, because one of them happened to be true, let's imagine one of them is true. Maybe the one that's true is the tooth fairy exists. Well, because I got that one wrong, I now deserve to be set on fire and tortured forever. How does that land?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what all that's about. I mean, it seems like you're wanting to say something to the effect of like odd implies can. And so if you're given like some imperative, it's sort of assumed that you have the possibility of actualizing that or something like this.
That's exactly it. Ought implies can. Moral culpability requires the agency to have done something different. And you cannot be held morally accountable for something that you couldn't do differently.
Well, there's what comes to my mind, I remember there's one argument in the literature about this. I don't know if it's Putnam or so, I don't know who to attribute it to, but you could imagine someone who can freely choose to do something good or something bad, but there's like this God being who, if the person does something good, can sort of like force them to do something bad. But you could imagine if the guy did something bad without having to be, so it could be the case that all of the possible worlds that can be actualized by you are in fact bad or something like this, but you'd still be, there's this intuition that you'd be morally blameworthy in some sense if you're not like forced to, like there's lots of arguments about like volition and things like that people think are necessary conditions for moral blame. And there's many other considerations as well, I think.
I mean, you sound like an educated chap, but you know what I'm leaning into here is doxastic involuntarism, right? It's the idea that belief isn't a thing you do. You don't do belief. It's a thing that happens to you as a result of being persuaded by something. And if you haven't been persuaded by it, you're not believing it. There is nothing you can do to believe something that you find unpersuasive. What you can do is expose yourself to inputs and ideas that may persuade you. But that may or may not work. And the only place a choice is located there is in the decision to pay attention to things. But you can't decide what your mind is going to do when it collides with those things, with that information, new data, claims, experiences. It's either going to land for you or it's not. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's why if I said to you now, you know, believe that both your parents are penguins, you can't do it. You can try as hard as you want. But the only way you'll be successful in that endeavor is if something happens to genuinely convince you that they are. And absent that, belief is inaccessible to you. And that's the condition that many people find themselves in with respect to certain religious claims, such as the claim that Jesus exists and died for my sins. Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that any more easily than I can believe the claim that both my parents are penguins. And so the idea that I would be held morally accountable for this, and that moral accountability would extend to an agonizing punishment of potentially infinite duration is morally stupid. And so that's why I run this prompt. That's why I do this stuff. That's why I wrote a book about belief, arguing this exact case. So that's what we're up to here.
That's quite a lot, I guess. One thought I had was that if it's the case that people are unable to choose what they believe, and supposing that that is like without loss of generality would include things like moral facts, and it seems as though we might be reduced to saying that no one is blameworthy for anything.
I mean, there are people who hold that view. And what I would say is, to a certain extent, that is true. I don't think that people can be held blameworthy for what they believe. I think that people can be held accountable for what they do. So the accountability rests in actions. Even if we recognize that actions stem from beliefs, if someone is persuaded of something, they're persuaded of something. They didn't choose to find it persuasive, they just did. And if someone isn't persuaded of something, then they're not persuaded of something, and they didn't choose to find it not persuasive. So it doesn't make any sense to locate moral responsibility in beliefs. But what we must do is locate moral responsibility in actions. And so even if those actions stem ultimately from things that they didn't choose, that's life, that's how it works, and that's what moral responsibility means. That's how we protect each other from other people's bad ideas. So if someone has, terrible ideas about equality, for example, and they're very bigoted in a certain way, then they're going to have those ideas because they become persuaded of them for some reason. Maybe their parents told them growing up that people of a certain origin were better than other people or something like that. Well, they can't be blamed for the fact that they believe this stuff, but they can be blamed, or blame is actually not really helpful, but they can be held morally accountable the moment those beliefs spill into actions that impact other people and hurt other people. That's where we have to locate the responsibility, and that's how we can speak coherently about people who have dangerous and bad and harmful beliefs. We still have an obligation to protect ourselves and others from those harmful beliefs, but we don't do that by lying to ourselves about the conditions by which those beliefs came to be.
Well, first I want to say it's a bit difficult for me at least to track. A lot's being said, I guess one thing that I was thinking was, to me it might seem a bit strange if, I don't know if this is what you're saying, but if we were to say something like we're divorcing moral responsibility from like the psychology of an agent, then I'm not sure what that would mean. It's like if it's just the actions in and of themselves, is like we're blaming the action.
It's not that we're blaming the action, it's that we're locating the responsibility in the action. We understand that the psychology is a proximate cause of the action, but the psychology itself can't have a moral content. You can't blame someone for finding something convincing. You can make them accountable for what they do as a result of it, though. That's what we have to do.
So there's there's one interesting, I guess, thought experiment for moral philosophy, as the case of Patty Hearst, who I guess we'll say was allegedly brainwashed and then did some bad things. And then it's this question of, well, I guess my question is, would someone who just assume that the facts of the case are that they were in fact not in control of their own psychology and were brainwashed in some robust sense and committed some heinous action, would that person be morally responsible by your lights in your theory?
It's a tricky thing. We would have to say that people are still accountable for their actions, but it's possible that we would not hold that person responsible for the fact that they found stuff persuasive. We would still have to hold them responsible for their actions, because who else are you going to hold responsible for someone's actions? But we don't want to get into thought crimes. We don't want to get into a point where it's a crime to think certain things or believe certain things. That's not That's not a world that we want to aspire to, and it doesn't make moral sense. If someone finds something persuasive, they find it persuasive. If they don't, they don't. And it's tricky. I grant that it's tricky when harmful behavior stems from the beliefs. We have to locate the responsibility in the behavior, and we have to say this behavior can't be allowed because it hurts people, even if it's the case that that behavior stemmed as a direct result of someone having been persuaded of something. We criticize the behavior, not the fact that they were persuaded, because they couldn't help but be persuaded. Anyway, that's my core thesis. That's what I write about in my book, which is called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice, and why that changes everything. And that's what we talk about here quite a lot. And in terms of religions, it's an easy step to realize why I would say this, because Christianity and Islam tell people that they're going to be set on fire forever if they die not believing the correct things. And I think that's complete gibberish. So on that note, friend, I'm going to move it along. I'm going to get one more call in and maybe think about drawing things to a close, because I've been doing it for nearly 7 hours, 6 hours, 40 minutes.
All right. Maybe I'll talk to you again some other time.
Anytime. Yeah. Thanks, Howdy. All the best. That was Howdy. Yeah, respectful, smart, knows his stuff. Okay, we will possibly get 2 more calls in, because we've got Nick, who's next, and Professor Huso after that. So I'm still good to keep going for a bit. We'll quickly update the bingo. Mike called I Used to Be an Atheist for John Stone, and we're going to fill the board up again. I can feel it. We probably won't, but we'll see. Simple Programmer, great to see you. I love seeing new names in the bingo. Called Philbro Babble for Howdy. I'm not going to do the babble there, because Philbro Babble is when people are deliberately trying to use terms and technical language, and it's a bit of a kind of aggressive power move. And he was good. He was fine. He was a pleasure to talk to. And someone doing Philbro Babble is never, ever a pleasure to talk to. That's the main sign. Okay. I'm going to do 4 super chats, and then we'll get Nick in next. Thank you for waiting, Nick. I do appreciate it. Beheaded Kamikaze said, this caller, and this is why we were speaking to EP earlier, this caller is modeling his verbal cadence to sound exactly like Joe Rogan, and it's insufferable. I think you may well be right. It was pretty grim, wasn't it? And Roy, no message, but as a donation. Thank you, Roy. I much appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. And Ken said, telling it like it is again. Thanks. Well, thank you, Ken. And last one for now, facing opposition. John for president, come to America. We need you. I think that job's probably a bit big for me, and of course I would never be allowed to run for many, many, many reasons. But thank you, I appreciate it. I'll just have to settle for being nope instead. Okay, let's get Nick in. Our other guest has dropped down, but I'm hoping that they may come back. Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm 26. I'm from Germany.
Cool.
Yeah, the claim above your head, atheism cannot be wrong. Obviously, I'm saying it's a false claim. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If a PC, a computer, was made by an uncontrolled, unguided process, would you trust it?
Depends. If the unguided, uncontrolled process made the computer well, if that process ended up in a computer that worked really well, then I probably would, yeah.
How do you know that the uncontrolled, unguided process made the computer well?
Well, I wouldn't trust the computer before using it for a bit and seeing if it regularly and reliably worked. And if it showed itself to be that way, then I would trust it on the basis of it showing itself to be trustworthy. I wouldn't make the decision based on how it, the process by which it was made. I mean, it seems pretty unlikely that that's an unguided process would make a computer, because we can recognize a computer as a man-made object, right? But the things that people often point to in nature and go, well, this was obviously made by a designer, we can not recognize as man-made objects. So things like planets and wildlife and universes, we don't recognize those as the contrivances of our own hand. We recognize them as the results of natural processes, and therefore we don't need to infer a designer.
Yeah, my point is that your brain is just an uncontrolled, unguided process. So how do you how can you like trust your brain if it's doing the right things?
So it sounds a little bit like you're edging towards the argument against was the evolutionary argument against naturalism, which is that
not really.
The EEAN, is that not what you're getting to? Because it sounds a little bit like you are, which is to say, human brains evolved for survival, not necessarily for truth finding. Is that where you're going to, or have I not got you right there?
No, I'm not talking about evolution. I'm asking you, why do you trust your brain?
Because it shows itself to be reliable. I don't trust it with 100% confidence. I trust it with enough confidence to do the job. It's basically pragmatic. So if I don't trust my brain ever about anything, then I won't be able to get anything done. I won't be able to walk on the floor because I'm going to be worried the floor, my brain makes an assessment that the floor is going to support me, but I would be too scared to trust my judgment. I wouldn't be able to eat any food because my brain judges that the food is going to be safe, but I wouldn't be able to do it. My brain tells me that I'm in surroundings where the temperature is comfortable and I'm all right and I'm physically okay. I wouldn't be able to trust that. I have to trust my brain pragmatically to survive, but that doesn't mean that I think my brain can't make any errors ever. So I trust my brain with a confidence which is commensurate with the experience that my brain's given me, which is that largely my brain is trustworthy.
Fine. Then how do you prove that you exist?
I can't prove that I exist to anyone else. I can prove to myself that I exist because I personally am experiencing my own existence and my own awareness. And for me to doubt that would itself be an aware process. So this is just the problem of solipsism. This is stuff teenagers do when they start getting into philosophy and they think they're really clever for having come up with, how can you prove to anyone else that that you're not just a figment of their imagination. You can't prove it to anyone else. I can't prove to you that I exist, because any proof I gave you would also be consistent with me not existing if I was a figment of your imagination. And even the pain, if I gave you a tap on the wrist or something, well, that itself could also be a simulation of some sort. So I can't. But I know myself that I exist because I am experiencing qualia. I'm experiencing moment-to-moment awareness. And for me to doubt that, I would have to be aware.
No, not really. You don't know if you're really experiencing yourself.
No, I do because I'm experiencing it. I'm not talking about physical body. I could be a brain in a vat. I could be some kind of program running on a computer. But I know that consciousness is happening. This is what René Descartes wrote about. And this is where he ended up with cogito ergo sum, which was, he was trying to get rid of everything apart from things only, he basically thought to provide a foundation for sciences by emptying his mind of all beliefs and only putting back things he knew for certain. And he realized that the only thing he knew for certain was that he was experiencing something, which is where I think therefore I am came from. And even I think therefore I am is possibly a step too far. I would say something like thinking is happening is what I would say. I know that thinking is happening because I'm experiencing it.
No, you can't prove that you're experiencing anything, and you can't prove that you're thinking, because you could just be in a dream, and if you are in a dream, you can't prove if it's a dream or reality.
That's why I said I can't prove to you, but I can prove it to myself, because if I'm in a dream, then that dream is the product of thinking and some sort of cognition also. So I know that I am experiencing something. because if I were
Yeah,
not experiencing something, I wouldn't have that experience of knowing it. And for me to doubt that I'm experiencing something is itself an experience. But this conversation's a bit silly. Let's talk about atheism and why it can't be wrong.
yeah, it can. It obviously can be wrong, because yeah, obviously every human is limited to his brain, so we can't know anything. And in the last debate with the other guy, you were talking about things like morals and religions and stuff like that. But the thing is, obviously, it is possible that there is at least some type of creator in the universe somewhere. No one can prove it or disprove it. So at least if you say atheism cannot be wrong, you have to bring up a 100% proof that there is no God.
I don't have to, and that's why I like running. That's why I like running this topic, because it teases out this misunderstanding that so many people have. So atheism is not declaring with 100% proof that there is no God. That isn't what atheism is. That's that's a thing that some atheists say, that there is no God, and lots of other atheists don't say that thing. So I'm one of the atheists who doesn't say that thing. I'm not saying there is no God. I'm just saying, so far, I've not been convinced that there is one, and that's why it can't be wrong, because I'm not making I'm not making any claims about reality at all.
So you're just believing that there is no God, right?
No, I'm not believing that there is no God. I am not believing that there is a God, and there's a difference.
What is then? Tell me, what is the difference of believing there is no God or not believing there is one God?
Can you see the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, there's three positions here. As my friend Bethos pointed out, there is a fourth one, but for the purpose of this conversation, these are the three interesting ones. So if P is the proposition there is a God, and B means you believe something, and the little squiggly negative means not. So here are three possible positions. Position one is BP. That means you believe proposition P. And you believe, if proposition P is there is a God, this would mean you believe that there is a God is true. Position number two means not B, P. This means I don't hold the view that position P is true. It may be true, it may not be true, but I just don't hold the view that it's true. It means I'm not persuaded of it. It could be true. I believe that it might be true. It might not be true, but so far I'm not convinced that it is. And the third position is B minus P. This means that you actively believe the negation of P. So you believe that P is false. The difference between the second position and the third position is the whole ball game here. And atheism is the middle position. At its core, there are atheists who go one step further and affirm the third position. But I'm not doing that right now. Might do it later, but I'm not doing it right now. And that's not a requirement for atheism. Atheism is just saying, there's this thing that I've been told, and I'm not convinced it's true. It may be true. I'm not convinced it's false either. And that's why it can't be wrong, because I'm not making any claims about reality.
Sure. I understand that. Have you ever seen that life comes from non-life?
Have I ever seen it?
No. What I'm trying to ask is if you have ever seen, like, not seen with your eyes, like, have you seen any science, any proof or any study or something like that in any scientific evidence that life can come from non-life?
There's quite a lot of evidence at the moment, from starting in about the 1950s with the Miller-Urey experiments, suggesting that that's exactly what can happen. Yeah, and we've got an abundance of the basic building blocks of life to be found all around us in the universe, quite ubiquitously. They've been finding base pairs of RNA on meteors and stuff like that. We have every reason to think that this distinction between life and non-life is a bit nonsense. Life is just non-living things arranged in a particular way. All the molecules in your body are non-life. It's just when you combine them in a particular configuration, they do the things that we call life. And we do see this happen. And we have we have lots of reasons to expect that this can be the case. But let's imagine that I hadn't seen that. Let's imagine we had no evidence at all that this could happen. Would that count as evidence for a God?
Not really. It's not directly a proof, but
it's not just not a proof. It's not evidence at all. It would just count as evidence for a gap in our understanding. People used to make exactly the same argument about thunder and lightning. Have you ever seen noises from the sky and bolts of light come from non-intelligent things? It's like people at a point in human history thought that thunder and lightning were proof of gods, and now we know they're not. And the same thing is going to be the case with the origins of life.
No, when there is happening a noise in the sky, there is a reason behind it why it happens. So conclusion here is, when anything in nature is happening, there is also a reason why it happens.
Yeah.
And when I go further and I look how the universe started, I think
we don't know if the universe started. Not even that. We haven't graduated to that yet. We have no reason to think that the universe started.
So at least in the universe, everything is energy, right? Kind of energy.
There's an energy mass equivalence, but yeah.
Yeah, so energy, in the rules of physics, energy cannot be created.
Correct.
It can be translated to
different
to another kind of energy. It cannot be deleted, like removed, but it cannot be created. So how does the universe even started, or at least when my case is, when the universe exists, there has to be at least some type of time where it starts to exist.
Why?
because something cannot come out of nothing.
I'm not suggesting there was ever a time when there was nothing. I think it's perfectly feasible that the universe has always existed in one form or another. As you said, energy can't be created. It appears to be that it remains in existence. It changes from one form to another, from potential to kinetic or whatever it might be. And it seems to be the case that there's no reason to think that there was ever a point when nothing existed. And therefore, we don't need to ask where did everything come from, because it's a false question. It didn't come from anywhere. It's just been there all the time. And you, if you are someone who believes in a God, have absolutely no problem with the idea of something which just necessarily exists and has never not existed, because you think God is such an object. So you think there's a class of things that exist that are not in need of an explanation. They just necessarily exist. I think that might be true. And one of those things might be reality itself and the universe itself. I don't know. I'm not a cosmologist, and smarter people than me are working on it. But we have no idea. And the fact that we have no idea is also not evidence for a God.
Yeah. What if the problem we are not having the evidence of God is because we cannot measure it with our human methods, We are limited in our knowledge. We are limited in our brain, and there are so many limited things. Even in physics, there are limits. And when I think about God, God is not limited. God is out of this whole thing, out of any limits. He's out of these things, and therefore we can't find a directly evidence for God. But I think about that there can be maybe some type of God.
I mean, you can think that there may be some type of God, but the time to start believing it is when there's some evidence for it. And you're trying to special plead to say, well, I think this thing exists, but he's so special that there's no evidence for him and we can't investigate to find any, but we're still entitled to think he's there. I could make exactly the same claim for the tooth fairy. The tooth fairy exists in some special kind of way, and our science is just not set up to detect the tooth fairy, but the tooth fairy may exist. Well, okay, yeah, it may, but it's not a serious argument.
So here's a dilemma what's coming up. So if you're talking about, I believe only there's evidence, then the dilemma is, in science you would say, something can only be true unless there is some scientific evidence. So, can you prove to me that unless I can scientifically prove something, it's not true?
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. We don't make the claim that unless you can scientifically prove something, it's not true. Because, for example, you can't scientifically prove that my mother loves me, but it appears to be true because there's some evidence for it. So no one is saying, unless you can prove it scientifically, it's not true. This is a mischaracterization. I don't know why you would think that that's a thing.
Okay, so you said that there is some type of evidence that your mother loves you, but what is the evidence? All what's happening is there's some type of biological things is happening into your brain.
I have a lifetime of behavior from my mother that shows that she loves me, and that establishes a basis of evidence to warrant that claim. It's not proof. It might be that she's pretending that she doesn't love me. She may have gone off me. Maybe she used to love me and she doesn't anymore. These things are possible, but I take the claim and I hold it with a confidence which is proportionate to the type and quality of evidence for it. And I'm able to say, although I can't prove it, my mother loves me. And I gave that as an example to refute your claim that the way science operates is by saying, until things have been proven by science, they're not true. I don't know who you've been speaking to. That's nothing to do with how science works at all.
Okay, so now you're making the claim that you become love from your mother, and that is your evidence for love, right?
That there is the evidence of my mother loving me is her behavior towards me. Yes.
Okay, so in my experience, this is not just for everyone. This is just my own experience. Like 9 months ago, I was starting reading the Bible. I was starting reading the Gospels, and when I reading the Gospels, I was stopping somewhere, and I was just going downstairs and wanted something to drink, and out of nothing, I felt like there was some type of laugh in my heart growing up, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and I started to laugh, and it was really kind of amazing laugh. It was a huge experience for me that I've never felt something before. So how can you explain that a book? I think maybe you think that the Bible is just a some kind of book. I don't know. And
yes, the Bible is just some kind of book, and lots of people read lots of different books and have emotional experiences and reactions to them. People have the same kind of thing reading the Bhagavad Gita. People have exactly the same kind of thing reading the Quran. People have exactly the same kind of thing reading the Book of Mormon. People have exactly the same kind of thing singing songs in Hare Krishna. People have exactly the same kind of thing reading all sorts of things. This is not evidence of anything other than you read a book and it made you feel emotional. Anyway, friend, I think we're going to move it on because we still have a few more in the queue that I would like to speak to. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Here we are. Okay. Astonishing what passes for an argument these days. Okay, we are going to get Geraldine in, who's come back to continue speaking to us. That'll be fun. I will speak to her very shortly. We are going to have a very quick check-in on the bingo, because we've got 2 calls on the bingo. Let's do all this very, very efficiently. Yowie Gaming said, nothing comes from nothing. Good call. And Upshot called, look at the trees. It was kind of a bit of a look at the trees, wasn't it? I wonder if we're going to fill 2 boards today. It would be amazing if we do. I can't wait to tell Sean. And we are going to do 3 super chats and then get Geraldine in. The first is Beard of Empathy. Again, I was going to do a joke about arms, but it wasn't humorous. It was better than the foot joke that had no soul. I'll show myself out. Oh my goodness me. It wasn't humorous. Get it? Humorous. Stay frosty, people. I love that. Great to see a bit of empathy. I did get a couple of messages, or I think at least 1, maybe 2, in various comments in various places asking about your channel, and I forwarded URLs for that. So hopefully you're going to get some love. And Bethos says, hey Bethos, Tinspired cannot give more. I can. Well, you're so kind. By the way, I deny the Holy Spirit, especially after I read Job a long time ago. Job is absolutely horrific. Absolutely horrific. Whoever wrote that, what were they thinking? Horrible. Horrible. It makes God look like an absolute arsehole. Horrible story. Gave him new kids later. Grim. And Bethos says, only closeted think about gays, by the way. This is why we were speaking to the delightful, the real one. I'm sure we'll have a few more messages about him later on. What a piece of work he was. I can't wait to clip that shit. Okay, let us get in Geraldine back to have another go at explaining that perspective. Welcome back, Geraldine.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So welcome back. I hope your voice is feeling better. It sounds like it's still a little croaky, but let's make the best of the situation. So my claim today is atheism cannot be wrong. And if you were listening to the last conversation, I was basically saying, because atheism isn't making any claims. Atheism doesn't mean saying there's no God. It just means saying, I don't believe the story you've told or someone's told. Someone tells me there's a God, and I say, okay, I hear that that's your story. I don't find it convincing. And that's it. That's what atheism is. It's not a way of life. It's not a political movement. It's not a group. It's not an identity. It's not a gang. It's not even a worldview. It's just a response to one thing that people say. And so that's why it can't be wrong. You're either convinced or you're not. So in my case, you tell me you believe in a God, and I say, I'm not convinced by the reasons I've heard for this. It can't be wrong. It's just, that's my position.
Okay, so I want to try a different approach this evening. I want to use science to prove God, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, but I will stop you if you start saying things that aren't science. I'm just warning you now. I'm not going to let you
science.
Go on and on and on, presenting things as science which aren't. So, and I'm slightly nervous because the other day you wanted to talk about that as well, and it wasn't enormously scientific. So I want to give you time to speak. So I'm going to let you start advancing your argument, but once you start saying something which isn't science, I'm going to interject and we'll clarify. Is that fair?
Yeah, but please don't interject too much because I'm straining my voice here.
Okay, well, make every word count then. Off you go.
Okay, I want to ask you, what shape is the leminin molecule in? And what is the purpose of the leminin molecule?
The leminin molecule?
Yes.
I have no idea. I have no idea what that means.
It's a piece that holds your organs, your blood cells, everything together within your body. It's shaped like a cross. Okay. Do we agree that DNA writes a book of life?
Hang on. What's the significance? What's the significance of the shape of this molecule? And how do you?
It's shaped in a cross.
And so what?
If it wasn't shaped in a cross, the whole body wouldn't be in the right. It wouldn't function.
What? Right. But so what? I mean, it's going to be a molecule is shaped however a molecule is shaped. What's the significance of its shape?
It's the cross that Jesus was on. It's a symbol that Jesus is our God. Well done. Well, I'm going to show you 3 things tonight. I thought about this. Do we agree that DNA writes a book of love?
Do we agree what? Sorry?
That DNA writes a book of love.
No, we don't agree that DNA writes a book of love. DNA is a molecule, and molecules don't write books.
But the genes write chapters.
No, genes don't write chapters. This is poetic language that people use to try to popularize scientific ideas so people can understand them.
Okay, now I want you to do something for me. I want you to breathe in, and I want you to breathe out.
Right, I can assure you I'm regularly doing this. I'm regularly breathing in.
I want you to do it so your audience can hear it.
Right, I'm breathing
All of
in.
you do it actually.
Right. Before we do, I'm just going to respond to the thing that you said before. For everyone who wants to see, this is the limonene molecule, and it is a naturally occurring hydrocarbon. It's a cyclic monoterpene with a molecular formula. What it is commonly found in the rinds of citrus fruit, and it looks like this. Does this look like a crucifix to you?
Lemon. Let me spell it for everybody.
Oh dear. Someone saying, "Can I breathe in again?"
There's the right spelling. Try again.
Yeah. So this is the molecule that you're talking about, limonene.
It's shaped in a cross.
Does this look like a cross to you?
Its function is to help cells attach to one another and to surround tissues. The location is found in the basement membrane beneath the skin, blood vessels, muscles, nerves, and many organs.
And how are we spelling this?
L-A M I-N I-N
Laminin.
L-A-M. Let me spell it in the chat for you.
No, just spell it. It's okay. It's all right.
N-I-N. There you go. Can you see it?
Laminin. Okay.
Yes.
That's a slightly different spelling to what I looked up. Okay. Laminin. Let's have a look at laminin molecule. And it looks like laminins are heterometric protein complexes with a high molecular mass. Okay, this is a different thing. And
it's called laminin molecule.
Let's have a look and see what we can find out about it.
You didn't add in molecule, that's why it's not bringing it up.
Here we go. Right, and the significance of this is that when they've notated the molecular structure using symbols, you think it looks like a crucifix.
I don't think even science will tell you it looks like a crucifix.
Right. That's not what they actually look like. That's how you denote them when you're. That's how you draw them when you're describing their structure.
Okay, but now
I mean the COVID-19 molecule looks a bit like a funny alien, but it doesn't mean they are one. Like it's.
No, but I'm showing you God in science.
This is not showing us God in science. This is not showing us God in science. This is just showing us that a thing that you've found looks a little bit like a cross. I mean, that's ludicrous. That's not a serious argument. So that's a joke argument, isn't it?
Okay, let's do something even more powerful. I want you to breathe
Even more powerful than that? I can barely wait. Oh, is this the breathing thing? Should we do the breathing? Let's do the breathing.
Yes. Breathe in.
Breathe in.
Let's go.
Out.
No, that's not how you breathe. And you know, you're doing this on purpose. You've done this before, haven't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll do it.
This is not a serious thing.
You hear that? Yeah.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Okay.
You say God's name 1,000 times a day.
Geraldine, I thought you were going to give us some evidence. These are silly, childish games. Have you got any actual evidence,
This is
or
evidence. Your
these are
breath
these are
is
party
God's.
games? These are party games. Have you got anything serious?
I just showed you that the main molecule in science, is shaped like a cross.
It's not the main molecule in science. It's one of
just told
billions
you
of
that
different
DNA
molecules. I can show you
just told you
molecules.
DNA
I can show
writes
you.
books
I
of
can
life
show
in
you. I
genes
can
write
show you.
chapters.
I can show you molecules that look like a human penis. Does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, it doesn't matter. You're going to find lots of different molecules that look like lots of different things. There are so many. There are so many. There are so many different. There are so many different organic compounds, and they look like all sorts of things. You can spot lovely shapes in the clouds too. This is not serious. This is laughable. And as for your, that's you're not serious. I'm thinking Poe's law right now.
Let's be serious. I want you to breathe.
This is chaff, isn't it?
For a doctor.
This is chaff, isn't it?
Pretend that I'm a doctor and you breathe in for me. How
I'm
would
not.
you breathe in for doctor?
I would go Yahweh. That's what everyone does. Everyone says Yahweh when they're breathing. This is absolute bollocks.
You don't even need
now,
to say the word. You just need to breathe.
Of course.
And it pronounces his name.
Of course. Okay. What else have you got?
DNA writes books of life.
What's the last one?
I just told you.
Oh, DNA writes chapters. Okay, Geraldine, are these serious arguments?
Yes. You want me to show you God in science? I'm showing you God in science.
You're not,
These are
Geraldine.
legit.
Geraldine, I'm not sure how to say this to you nicely. I'm trying to be nice. But if God really loved you, why would you have such a terrible cough? Such a terrible throat?
Because he never told us we're going to get out this life alive. We've got to all die.
Oh dear.
No matter what age we are, we've got to all die. This life is not the real life.
This is why these cults upset me so much, because they devalue life. I've got news for you. This is all you get. Enjoy it while you can. Don't squander it. Don't waste it believing bullshit, which is what you're doing right now. I'm giving you tough love right now. I'm saying this because I'm watching a fellow human being wasting their life on nonsense. So that the tough love I'm going to give you right now is grow the fuck up. This is nonsense. These are Jesus is not a thing. No. Jesus and God are made up stories. This is
99% historians disagree with you. Even atheist historians will disagree with you.
This is wizard stuff.
Jesus walked this earth.
Yeah, he may have done.
Have you ever read the Talmud?
He may have lived. It's possible that he did. And then he didn't. And he's been dead for a long time. He promised all his followers that he was going to come back like a superhero coming out of the clouds, and that the whole world was going to be transformed and everyone would be judged for their deeds. In Matthew 16 and elsewhere in the book of Matthew, he promised it, and he was not truthful about that. He told them that these things. He told them that all of these things were going to happen in their lifetimes, and funnily enough, none of them happened in their lifetimes. He told them that, for example, when they persecute you in this town, he said, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Well,
but the generation is not over yet.
The Son of Man, the Son of Man has not. The Son of Man has not come yet.
You're not making sense.
But they didn't finish. It didn't happen before they finished going through all the towns of Israel, because those people are all dead. He also said, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. Those people are all dead. None of them are still alive, and the Son of Man didn't come. Another failed prophecy. So
it's not failed. How's it failed?
It's failed because he told them. Yes, there's a time limit there.
Wait,
when he says, some of you standing here will not taste death, It means that these events were going to happen during their lifetimes. That's what that means. And he was not true. He was not correct about that, because those people are all dead and this business hasn't happened yet. So, unfortunately, this was
part of that generation.
that generation has been dead for 2,000 years.
So he's not lying, and he says some
and
of
so
you will
that's why this was a lie. Geraldine, stop living your life in fantasy land. I don't know what to tell you.
You are living in fantasy. You think God
are
doesn't.
living your life based on a book that tells you that animals can talk, based on a book that tells you that people can do wizard stuff. This is a load of old rubbish that you would do well to not believe. Now, you sound like you're very, very deep in the cult, and I'm not going to be able to persuade you of it.
You can't beat me, because no atheist can. You'd be the first.
Yeah,
Not
of
even
course.
Richard Dawkins could beat me.
I'm
but
sure.
I challenge you.
I'm sure that even Richard Dawkins it couldn't beat you, and I'm certain that he wouldn't want to try.
That a talking snake was the story of Adam and Eve. You already lost it.
Sure, I've already lost it.
Because it had nothing to do with a literal talking snake.
Of course, it was a spiritual talking snake. I know.
No, it was Moses explaining that Eve had been seduced sexually
seduced by a Satan. All right, you go back to your rubber bedroom now, and we'll get on with the evening. And off she goes. Okay, there we are. There. Have a nice lie down, cuddle your teddy bear and your little dolly. Off you go. Okay, there we are. Poor old Geraldine. It's awful hearing these people so brainwashed. Okay, sexually seduced by Satan, apparently, is what it was. Everyone, you heard it here first. Okay. Geraldine, I disconnected you for your own good. It was starting to feel a little cruel. Okay, we're going to get Justice up next. But before we do, we are going to check in on the bingo. Those were some of the funniest apologetics I've ever heard. Breathing proves Yahweh. Occasionally molecules are shaped like a crucifix. And DNA writes stories. You heard it here first, folks. Performative laughing. I don't know if she did performative laughing, Zeitgeist. But I'm going to allow it anyway, because we're nearly at the end of the show and I want this board filled. So give me what you've got, people. Okay. Let's get in Justice next. As soon as we read 4 more messages, and then we'll get in Justice. So we've got Tim said, "It's okay, John. I live in Texas. He's hitting on you. This is absolutely him hitting on you. This is when we had the real one in. I wish I'd read this then. I'm sorry. He wants to be with you in a relationship. I know he does. And he's just not my type for various reasons. But I will say, the real one, if you're still listening, you're really, really sexy when you're decompensating online in front of 1,000 people. And the Blackwing Angel says, no hate like Christian love. The real one is weak. He is weak. And people who have to perform and behave like that are signaling to everyone else their own inadequacy, and that's why they have to behave that way. And there's a part of me that feels sorry for him. It's just a very small part. And 2 more before we get Justice in. Audio Rock says, to that guy, say, do you have fruits of the Spirit? That's what I should have said. I have got a little trick that I played with Apostle Michael the other week, and I should have done it before I removed him. I should have done it. If he comes back again, I promise I'll do the 2 Timothy trick, which is really fun. And the last for now, Gordon, again, has given out 5 gift memberships. That's amazing, Gordon. You always do it. I'm always super grateful. Great to have you here. Thank you, my friend. Okay, Justice coming in right now. And we'll see what happens next. Justice. Hey, Justice, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, man? Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome in. No breathing exercises on this call, and no cross-shaped molecules, I'm happy to report. What have you got?
I just want to say, dude, like I don't know how long you do these lives, but in my experience, when like I engage with atheists or agnostics or anything like that, most people that I'm close with definitely won't be. I'm sorry you have to deal with that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of like a little crazy to me, like coming from my point of view.
I appreciate it. It's fine. It's all part of the fun. I love it. I love the human zoo of crazies that come in with everything. And we have a wide variety of different exchanges here. And we have lots of sensible, respectful conversations where we just exchange views and look at what's implied by them, and then we have the other people who come in with all sorts of nonsense. It kind of keeps it fun.
Yes, sir.
There we are. So what have you got, my friend?
I just want to say before we get like the conversation going and everything, like, you probably just in general probably have a higher IQ than me. You have more life experience than me, just in general. So I'm going to take this as kind of like a learning experience, just as we go along. I want to ask you some questions and hope that we have a good discourse overall. I was in here a few hours ago, and I heard you bring up a point that you were like, and I don't know if this was disingenuous or not, if you were just kind of like move the conversation along type deal. But I heard you say that if God, you've asked God, or you're kind of, I don't know if this is some like an interpretation type thing, but you were saying something along the lines of, I've asked God to present me with evidence and he hasn't done that yet. Can you kind of elaborate on that? Because it was a few hours ago, and I kind of want to.
Sure. I got you. So it's really just a point, which is if God wants to have a relationship with me, he would know that I can't have a relationship with him if I don't believe he's there. He would understand that, because it follows. You can't have a relationship with someone if you don't believe they exist. And so God would understand that to give me the free will to be able to decide whether I want to follow him and have a relationship with him, he would need to let me know he's there in some way, because the only evidence I've ever been presented so far has been insufficient to convince me that he's there. It's been like bad arguments that people have made and appeals like the ludicrous nonsense we just heard on the last call. Look at this shape of a molecule proves that Jesus is real. It's total gibberish. And God would know that I'm not going to find any of that kind of argument convincing, because he knows my mind. This is assuming he exists, right? So if God wants me to have the freedom to have a relationship with him, he would know what kind of evidence would persuade me he's there, so I could then freely decide to do that or not. And so far, that evidence hasn't been presented. I haven't seen it, and God would easily be able to give it to me in some way. I'm not even claiming that I'm entitled to it. I claim no entitlement here. But if God wants to have a relationship with me, he could just provide the evidence in some way, or arrange for someone else to. It wouldn't even have to come directly from him. Arrange for someone to come in with better arguments than we just heard before, and then I might be persuaded that God exists, and then I might be able to decide freely whether to have a relationship with him. But the fact that I haven't had such evidence can only be explained in one of three ways. Either he wants to give me the evidence, but he doesn't know how, or he doesn't want to give me the evidence, or he doesn't exist. Those are the only options. There are no others.
Alrighty, so I just kind of want to break this down, because we could talk about like philosophical arguments, scientific arguments, all these type of stuff, but I feel like there's plenty of people who you've spoken to that are on a way higher level than anyone who's going to bring these arguments to you on a TikTok live. So I don't even really want to go there. I kind of just want to talk to you. Know exactly what I'm saying.
I got you.
So I kind of just want to like really understand where you're coming from, because when I talk to people like you, I kind of just want to understand where they're coming from. So you're saying you would have to be brought forth evidence, right? But then I also heard you say earlier that you prayed to God, and that kind of, I don't know if that was kind of just like you were throwing that out there or not.
Years and decades, we're talking about decades ago that I would have done that, when I was in a more of a sort of seeking stage earlier in life, when I was like, well, I don't know if there's a God there, I'll try reaching out and see. I'm open-minded. And in the UK, we have a thing called Alpha. It's a special kind of course that you can do at a church. It's over many weeks, and you go once a week, and they have talks and lectures and discussion groups. And I've done the Alpha course, I was going to say 4 times. It's actually 3 times, and then once with another thing which isn't Alpha but is like it. So I've done it 4 times, and I've done lots of, not for years, but I've done lots of like exploring and being open. And there was a point where I was like, well, I don't know if there's a God or not. Let me reach out and see. And I was never convinced as a result of that. I always felt when I was praying that I was talking to myself. But I tried. I tried, and I'm genuinely open-minded. So if God wants to have a relationship with me, he's got a really poor way of showing it, because he's obviously content for me to remain unconvinced about his existence, which I am at the moment, completely unconvinced.
So my immediate thought from what you were just saying, obviously you said there was a point in your life where you were seeking. I know of many people who were in your shoes that continued seeking, right? So like, let me get all the way through my thought real quick before you respond, because I know you have something that you can immediately say. Where I'm trying to get at is the Bible says that God will pretty much, obviously salvation's a different question here, but the Bible talks about, and I'm not trying to misquote, I don't have the verses in front of me, I'm not fully prepared, but the Bible talks about how God answers prayers to his children, right? Meaning that, like, I don't know if you had a life experience that turned you away from God where you were praying for a loved one or something. I know a lot of people have that similar situation, so you know where I'm coming from on that aspect.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that just because you're a believer, everything that you pray for, God will answer it, because that's just not how it works. He's not a magic genie, right? That's not how it works. But in my opinion, I know some people may have that prosperity gospel stuff. I don't believe in that. But I think that based on your prompt here where it says atheism cannot be wrong, I know maybe that's just kind of like a attention grab. Maybe that's not your actual position there.
No, it is my actual position. It's just a bit more nuanced than it looks at first sight. So when I'm saying atheism cannot be wrong, I'm not saying a God can't exist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying atheism isn't making any positive claims about reality. It's just saying I'm not persuaded by the stories I've heard, and therefore it can't be right or wrong.
Right. So can you differentiate me your position? Because like from my experience, I'm very, very young compared to you. And I'm not, obviously, as I haven't delved enough into I would honestly like characterize your position as agnosticism versus atheism. So can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So some people used to think that agnosticism was like a medium point, like a midway point between believing and not believing, but it isn't that. There is no midway point between believing and not believing. You either believe or you don't believe. You're either convinced or you're not convinced. What agnostic means is it comes from gnosis, knowledge. It means that you're not making a claim to knowledge about what you're talking about. You're not claiming to know that a God exists or doesn't exist. That's what agnostic really means. So you can be an agnostic theist, which means theist means you believe a God exists. Agnostic means you're not claiming knowledge about it. You're just saying, I don't know. Maybe wouldn't be able to know. I'm not claiming any knowledge, but this is my belief. I believe a God exists. That would be an agnostic theist. Or you can be an agnostic atheist, which is what I am, which I say, I don't have any belief in a God. I remain unconvinced about any gods, but I don't claim to know anything about this. I'm not claiming, my position isn't a claim to knowledge. I'm not saying I know there's no God, or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know if I ever could know or not. I'm not sure. And it's a more gentle position. So you could be a Gnostic theist, which means you believe in a God and you think you have knowledge of a God. Or you could be a Gnostic atheist, which means you don't believe in a God and you think you have knowledge that there's no God. So do you see how that works there? That's what the agnostic thing means. It's about whether you're claiming knowledge. Yeah, and what I'd say is about atheism, there's two different kind of ways that you can be an atheist. One is sometimes called a weak atheist, or a negative atheist, where you're just saying, I don't have this belief. I don't accept the belief. You're not actually affirming that it's false. So you're not saying there are no gods. That's strong atheism. And so those are sort of the two kind of flavors of atheism. So I hope that helps to kind of clarify it. And that's partly why I run this prompt, is to just spread a bit of awareness so people can understand these terms better. Because some people think atheism means you've got certain politics, or you've got certain views on reproductive rights, or certain views on immigration, or whatever it might be. None of that. You find atheism just means you're not persuaded that a God exists. And then you could go further and also be a strong atheist, or also be a whatever else you might want to get into. So I hope that helps to clarify it.
Yeah, I got you. I don't know how much time that you have, but I do kind of want to like kind of go a little bit deeper if you have some time.
You're go for it.
Yeah, I don't know if I was like boring you or whatever. I don't know how much time you have, but anyway, okay. I kind of just want to get into the like. I feel like from your prompts, like the cannot, like that's kind of like a strong. I feel like at that point you would have to kind of have like some verifiable proof in some aspect. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, it's incorrect. It would be true if I was making the claim there cannot be a God. Then the burden of proof would be on me, because I would then be making a claim about reality, and I would have to justify that claim somehow. And that's not a claim I could ever justify. I can't say there cannot be a God. How could I say that? So you would be absolutely entitled, if someone said that to you, to say, demonstrate that. Evidence that claim. I'm not saying that, and that's not what my prompt is saying. So my prompt here, when I say atheism cannot be wrong, has two meanings. One is that atheism, in its purest sense, as I told you, is just like saying, I'm not convinced by your claim. Can't be right either. It's not right or wrong. It's not making any claim about reality. So that's the first thing, is to just get that point across. And then the other one, which is actually more important, is it can't be wrong morally. It can't be wrong to not be convinced of something. And Christianity is based on the whole idea of Christianity is the notion that at the end of your life, if you don't believe the right things about Jesus, that you deserve to be punished for that. That's the whole core. It's like you need salvation because the world is in a fallen state. Never mind God made it be that way. God put the world in a fallen state. He didn't have to. He could have punished Adam and Eve in another way and not made the world in a fallen state, but he decided he wanted the world to be in a fallen state, so it is. And now everyone deserves to go to hell, but there's a way out. And your way out is if you have the right relationship with Jesus. And the only way you can have the right relationship with Jesus is if you believe in Jesus. But what if you don't? What if you're someone like me who's spent decades looking at this stuff and just found it unconvincing? I don't find it any more convincing than I find the claims of Hinduism or Islam or Sikhism or Jainism or any of the other religions. I find them all unconvincing. Why does it make sense to punish me for that? Because that's really what it is. It says, well, if you don't believe these things, then you have chosen to be, cast into the furnace with wailing and gnashing of teeth and all of the stuff that Jesus said is going to happen to us when that happens. I don't think that's right. I think that's disgusting. And I think it's terrible to tell people that they deserve to be punished based on what they find convincing. I think that's a really, really immoral thing to tell people. What do you think?
I think that in general, I think that when people, now we can talk about the morality subject in just a second, but I think that in general, when people kind of describe the afterlife as it relates to hell, in a sense, I think that oftentimes that was used as kind of like a scare tactic. I think that you would probably agree with that in a sense, that people would utilize that in a way to kind of scare people into their, I mean, obviously, as we know, like in older cultures, religion, like a lot of religion kind of backed society in terms of like the governments. And so I think that people in terms of, and I think you can use this for any single religion that it exists. I think that, and this is a big topic, obviously, in the Bible. If you look at it, one of the biggest topics in the New Testaments that Jesus spoke on was false prophets, false teachers. The Pharisees is people that Jesus really, really spoke out against. And I see you smiling, so I know you have something to say. But I think that as you kind of go throughout history, you can see people kind of use it in the wrong way. And I think that my position on that would just be that just because people are doing things in the name of a religion does not mean that that is what the religion says. And I know you're probably going to bring up, I don't know, the Israelites or something along the lines of that.
Well,
but
I mean, the thing is, it is what the religion says. In this case, the Bible is fairly explicit about what's going to happen to people who don't believe the right things.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
Sorry? No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, what I was trying to get back to is, I would say that whatever verses you would like to use where it talks about obviously I would say that the Bible talks about separation, or the evil in the world is the absence of good, and obviously God is characterized as love is good, right? In my worldview, right? And so the way that I would characterize hell is the eternal absence from God, and I would say that the fiery furnace or whatever would be more of like symbolism than actuality of someone.
We
That's
call
what.
that.
That's what.
We call that words. We call that words don't mean words. When people, it's a type of cope where
Well-
it's like, it would be lovely if you could read the Bible and just read it as separation from God. But here's why this argument doesn't work. It doesn't work because it doesn't matter. Let's imagine that there is no fiery hell. That all Jesus's words about the furnace that's in the fire that's never quenched, and the wailing and gnashing of teeth and all of that, let's pretend all of that goes away. And the wording in Revelation 21 about the lake of fire that burns with sulfur and all of that for the unfaithful like me. Let's imagine all of that goes away. Let's imagine that the consequence of non-belief is just a minor inconvenience rather than an eternal conscious torment. Let's imagine it's just like a minor irritation. It would still be morally wrong to inflict a minor irritation on someone purely based on what they found convincing, because you can't help it. If you don't find something convincing, you don't find it convincing. If you cannot believe it because you are not persuaded by it, there's literally nothing you can do. If you put a gun to my child's head right now and said, I'm going to pull the trigger unless you believe in Jesus, I still couldn't do it because I'm not convinced of it. That's just a limitation of human minds. We don't have the ability to decide to find something convincing that we don't find convincing. It would be delightful if we could, because then none of us would have to suffer from self-doubt or feelings of not being good enough, or, am I going to make it, or am I worthy of this person's love, or whatever it might be. We all carry a burden of things that we wish we didn't think or didn't believe. It would be so easy if it was as simple as just decide to believe something and then you believe it's true. We would all have boundless self-confidence and self-belief. We would all never worry about anything, because a worry is a concern that it might be true that something bad is going to happen, and we could just decide to not think that that's the case, so no one would ever worry. The world would be so much easier if you could just switch your beliefs on and off like a light switch, but it just doesn't work like that. And that's why all these discussions about what exactly does hell mean, even if it's just separation from God, is separation from God good or bad?
I would say that it's bad. I think that's
Then it's imposing something bad on people for a process that they just couldn't control, and that's not ethical. If you think that's ethical, then examine yourself. Think about it.
Can I ask you a question on what you just said?
Yeah.
You said cannot control.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, from obviously this is from my point of view. I'm gonna speak my mind, and I understand you have a differing opinion. So this does not necessarily to be like an argument. I'm not gonna get upset at you, and hopefully it's vice versa. But from my point of view, I believe that obviously the word of God is infallible. So when the Bible says that that the evidence is sufficient in terms of obviously the life and death and the rise, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and also obviously you could talk about the ontological argument of like creation. I know you had the bingo card with the trees or whatever, and that's probably somebody just putting that in a stupid way. I would say that, we talk about the age of accountability, right? When you probably heard this before, but like, the Bible the Bible doesn't necessarily call it the age of accountability, but that's what the terminology is.
But friend, here's a problem. What you're doing now is you're listing things which you think are reasons why I ought to find your God believable, but they're not. I was hearing these arguments before you were born, and I didn't find them convincing then, and I don't find them convincing now. And there are various reasons for that, which we don't need to go into. Suffice to say, I don't find them convincing. And, if you look in Romans 1:18, it'll tell you that I do believe really. Everyone knows really, and so they're without excuse because it's so obvious. This is a lie in the Bible. This is one of the most easily disprovable verses in the Bible when the Bible says in Romans 1:18 that the evidence of the world is plain to see and they are without excuse. This is just not true, because it's not plain to see. I look at the world, I see something natural. I don't see something made by a magical space wizard. I just see a natural world. And the claims of Jesus, I find them laughable. The claims of Jesus' resurrection. This is stuff that didn't happen. It didn't happen. These are myths. They're made up stories. And even if they did happen, they've been so badly communicated, to me at least, that they look exactly as they would look if they were made up stories. So it could be that I'm wrong. But in any case, I'm still unconvinced. And I'm unconvinced having taken a really good hard look at this stuff, more than most of the believers I speak to. And the Bible, if you say God is infallible, you would have to account for the fact that the Bible is so full of mistakes, contradictions, failed prophecies, anachronisms, disagreements with itself, inconsistencies, and just complete nonsense in some places. This is not an infallible book. This is a deeply, deeply flawed book. It's beautiful in places, it's absolutely horrific in places, and it's extremely silly in places. What it isn't is coherent, what it isn't is consistent, and what it definitely isn't is infallible. So I cannot look at this and be convinced. And according to the logic of this theology, that makes me eligible for some kind of penalty, whether it's eternal conscious torment, or being separated, or being annihilated, or being mildly inconvenienced. It doesn't matter. The philosophical principle still remains. It's wrong to punish people for things they can't do differently.
Right. So I have heard you talk about preferences before when it comes to morality. So why can't preferences come up to interpretation, right? So in your life experience, you've come up with your preferences on interpretation and you've become an atheist. And in my life experience, I've decided that I'm going to be a believer, right? So in doing so, you have freely chose to make that decision,
No.
which may no, you have not. You don't believe in free will,
and neither have you, by the way. Nobody ever chose to be an atheist, and nobody ever chose to be a theist. You think you did, but you didn't. I'm not saying that. This is not an argument about free will. It's just an argument about how belief works. You believe in God because you've been persuaded that God is real. Your mind has come into contact with this claim, and for various reasons to do with upbringing, experience, your genetics, your education, the people you've had around you, your cultural context, all of these things have combined to lead to a point where you find these claims persuasive, and because of that, you have no choice but to believe them, because you're persuaded by them. Conversely, my background and my genetics and my experience and my priors have led me to a point where I'm unable to believe them. There's no choosing involved. I didn't choose not to accept them, and you didn't choose to find them compelling. You just did find them compelling. You recognized, you discovered, I believe this stuff. It might have happened, I don't know your background. It might have happened as a child, it might have happened later in life, might have happened gradually, might have always been that way, might have happened suddenly. Everyone's got their own story. But take it from me, there is not a single person in the world who chooses their beliefs. You cannot choose your beliefs. You're either persuaded or you're not persuaded. And if you're not, there's nothing you can do to change that unless something persuades you. And if you are, then you have no choice but to believe. And the reason why you have to frame this as a choice is because the moral logic of your religion collapses if it isn't a choice. But the bad news is it isn't a choice, and that's why your religion is broken.
So I can't say that I'm genuinely following that point that you just said, because what I honestly I don't know if it's just because it's late for me or whatever, but all that I heard right there was it isn't, so it isn't. Like I really am not following on that. You said it's not a choice.
I'll try and explain it. I'll try and explain it once more, and then maybe we'll draw a line because you know, you've been you've been super respectful and nice and a pleasure to talk to, and you're really honestly welcome to call back anytime. Justice, it's been lovely talking to you, seriously. So I really appreciate the way you've handled yourself on this call. You could be a role model for some of the other people who don't manage to do that. So props to you for that. The point I'm making is here's how belief works, right? If you believe something, if you're convinced of something, then belief happens to you whether you want it to or not. That's what belief means. Belief means something's convinced you that something's true, and as a result of being convinced, a belief takes place. In fact, by the time you realize you believe something, by the time you realize you're convinced by something, the belief has already happened. That's what belief means. It means being convinced. And if you are not convinced of something, then belief is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because you need to be convinced of something in order for belief to take hold. If you're not convinced, you're not believing. And so the question then is, can you decide to find something convincing? And the answer to that is no. And if you don't believe me, do the experiment with your own mind right now. Think of something you don't think is true, that you don't believe. It could be something, you can start with something ridiculous, because this holds true from really obviously untrue things through to other things. So think of something like, you know, I don't know, like the moon is made of chocolate, and you don't believe it's true. Now decide to start finding it convincing, and you can try, but you'll fail because you're not convinced by it. And if you're not convinced by it, you can't believe it. Belief is off the table for you with respect to the moon is made of chocolate because you are not convinced by it. And that is how belief works for everything you believe. And you could say, well, yeah, we know the moon isn't made of chocolate. Well, that just means you've got lots of evidence that stops you being convinced of that claim. The same mechanism is in place for me with God and Jesus, and is in place for you, by the way, with Muhammad being the final messenger of God. You're just not convinced of that. Another thing you could try is try not believing in God right now. You won't be able to do it. It's not on the menu for you because you do believe, you're persuaded that God is real. And because you're persuaded, your belief isn't a choice. It follows inevitably from you being persuaded. You don't have a choice about it. And that's how belief works. I'm not saying that there are no actions that anyone can ever take that end up resulting in their beliefs changing, either gaining a belief or losing one. There's lots you can do to change your beliefs, but you can't ever directly choose to find something persuasive if you don't find it persuasive.
Can I ask you 2 quick questions before? Yeah. Okay. So how would you define belief versus faith?
I don't think that faith really is belief. I think faith is the performance of belief. Because if you really believe something, you don't need faith. And if you're really persuaded by something, faith is irrelevant. You don't need it. Faith is the thing that people do when they want to behave as if they believe something, but they don't really believe it. And sometimes people say faith is the reason people give for believing things without proper evidence, but I don't really think that's true. I think that you can believe things for really poor reasons and then say, oh, I believe it by faith. Faith is really the kind of performance of belief. It's role-playing real belief. And sometimes doing that actually can lead you to genuinely become convinced by something, but often it doesn't. So you can say, you know, I don't really think this thing is true, but I'm going to say I believe it by faith. And then it kind of creates a permission structure for you to live your life as if you do really believe it's true, even though on some level you don't. Because if you really do, you don't need faith. You just believe that it's true.
So I was hoping for more of like a definition type thing, but that's okay. No, I get what you're saying along those lines, but I feel like and I really don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm just genuinely curious. I wish we had more time. Like, I wish I was like in person with you and I could sit down, just like talk to you.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, we have regular people who call in often, and we have continuous conversations over periods of time. You're very welcome to call back. I do this 3 times a week.
Gotcha.
So, with that said, this is going to start getting a little fruity because I'm going away on Tuesday for a couple of weeks. But normally, I do this on Tuesdays during the day. I'm in the UK, so I'm, depending on where you are in the States, I'm 5 hours later than Eastern time. But I do it during the day on Tuesdays, and then in the evening on Thursdays and Saturdays. And there are people who call in often, and we continue to have discussions. So you're very, very welcome to come back. I make notes on regular callers, so I'm going to put a note on yours now saying lovely to talk to, and I hope he calls back. I'm putting it on your file right now.
I have one quick question you can answer, and like, however, I won't respond. I'm just genuinely curious. Sure. One final question.
Yeah.
How do you see, how do you view Pascal's wager? Just because I feel like you live your life on preferences, right? So like if you were to kind of diagnose Pascal's wager, yeah. I feel like if you were living on preferences, you have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? Like, but okay, go ahead and respond.
Yeah. Okay. So Pascal's wager, for anyone who doesn't know, is this idea that if God doesn't exist and you believe anyway, well, you've lost nothing. You've just believed something and you have not lost anything. But if God does exist and you don't believe, then you're going to be in a world of trouble because the stakes are so high and you've screwed it up and you've ended up on the wrong side of the ledger, and now you're in trouble. And you should have believed, because the worst that could have happened is you have nothing to lose. You should have believed like that. This fails for 2 reasons. This is one of the worst arguments in all of apologetics for 2 reasons. It's terribly bad. The first is that it presents belief as an action that you can just decide strategically to take. You can't. That isn't how belief works. You can't believe something because your life might work out well if you do. You can only believe something if you are convinced of it, which is what I was saying before. So it could even be the case. This is why I said to you before, if you put a gun to my child's head and say, I'm going to pull the trigger unless you believe in Jesus, you'd have to pull the trigger, because I can't. I can't command myself to find something believable that I don't find believable. So that's the first reason why Pascal's wager fails, because it presents belief as if it's something you can just switch on and off at will, and it isn't. And the other reason why it's bad, and this is even worse, is that it creates the false idea that the only options are no God or the one particular God who you think you're talking about. But it completely ignores the fact that there's 10,000 other gods who you're currently not believing in. And if you apply the logic of Pascal's wager to all of those, then you'd be obligated to believe in the Muslim God, and in all the Hindu gods, and in all the tribal gods, and in all the other gods that might be threatening to punish you if you don't believe in them. Just to stay on the safe side, you'd have to believe in all of them. And of course, you can't believe in all of them because they make contradictory claims. So the whole thing is just completely ludicrous, because it pretends that the only game in town is this one God that's been talked about, in this case, the Christian God, or no belief. But there's 1,000 other positions you could take. So this is why Pascal's wager is a dreadful argument. If you hear anyone making it, educate them. Say, don't make that argument. If it's a fellow Christian, don't make that argument. It's a terrible argument. If anyone ever does, I mean, like now, people in these communities just groan. If anyone starts trying to wheel out Pascal's wager, it's like, oh God, really? You're going to go there?
I personally would never use it, but I'd never heard it used on one of these lives. So I was just curious, like, what you would have to say, because I've never actually used that in a discourse with anybody before.
Good.
So
Don't.
I was curious.
It will make you look silly, because it's such an obviously silly argument, because it frames belief as something you can switch on and off at will strategically, which it isn't, and it misses out on the idea that there's 25,000 other gods that you are then you must also then believe in, just in case they're going to send you to hell. And I could, by the way, posit a God which sends people to hell for being gullible and not applying critical thinking. It's the God of anti-gullibility, and the only way to keep that God happy is not believe in any other gods. So then and this God's hell is hotter than all the other gods' hells, right? So to keep this God happy, you have to make sure you don't believe in any gods. Otherwise you're going to hell, because that's what this God does. It's all silly. All silly.
Gotcha.
All right, friend.
I appreciate you having me on. I did, guys. I saw a lot of people hate on me in the chat. I did preface this as saying it was a learning experience.
I think you've been great.
I hope nobody like takes offense to what I was saying, because all it was, honestly, I wish you all the best. Every single one of you guys that's in here. I was nervous to hop on here with 310 people in the room and everything.
You didn't notice the 800 on YouTube as well, fortunately, or you'd have been more nervous. But I think you've done fine. I don't think that you should be getting any hate in the room. I think you've comported yourself really well. You've been super respectful, and you came in with a spirit of curiosity and asked questions and let me answer them. I think you put some of your fellow believers tonight to absolute shame. And I think you don't deserve to have had any hate in the chat, and I appreciate the engagement with you. So thank you.
Yes, sir. I hope you have a blessed night.
Take care, Ed. All the best, Justice. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's have a quick look at the bingo, and at some point soon, I'm going to bring this to an end. But I am having fun, and we do have 2 in the queue at the moment. I'm going to get to Jenna in a moment, and then Geraldine is back wanting a bit more. I don't know. Geraldine is hard to take because you can't take these arguments seriously. Geraldine, your arguments are the worst I've ever heard, possibly ever in my whole life. Dreadful, dreadful, dreadful apologetics. Be better. Okay, let's have a quick check on the bingo and see what we've got. PBG gave us a read it in context. Hey, I'm gonna allow it because, hey, why not? We're at this point. I'm not going to be stingy about calls on the bingo right now. I'm not sure if that was there or not, but hey, what can we do? Right. What's next is to read a couple of super chats, and then we will get Jenna in next. I need to find my super chats. There they are. Here they are over here. Right, we've got Bethos said, is ought. I think ought is reducible to is. It is the case. We don't want to suffer unnecessarily. And that is true. And that's why I say when we're talking about a basis for grounding morality, it's grounded in real truths about human beings and the fact that we don't like suffering. This is not complicated. And Brian said, not sure how being gay breaks the 10th commandment. That guy was such a complete hot mess. He doesn't have the foggiest clue what he's talking about. But I'm looking forward to further engagement with him because he does make me laugh quite a lot. And Audio Rock says, is all your thinking in your head? There are neurons that think in your heart and stomach, and there are people who have survived 90% loss, I think. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, that there are people who have survived a 90% loss of your brain. I'm pretty sure that's not true, but don't quote me on it. I can ask my wife. She will know. She's the expert in this stuff. And I know that there are sort of neuronal cells located elsewhere in the body, but I don't think we can say that they are involved in the process of cognition and thinking. I don't think. And Gary says, thank you for the 666. Loving that. Past 4 maybe closer to 5 a.m. when you read this. You are a beast, a lion possessed by evil spirits that seemingly give you powers of clarity and entertainment. That's very kind. Thank you very much indeed. Not the first person to call me a beast, but I appreciate where you're coming from there. I really do. And Tim says, I thought R. John was the son of old Mother Hubbard. J-Ron, sorry. I thought J-Ron, can't read. I thought J-Ron was the son of old Mother Hubbard. I don't know. I cannot comment about that. Okay, let's get Jenna in next. And if Geraldine is so insistent as to stay in the queue, I may entertain her a second time. But Geraldine, your argument's going to have to be better because your last lot were absolutely shocking. Come with something better than that, please. That's ridiculous. Hi, Jenna. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I've never been better. I'm having a lovely, lovely evening with my friends. So welcome in. My claim is that atheism cannot be wrong. What do you think about that?
Before I comment your argument, so when you say that atheism cannot be wrong,
yeah,
the first thing I want to confirm is cannot, that is a definite term, as it's an impossibility.
Yeah.
And then for atheism, we're looking at this not as in the sense that we're looking at a Western deity, the traditional Abrahamic God, it would be any deity, right?
Yeah, any deity and any position of just not being convinced that that thing exists can't be right either, by the way. Atheism can't be right. It can't be right either. That's
right,
the point.
as in morally speaking?
No. Right. I mean, yeah, morally also. In neither sense can atheism be right or wrong. And that's the kind of point. I'm not, this is not like clickbait, and it's not trying to say that atheists are all correct about everything they think or don't think. I'm just saying that atheism itself makes no truth claims. It's not making any claims about reality at all, and that's why it can't be wrong. It can't be right either, for exactly the same reason.
Well,
it's a response to something that someone else says. And like for example, another thing that I don't believe in is astrology, right? Astrology is nonsense. We don't have a special word for people who don't believe in astrology. But if we did, you could say, someone said, well, I'm not convinced that astrology works. I mean, I suppose that's slightly different because actually I am making the positive claim that astrology is wrong. So maybe that's a bad analogy. I won't confuse it by going there. In terms of atheism, I'm just saying I've heard someone else tell a story that this thing exists, and I'm saying I'm not convinced by the story, and that's why it can't be wrong. It could be that the story happens to be true, and there's some new information out there that I need to learn that I haven't learnt yet, but it still wouldn't make me wrong. It's just I'm saying I'm not convinced by the story. I'm not saying the story is false. I'm not saying the story of gods is false. I'm just saying I don't find it convincing.
I mean, if it's in response to a truth claim, that truth being theism, I mean, atheism is like anti-theism, which is usually a religious figure being like a deity or whatnot. Wouldn't the correct response, technically in that situation, be agnosticism?
Agnosticism just means you're not claiming knowledge about it one way or the other. So
exactly,
I am agnostic. I am
way.
agnostic, and I'm also an atheist.
Oh, okay. Wait, how would that work?
So agnosticism just means that you're not claiming to know one way or the other. So you can be an agnostic theist. You can say, I believe that a God exists, but I don't know it as knowledge. I'm not claiming knowledge about it, but I believe that it's true. That would be an agnostic theist. But I'm an agnostic atheist, which means I'm saying I'm not claiming any knowledge about this, and also I happen to lack the belief in the claim.
Sorry, I would have interpreted that as both not being able to say one way or the other that it would exist, while also denying the claim.
I'm not denying
because isn't that what atheism is?
No, that's why I run this prompt, is to help people to understand. Atheism isn't denying the claim. It's just saying I'm not convinced by the claim. There are atheists who deny the claim. And with respect to some gods, I would. With respect to the Christian God, I deny the claim. That God ain't real. That God doesn't exist. But there might be other types of gods that may exist. I have no idea. So those I don't deny.
Okay. I'm satisfied with this argument. Thank you. It was
Thanks for
nice
coming
having
up.
a conversation.
Appreciate you. Thanks, Jenna. Take care.
Of course. You too.
All right. 6 a.m. Going strong. I'm having fun. I'm going to keep going for a bit because I'm having a lovely time. And, the worst that can happen is I'm a complete wreck tomorrow from lots and lots of missed sleep. But it's all good. So we will read a couple of super chats and then get our next guest in, who's probably going to be Freza next. And Audio said there are scientists at LANL who are Sikhs. They wear turbans and robes. They commute from near Georgia O'Keeffe's ghost ranch in New Mexico. Well, there you go. I didn't know Georgia O'Keeffe had a ghost ranch. I did not know that. And Tim said, Philbro babble equals hiding ignorance in large vocabulary. That's exactly what Philbro babble is. And it comes with to me, it's like, it comes with a sort of an intention to be slightly disingenuous and make simple things sound really complicated. I had a guy once in who used the phrase instantiate in temporality rather than happen. That's Filbrobabble. It's trying to make yourself look clever by unnecessarily complicating your language, and also using specialized philosophical language that people may not know to try to achieve dominance in a conversation, even if your actual points are rubbish. It's typical manosphere nonsense. And Mike Bowen says, what's the difference between Jesus and a bong? Jesus only got smoked once. True. That certainly happened. And Beheaded Kamikaze, if you think you can choose your beliefs, choose to believe that this super chat was for you and that its value is $1 billion. Right, exactly. And the ultimate meta thing there is, of course, if when I'm having a conversation with someone who doesn't accept that you can that belief is involuntary, I can say to them, well, then choose to believe that my argument is right, just for 5 minutes, and then you can change back afterwards. And of course, they can't do that. Okay, let's get Freza in next. Let's get rid of that. Hey, Freza.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hi. I'm fine, thank you. What about you?
Couldn't be better. Welcome in.
Did you not sleep the whole night?
I have been streaming for 8 hours and 9 minutes, and it's now 6 a.m. And I did the same last night.
God.
Did the same last night and the night before. So there we are.
Jesus.
Jesus has quite a lot to do with it, funnily enough, or nothing, depending on how you look at it. But this is commitment to my work. I like it. I enjoy myself.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Look, I'm supporting the atheist claim, but I'm a little bit of agnostic because you can't really deny that behind determinism there is a primary cause. Am I wrong?
I don't know if there's a primary cause. I don't know if there's an infinite chain of causes going all the way, never ending. I don't know.
Never ending.
Yeah, maybe the case. We cannot rule that out. We just don't know. The one thing we do know is when you start looking at the fundamentals of nature. So when you're looking at like the areas of science that deal with like how stuff really, really works, like on the quantum level and relativity, both general relativity and special relativity, it's very counterintuitive. So my guess is if we ever tease out more of an understanding of the ultimate kind of principles of nature, they won't be intuitive. They won't necessarily make sense, because we know that when science gets really, really fundamental, it tends to not make that much sense. For example, atoms are mainly empty space. Here's an example of where
we can give an example of a black hole, for example.
And black holes and all of that stuff. And I'm not clever enough to talk about any of that stuff with any knowledge, but I do know enough to know that it's really counterintuitive. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a prime mover. I have no reason to think there's a first event or anything like that.
Yeah, I have an argument.
Just have no idea. But friend, we are up for debates only. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move it along.
Wait. I have an argument.
What's your argument?
I would like you to counter. My argument is that either Zeus or Thor is the primary cause of life because abiogenesis. Oh well, I already said that.
Yeah, we understand what you're saying with that. You can swap in any god. But friend, call us back on a Friday after hours show if you want to continue the discussion. But we are really just having debates with people who really believe this stuff, rather than just thought experiments with friends, which are delightfully fun. We do every other Friday we do an after hours show, and you're very, very welcome to call back on that. We'll shoot the shit, as they say. Okay, David is going to be in next. David Grelensky coming in right now. And we still have Geraldine in the queue, wanting to come back for another go. Nothing if not tenacious. David Grelensky, getting your name right. How are you, David?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. I think I've typed your name correctly. Yes, I have. Good. Welcome in. what would you like to say about my claim that atheism cannot be wrong? Teacupped immediately. Good value here. Come on, get rid of them. Who can it be? Who's more important than all of us? How long do we give them, folks?
Sorry, I went off the app. I didn't realize that it cuts the audio out.
Yeah, it
once
does.
I leave the app.
It does, yeah.
But yeah, I was an atheist for a while. You know, I grew up in the church and eventually, you know, became a teenager, and then I just felt like, well, this is obviously stuff that's used to just control people for the government, right? And then, you know, I kept having a lot of questions that remained unanswered and a lot of sorrow that didn't go anywhere. And I understand that can be something that people like look down on and say, well, that has nothing to do with science. That has nothing to do with reality. But as a believer, I think that love has a lot to do with reality. And I understand that also. I went to school for political science, so I get it's like, what does the Bible have to do with love? I totally see that point. But things do change when you soften your heart and talk to Jesus.
Well, that's the claim. That's the claim. But the thing is, I don't want to sound too kind of like big time, but I have quite a large community online now. It's like 45,000 odd people in my community, and a significant number of those people tried doing that, softening their hearts, reaching out, seeking on the promise that they would find, opening the door which they'd been told Jesus was knocking at, and received nothing. Talking about thousands of people who have had the experience of diligently searching, trying, pleading, crying, begging, reaching out, opening their hearts, making themselves vulnerable, and got nothing. So it's just so easy to say. It's such an easy check to write and such a tricky check to cash for so many people. I just don't accept it. I just do not accept it. It's just not true. It may be true for some people when they are in a psychological state, when they're able to start interpreting everything around them as confirmation that this stuff is true. Well, when you're in that state, everywhere you look, you're going to find confirmation. But that's not it. Really, that's not it. Some of us are not able to do that. And some of us would require something a bit more than just confirmation bias, which is really what it is.
Yeah, I understand that. And I also think that, you know, people who maybe are repelled by it in a certain way, maybe are because of a certain gift that they might have. Maybe in your case, that has to do with your intellect. I did some writing just early on in my, you know, faith journey, and it's so hard. Like, I understand it. People, you know, crying and begging, and I'm still doing that. Like, that's what it is. Like, faith the size of a mustard seed, and the world shows you all the reasons that it's not true, not that it is true. So I wrote a little thing. I won't read it because I don't have it. I can't look at it, you know, because my mic will shut off. But I wrote this thing about how, like, Adam and Eve ate the fruit in this story, right? And they ate the fruit, and then they realized they were naked. So they were naked before they ate the fruit, but like after they ate it, they realized that they were, and they were ashamed. And like, that is something I see all the time in my day-to-day life, is that like the world, you know, takes something beautiful and tells you that it is dead and doesn't mean anything. But like, you know, you coming on here, having people to talk to you is like you looking for community, and other people having community too. And maybe other people, you know, who have had a proximity to Jesus and have not felt welcome in as well, which, you know, breaks my heart because I know how much it's done for me. And I'm not some, like, you know, altar boy guy. Like, I was doing drugs in a techno warehouse 2 years ago.
I hear you, and I'm glad that finding faith has been restorative for you and has helped you in the ways that it apparently has, listening to you. But the thing that brings people together in this community is largely realizing how horrible this cult is. I'm going to not mince my words with you, my friend, because I'm just being straight with you. This is a death cult, which it's based on Bronze Age blood magic, and it's the idea that there's this god who cursed the world because of a fruit-related incident, and then made everyone be born in a sinful state, and everyone's deserving of being sent to heaven. But he's really, really nice to you because he gives you an out, which is if you grovel and make yourself into a worthless sinner and accept that he had himself, who's also his son, killed just for you, then you get to be spared the punishment that he's lining up for you if you don't believe this stuff. It's just grim. It is unmitigated bullshit from start to end. And that doesn't mean that believing it can't bring about some good changes in some people's lives, because maybe you get on the straight and narrow, maybe you stop doing stuff in the clubs, maybe you find community, maybe you find acceptance, maybe it brings you peace. There are many good benefits that can be had from joining a religious community and all of that stuff, and it sounds like you're enjoying them. But there is a real downside. This thing tells people that they're worthless. It tells people that they're born sinners. It tells people that they need salvation. It tells people that they deserve to be punished forever if they're not convinced of the claims of the religion. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's immoral. It's cruel. It's sadistic, and it's dehumanizing. And that's why I push back on it. But I enjoy the conversations with people because I like the engagements.
And hopefully you find some people who don't represent the side of it that kept me away from it for most of my life. Because, to reference scripture, Jesus does say that many people will call themselves Christians, but really won't have anything to do with me. And I think that's what a lot of the world does see.
But he also says he's going to throw me in a furnace, and there's going to be wailing and gnashing of teeth. And Jesus is not that great. He says some nice things, but there's some pretty horrific soteriology there, and it's not very nice. And so, yes, he says some nice things, but if you think Jesus is God, then all the Old Testament brutality is on him too, and the threats to throw people like me into a furnace, whether it's a figurative furnace or a real furnace, neither one sounds particularly appealing. And so, he's not my go-to guy for ethical guidance. There are much, much, much better, and you can find much, much better too. So I genuinely, sincerely hope that you find your way out of this.
A little rebuttal. He says himself he came to save the world, not condemn it. So that's a distinct part of a dialogue with Jesus. He's not saying I'm going to send you to hell. He's saying the world's slipping into hell. Do you need some help?
No, he genuinely, literally says exactly what's going to happen to you in hell, and it's repeated throughout the book of Matthew. This notion of the furnace and wailing and gnashing of teeth and the fire that can never be quenched and all of that. It's pretty brutal. And then the language is repeated in Revelation 21 with the lake of salt, burning sulfur for the faithless like me. Who will be thrown into that lake along with the murderers and the sexually immoral. This is the grouping that I'm now grouped together with the worst of society, purely because I'm being intellectually honest and saying I don't find this stuff convincing. I've looked, I don't find it convincing. Just like you don't find the claims of other religions convincing, I don't find this one convincing also. And for that, I deserve torture, death penalty, whatever it might be. I think it's pretty grim. But David, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And I wish you well. Keep well. Take care, friend.
All right. I don't know if you were booting me off, but
no, I wasn't booting you. I was going to give you an opportunity to just say goodbye. So.
Okay. Well, hey, brother. Whatever you can do to, I love you, and I hope that,
Don't
life. Preach. No, it's hard not to, bro.
Don't preach. Just be a human being. No. Just be a human being and say thanks for the call. Thanks for the conversation. See you soon. That would be good.
I'm not a robot no more, bro. I love you. I want you to be well.
All right. All the best. I appreciate you too. I'm on the preach guard. I can't have it because on the way out there, I'll pray for you and I hope you find Jesus and all of that. Not having that. But he was a nice guy. Okay. So I put a little bit of a vote to the I put a vote on the YouTube crowd, and there was a little bit of a yes take, Geraldine. I'm going to put the same vote to my friends on TikTok, and I can't on TikTok. I can't personalize it, so give me a yes if you want me to have another conversation with Geraldine tonight, and a no if you don't want me to, and we'll take it from there. Otherwise, that'll be it. So I'm happy to have one more, but I won't if you don't want me to. There was a bit of a yes on a narrow but not insignificant yes on the YouTube side, and there seems to be a fairly significant. Well, it's 7 against 4 to say don't do it. It's gone to 8 against 5. No, please. People are saying I'm saying yes, it could be fun. Yes, no. No from Annabella. Keep going. The vote is for it's now shifted to 11 yes against 12 yes against 9 no. I think I'm going to have to be democratic here. I want to do the right thing. We don't want to participate in an ongoing mental health emergency, but let's have a look. People are saying, please don't. Okay, you know what we'll do? Geraldine, if you want to come and talk to me again, come back on the next stream. But bring some proper arguments, because the ones you've had so far are not serious. They're trivial and infantile and silly. And everyone's got better things to do with their time than listen to that kind of nonsense. So I wish you well with your voice. I hope that your voice recovers. I do this 3 times a week. So normally speaking, I'm going to be away next week and things are going to get a bit tricky. But normally speaking, I'm here 3 times a week. You're welcome to come back again and try again, but you'll need to bring some better arguments. So I'm going to go with the people who seem to. There were more people saying yes, but the people who were saying no seem to be saying it more strongly. So I don't want to upset people. So for now, I will say thank you for your engagement and come back again another night if you are so inclined, and we'll get you back in again. So with that said, we'll just do a little bit of housekeeping and then I'll shut up shop for now. The housekeeping is, of course, to first announce we had a winner on the bingo early. We had a full bingo board about halfway through. PVG absolutely smashed that one. The winner of this bingo, also with 11, which is massive, is Upshot. Great to see you, Upshot, and always wonderful to have you around. That's a massive score as well. Second place, Pastor of Muppets, and third place, Simple Programmer, and then joint fourth place, Bass Clef and Mike on 1 vote. Absolutely brilliant. We didn't quite manage to fill it totally, but we were nearly there. 2 rounds on the 5x5. I absolutely love that. Absolutely brilliant. And then the other thing we need to do is to have a look at today's leaderboard of conversations. So the best conversation we had was with Jenna, who scored a massive 78. And the worst conversation, unsurprisingly, was the real one, who is up there in the Crash Out Hall of Fame. He's going to be up there with Captain Skeleton Thing and Apostle Michael. We're going to have it with the real one. I kind of hope he comes back. Lavi only managed to score 2, which is an absolutely derisory score. Lavi's got some deep issues, but I slightly hope Lavi comes back as well, because he stormed off because he was incapable of having a conversation about anything other than 1 Samuel. Anything other than that, incapable of engaging on, because that was his little toy that he wanted to play with. Well done, Lavi. You're very, very big. So anyway, that's our leaderboard for today. And other than that, it remains for me to massively thank, of course, all the wonderful mods. You are all wonderful and great, and I really, really appreciate you all. And everyone else, You've seen obviously the inner circle up there. Those are our members. There are other members who are not inner circle. Those are the inner circle members who get their names up on the screen. If you want to join, it's a way to help support what I do. This is now my full-time job, and I'm very appreciative for any support. It really makes a difference and enables me to do this. And if you're not able to support, then that's also fine. Totally great. I love having you around, and just your presence here means everything to me. I'm aware that we had stiff competition tonight from other incredible people who were streaming. So the fact that people were here, we had really good numbers through the stream, lots of people around. It means everything. So thank you so much for that. And as for the next time we're going to be on, you have to watch this space, because I'm leaving the country for 2 weeks on Tuesday. So I'm going to need to figure out how I stream while I'm away and exactly what that looks like and when. But I will let you know on the wire exactly what's going to happen. So big love to Radio Spencer, who's in the chat. Hope you're well, buddy. We need to have talks, don't we? Because I'm coming to your sort of vague area of the world at some point soon. So we need to make something happen. And love to everyone. I'm sure we all wish Sean well, whatever he's been up to this evening. I hope he's had a great time and is happy. And I'm sure we'll be back together really, really soon. So thank you, everyone. And be